What are you doing alive? You snake-tongued freak! Naruto ran towards the snake Sannin, his arm craned backwards and ready to hit him with all that he had. Orochimaru laughed and sidestepped, making Naruto fail his attack. He made a few hand seals, Kuchios no Jutsu, Edo Tensei. Naruto stared at the single coffin in wonder. What the hell is that? He yelled, pointing to the coffin. Kukuku. Goodbye, Uzumaki Naruto. Orochimaru decided to take his leave, quietly walking away. Naruto ran towards him, only to have the coffin envelope in smoke and start to open. Naruto, taking no heed and nevertheless, ran towards the Sannin. He yelled as he went to use taijutsu on him. Orochimaru simply turned around and pulled out his sword that was already forming in his mouth, and struck Naruto down in the left lung. T-Team. Naruto tried to breathe, only for Orochimaru to add another wound to his shoulder from his already broken body. Naruto! Naruto turned his head to see the white-haired Sannin running towards him. Naruto smiled as blood ran down his chin. His eyes widened again as Orochimaru took his sword and thrust it deeply in Naruto's upper chest below his collarbone. Orochimaru drew his blade back and smiled, letting Naruto fall to his knees. Orochimaru! Jiraiya called out to him. Orochimaru only grinned maliciously and began to walk away. He knew the ties that Jiraiya had to the young boy, so he didn't have to worry about Jiraiya attacking him. He knew that he would first tend to Naruto. He was right. Jiraiya did leave him alone, running up to Naruto, who now lay semi-conscious on the ground. His blood pooling around him, soaking his tattered clothes and covering his blonde hair. Naruto! Naruto! Edo Sennin. He smiled weakly, only one eye open. You idiot! You shouldn't have gone after him. Naruto coughed up some blood, making Jiraiya even more worried. The coffin went unnoticed until it opened. Naruto's eyes closed, Jiraiya trying to shake him awake. You idiot! Wake up! How the hell am I supposed to bring you back to Konoha? Oi! Wake up! Naruto! Jiraiya slowly had tears starting to form in his eyes, knowing that he was too far away from any village to bring him to a hospital, and he, no matter who was on his team in the past, was no medic nin like Tsunade. Where am I? Jiraiya turned his tear-filled eyes to a certain shinobi standing out of the coffin. He held his head with one hand and then averted his gaze to Jiraiya. His eyes went wide at the sight. Minato? Jiraiya! Jiraiya didn't make time for introductions. Naruto's breathing was slowing even more than ever. Naruto cringed in pain as Jiraiya picked him up in his arms and quickly began to run towards Konoha, leaving Minato stare at him in utter silence. How much farther? How is it you're not being used? Minato shook his head. I don't know. Naruto coughed a large amount of blood, making both older ninjas look at him with the utmost worry. Kyuso. Jiraiya tried to run faster, but he was already at his maximum and already out of breath. He had to save him. He absolutely had to keep this boy safe. It was his fault that he got hurt because he didn't get there in time to stop Naruto. He was too busy in that damned bathhouse peeping. He didn't notice until it was too late that Naruto was in grave danger from Orochimaru. He didn't know that Naruto would try and kill him. Maybe it was because he called him a weak fool earlier and that he would never surpass the Hokage if he kept acting like such an idiot. That had to be the idiotic action. Hey, old frog, he doesn't look so good. Maybe I should bring him back to Konoha for you. Urusei. Minato flinched back at the harshness of his voice. Jiraiya clung the almost dying boy closer to him now, knowing the urgency that he had to go faster. No, speed was no option. He needed to go faster to save the boy. Minato. Hi. Take him back. Please go quickly to the hospital and ask for Tsunade. Right away. He quickly took Naruto away from Jiraiya and used body flicker to go all the more quickly. Why is the damn fox not healing him? Jiraiya muttered loudly under his breath. Minato didn't need telling twice when listening to his former sensei, especially when he knew a life was on the line. A young life at that. It wasn't until Minato took a closer look at Naruto that it was then he realized who he really was. The Uzumaki Naruto that he had sealed Kyuubi in. What would happen if he knew? What if he knew who Minato was personally? What would he say if he knew that he had a connection to him on a whole other level? No, he couldn't think about his problems now. Now, it was Naruto's problem that mattered. His condition was worsening. He was almost there. He recognized the familiar surroundings. He wished time would stand still just enough for him to get Naruto to the hospital. Even when he was alive, he knew Tsunade. Well, heard of her anyways. She was the best medic nin that ever lived. Even Rin used to look up to her and want to become a medic nin just like her. Minato looked down at Naruto. His breathing was so scarce now he could be mistaken as dead. Don't give up, Naruto. Do you hear me? Minato tried to encourage the blonde, wanting to do something about his bleeding, but it would waste too much time seeing as it already is. The gates were finally approaching them. Ha! He breathed out, sighing at the same time. He continued to run faster, if possible. He approached the hospital at lightning speed and stopped at the counter, not even bothering to put up a genjutsu to hide his real face. Get me a room now. Minato ordered, the nurses not even bothering to take a second glance at the dying Naruto.
Tsunade-sama.
Is she here? Hi. In the infirmary. He's going to die if she doesn't help him now. Get Tsunade-sama here now. A doctor yelled on the top of his lungs. Harsh truth. Jiraiya finally arrived after a few hours. Sweat was pouring down his temples when he arrived, indicating that he pushed himself to the limits. Minato. Jiraiya called out to the older blonde who was sitting on a chair outside the emergency room. Minato instantly stood up to greet him. Tsunade is working on him. It's been already an hour and a half. She was shaking when she saw him. I never thought that she'd ever become a medic nin ever again. Jiraiya nodded. Taking a good look at him, Jiraiya noted that there wasn't anything wrong with him. Orochimaru, why did he revive you? Minato shook his head. I don't know. All I know is that he did. Dead or alive, even Minato knew of the deadly Sannin when the third chose him over Orochimaru. Suddenly, the door opened, revealing an extremely distressed-looking Shizune. He's okay now. The QB is healing the rest rather quickly. Jiraiya sighed as they pushed out a bed, ready to transfer him into a room. Tsunade followed out rather quickly, looking angry as ever. Jiraiya! She yelled, making sure that half the hospital had heard her. Jiraiya looked down, knowing it was his fault and ready to expect any form of punishment she could dish out. She walked over to Jiraiya in a threatening manner, raising a fist and lowering it down onto his jaw. Jiraiya spat out blood and looked up at the enraged Hokage. What the hell did you think you were doing? What happened? I want answers now. I don't know myself. I just saw him at the mercy of Orochimaru, and then he was here. There is a beginning, middle, and end to a story. You have to ask Naruto when he wakes up because I don't know what happened. And you? Tsunade turned her rage to the yondaime. What are you doing alive? Orochimaru used his Edo Tensei. Yondaime replied instantly, not wanting to upset her any more than she already was. Her face instantly went into confusion. Why didn't you attack those two then? He shook his head. I don't know. Naruto awoke to see the yondaime to his right. As if something clicked, he instantly took on the features of that of Kyuubi and lashed out at him. Why? Was the only word he shouted out at Minato, who was stunned by this, backed away towards the window and saw Naruto lunge at him again. He looked behind him to see that he was up against the window. He didn't have time to react to the amount of speed that Naruto was using to punch Minato. They went crashing through the window and then sent spiraling down towards the earth. They were 4 stories high. Minato knew he would not be able to survive the fall, so he grabbed hold of a tree the last second before hitting the ground. Naruto gracefully landed on all 4s. You did this to me, he shouted, opening his arms so that his whole body could be viewed thoroughly. Minato looked at his features and frowned. Suddenly, the blonde boy was after the Hokage yet again. Minato used body flicker to appear on the roof of the hospital, but that was no problem for Naruto to match. He simply dashed up, avoiding any open windows along with the nooks and crannies. It was soon becoming a chase. Naruto after Minato. Minato tried jumping from roof to roof, hoping he wouldn't have to fight Naruto. But Naruto wanted answers and he wanted them now. Naruto, calm down. Naruto let out a feral growl and began to run after the yondaime once again. Minato darted towards the ground and began running through the streets. He couldn't hear Naruto, but he could feel those cold, red, slit-like eyes boring a hole in his back. His cloak flailed out behind him, indicating that he was, indeed, running as fast as his 2 legs could carry him. Even still, Naruto kept up pace with him. Minato growled, "He's still hurt, damn it." He turned his head back to see only villagers. No orange-clad boy running insanely to kick his ass. He slowed, then came to a stop, turning his head forwards again, only to see red chakra swirl vigorously around Naruto. His claws tensed at his sides. "Naruto, you have to calm down." "Why me?" He snarled, the villagers around him quickly running away. "The seal's breaking," one villager yelled. "Why?" He sent a wave of chakra to burst from his body as a warning. Pots broke, windows shattered, debris rose and people fell to the ground. "You ruined my life," he yelled. A pained look flashed across Minato's face. Naruto was about to run and hit Minato, only for Jiraiya to intercept and knocked him out simply but hitting the back of his neck. Being already wounded from before, it would do the job rather nicely. Minato sighed, rubbing the back of his head. Jiraiya picked up Naruto and turned to Minato. "I'm sorry, but it's best if you don't see him for a while. Get him used to the fact that the one who sealed Kyuubi in him is now alive." Minato nodded sadly. Knowing this brat, he should be up and ready by tomorrow if we're lucky. Hopefully, he won't go another frenzy just to look for you. "I see." The 2 looked around their environment, observing the immense damage Naruto had recently made. He usually doesn't act this way towards people. Not even with the Uchiha brat. He's loud, obnoxious, and rude, yet idiotic, kind, and his guts make up for the idiotic part. But I've never seen him direct all his anger like this towards one sole person. Jiraiya stated, now averting his gaze towards the yondaime. "So, it's because what I've done. It made him this mad." Jiraiya nodded. "Just check up with the chief elders for now. I have to leave in a few days, so hopefully he'll get used to you by then. If not, well, the whole village is in trouble." "Yeah. I have to report to the chief elders and the Hokage." "That'd be Tsunade." Minato widened his eyes in shock but soon recovered. "Then, I just hope she won't be too harsh. The chief elders probably won't have a problem to let me back in the village, seeing as I sealed in Kyuubi, and they'll think I'll be able to reseal him into Naruto if he ever breaks the seal. Yeah, I'll bring this brat back to the hospital and wait for him to wake up. I'll ask him question later with Tsunade." Crimson tears. Minato held his face in his hands, bending forwards as he sat on a chair. "Here." He looked up to see a pink-haired kunoichi offering him some tea. He was still in the hospital after a few hours. It's supposed to calm nerves.
Mama, hi, arigato.
He took the tea and sipped from it. "My name is Haruno Sakura. I'm in Naruto's team." Minato nodded, looking up at her. "He's gotten to you already? I wonder why." "You don't know?" She shook her head. "All I know is that he escaped and caused a ruckus in Konoha, chasing after you." "Yeah." He trailed off, deep into thought. "Why?" Minato smiled towards her. "It's a long story," he replied half-heartedly. She sat down next to him, waiting to hear more. "I'm guessing it's something bad, isn't it?" "Yeah, kinda. Okay." She smiled at him, knowing that she shouldn't pry any further. Suddenly, there was loud banging and yelling coming from Naruto's room. The 2 ran straight for his room, to see tears streaking his face. "Take a step into this room and I'll rip your legs off," Naruto warned Minato. Sakura was taken back. She had never seen Naruto like this before. It was almost scary to see the usual hyperactive blonde in such distress. The bed was overturned with bloodied bandages strewn on the drawers and bed. His blood freely flowing now. His eyes were slits inside his watery blue orbs. This was something Sakura had never seen. She knew that Naruto was explosive, but never on a scale like this. It was always in fights, and even then, he never became this outraged by seeing one man.
And Naruto?
What's wrong? Sakura made an attempt to wander near him, only for Minato to stop him. Soon enough, there were nurses rushing into his room to restrain him. Naruto cried out as he tried to struggle free from their grasps. Naruto's and Minato's eyes locked for a single moment, all emotions freely flowing towards each other.
I'm sorry.
Minato whispered to him before walking away, the nurses injecting fluids into his arm, making him fall limp on the floor. Silent tears fell from his eyes. Naruto, I want to know why you went after Orochimaru alone, and I want you to tell me now. Urusei.
And Nani?
Naruto let out a sigh of defeat. He looked up at Tsunade, her trying to hide her worry for the small blonde. Jiraiya called me weak. I knew he was drunk, but this time he said it in front of everybody. Tsunade growled and muttered something about wanting to slit his throat, but nodded for him to continue. He found information on Orochimaru and left it in the room. So I went after him when I was sure Kabuto was gone from his side, and well, you get the picture. So, your stupidity in wanting to prove him wrong caused you to get mad? Yeah, that just about sums it up. Naruto smiled sadly, and then averted his gaze downwards.
I'm sorry.
You should be. You almost got yourself killed against an S-class missing ninja. You won't be going on any high-class missions for a while.
And Nani?
Why not? Are you insane? Konoha cannot afford to lose any more shinobi because of the battle from the Chunin exams. But in truth, she was really worried for him. But she knew that now that she was the Hokage, she shouldn't be playing any favorites. She shouldn't have to keep an eye on only one ninja, but the whole lot, no matter whom Naruto reminded her of. So, this was her own way to show her love to the boy. I don't want you to get up from this bed until Shizune says so. Also, if you have any more outbursts and I get complaints being asked all the time, has Kyuubi's seal broken, you'll be in hot water with me. You don't understand. He muttered under his breath, inaudible to Tsunade. Are you listening, Naruto? If I have any more complaints, I'll have to place you under confinement until the village settles down. I'm gonna have to go through the chief elders about your behavior and they'll vote to keep you in there or not. Do you understand? They'll keep you under lock and key for the rest of your life. Naruto tensed and eyes widened. Now, he wanted to curse that damned yondaime more than ever. Why, you don't really mean it, do you? The village would rather lose you than their yondaime all over again. Naruto, just listen to me for once. One more time. Just one more time. I already have a meeting with the chief elders about Yondaime-sama and you. Believe me, the news won't be pretty. Naruto's stomach turned topsy-turvy at the news. He knew that if it were about him, it'd never be a good thing. Do you understand? She asked in a stern voice. Naruto nodded slowly. Hi. Good. Sakura will be checking up on you once in a while. I expect you to behave, especially now. I'm in trouble if the chief elders find me here. They forbade me to be talking to you until our little interview were to be over. Naruto nodded. Would the old hag go this far? Just for him? Why? What was so special about him? He was Uzumaki Naruto, Jinchuriki of the Bijou, Kyuubi. Hi, thanks. He whispered the last part, making her smile. Minato-sama, do you understand your position? If the Uzumaki were to assault you, you are to kill him. We have recently found out that if he dies, so does the Kyuubi. You expect me to kill my own son? You will do what is expected as a Hokage. I trust that you will live up to that title. A title is a title. Don't you think Naruto should be trusted a little more? He had a reason to go after me. I sealed something in him that would probably ruin his life forever. He would be trusted if he weren't to go after you. Don't you think that if he understood a little more why you sealed Kyuubi in him, he wouldn't even be uttering a word to you, moreover, he would be thanking you? If he understood why you sealed Kyuubi in him, to save the village, he wouldn't even think about hurting you? Honestly, I think your son's brain capacity is a little low, since he spouts nonsense about become the next Hokage, but what you have done to him is the duty of a Hokage. Minato went silent at this statement. It was true. Then I will trust that you will kill him if he goes after you in a life-threatening way? I don't care how much of a point you have. I'm not going to kill my own son. I'll protect him until I die. I don't care if he comes after me. I've been a horrible father. Then you will do everything in your power to stop him until he calms down. If he does threaten your life using the Kyuubi's powers, I expect you to do something about it. Yes, I will never kill him, though. Agreed. You can't do it alone. Shut up, you stupid bastard. Heh. You were the stupid one to go up against Orochimaru. You Rusai, I don't see you trying. Because I'm not a dope like you. Naruto practically pulled out his hair from his head from fighting with Sasuke. The fight was getting nowhere and he didn't want Sasuke, especially Sasuke, to find out why he had went after the snake-tongued bastard. Sasuke had practically laughed, getting Naruto ever angrier. Sasuke-kun, I'm sorry, but visiting hours are over. Sakura explained to Sasuke, trying not to get him mad at her in any way and ruining her chance at having a future with him. Yeah, whatever. See you later, dope. You Rusai. Naruto threw his pillow at the closing door behind Sasuke. Naruto, what are you doing? Anusa. She sighed and put his pillow back where it belonged. Sakura-chan, when am I gonna get out of here? You came in only yesterday. But I feel better. Really? Naruto, Tsunade-sama told you that you have to wait for Shizun's okay.
Didimu.
Sakura left the room before he had time to ask any more questions. Jiraiya, when are you leaving anyways? In 2 days. I'm gathering more information on Orochimaru. The two of them sipped their sake at the same time, sighing after. Are you sure? Naruto maybe needs a little more time to get used to me. If you're that scared of him, go talk to him. Are you insane? I know that he's... He coughed the last part, being in a bar and all, there were ears everywhere. But still, I don't want to have to hurt him. So, you're going to treat him like everyone else in this damned village? Minato tensed, not daring to make eye contact with the Sannin. I've missed a lot when I was gone. He didn't want to say that he was dead. Sure, he wasn't afraid or anything, it was just knowing what it felt like. It was better not saying the word, avoiding it like taboo. Look, you're gonna have to talk to the boy one way or another, no matter what he does to you. Sure, he'll maybe take off your head. But is it better for him to go unknowing or to be treated like the others treat him by his own father? He leaned in and whispered these words to him. Minato leaned over, listening attentively. You think I don't know that? I just don't want him hurt. He yelled back in a whisper. He never used your name in vain, Minato. He bore no grudge against you. Now, you will repay him back telling him all that you know because he deserves it. He went after you yesterday because he finally had a chance to beat you ass. At least if he does it the second time around, he'll have the knowledge who you are and why you did the things you did. Minato growled, linking eyes with Jiraiya. You know, that's almost exactly what the chief elders told me. That's why they're called chief elders and not Hokages. Shut up, old fart. Idiot. The two grinned at each other. Make sure not to drop dead from alcohol poisoning when I beat you. You're challenging me? To a drinking contest. Yeah, you're right. You'd probably lose anyways. You know, it'll be bad for your rep if people found out that you got drunk. And you're any better? I've built up my rep to that status. Jiraiya replied proudly. Yes, Minato knew that he was wasting sake, but that Jiraiya had to pay for what he said. He'd then make him pay the bill. Don't ya think that you'd oughta give it up? Jiraiya slurred his words. Minato laughed and tipped sake near his mouth, letting it fall on the floor. Sure, you win. I guess I've gotta give up. That's more like it. He hiccuped. Minato stood up and left, free of a morning hangover while Jiraiya would have a killer headache and kill his leftover brain cells. Whatever that was left of them anyways. Minato kicked a rock. He had his house to go to, but he didn't even know if it was still standing, and if it was, who was living in it. He decided to talk to Tsunade. As he made his way to Hokage Tower, he noticed the younger blonde already walking up to it, trying to hide from observing eyes. Wait, what was he doing out anyways? Hey, hey! Minato tried to call out to Naruto in a loud whisper. It being night, he didn't want to wake anybody up that was already fast asleep in their house. It was either Naruto totally ignored him or he didn't hear. One or the other. He quickly made his way up the stairs to the Hokage office. Minato kept his distance, but he was heading there anyways, so he'd have to see Naruto one way or another. He stared to scale the high stairs until he saw Naruto disappear inside the office. Then was when he picked up the pace so that maybe he could catch a little of what he was going to talk about. Naruto. The council said that they'd forgive your actions as long as they don't repeat themselves. He nodded in approval. But they want you to go on a mission to see if you are worthy to be forgiven. Right now. Yes, it is an A-class mission. Please, refuse. You are only a genin. They expect you to survive, but you won't alone. What? I can do it by myself, no problem. Just tell me what it is and I'll do it. Naruto, just listen to me. Please refuse. Naruto only flashed her his foxy grin, pumping an arm in the air. I'll do it. Naruto. Just give me the details and I'll do it. Tsunade sighed. Now that he had accepted, she could only do what a Hokage was supposed to do, give him the mission details. Your mission is near Kusa village. There is a series of killing going on there with rogue Kusa ninjas. Stop them. Them? There is more than one. She nodded. 7 to be exact. That's why I'm giving you 3 weeks to kill them. You cannot fail this mission, Naruto. Do you hear me? Roger. Naruto saluted the old slug Sannin. You know, Hokage-sama, I can do the mission with him. Minato walked in the office. There was absolutely no way he would let his son go on an A-class mission alone. He would surely die, no doubt about it. Against 7 rogue ninja nonetheless. Shut up. You are not coming on this mission with me. This is my mission. Naruto tried to stay as calm as he could, remembering what Tsunade told him yesterday night. Though his chakra level heightened, Tsunade thought there were a few perspectives in this. Naruto would be forced to finally cooperate with Minato. Naruto would tear apart him limb from limb, or he would try to do everything on his own. That's even better. Minato will go with you. Nanny. He's not coming with me. Naruto, do you wish to keep your brains? Yes, but... Go with him, Minato-sama. Keep him safe. I'll make sure the chief elders don't find out about this. I'd be better if they didn't. Ready, Bozu? Shut up. You stay here and keep out of my business. Naruto stormed out of the room, getting ready to pack his stuff. Do you think you'll make it? Dunno. That kid looks like he's full of miracles. Tsunade laughed. Oh, by the way, I think you should get a cell ready for Jiraiya. He's gonna have the largest drinking debt ever recorded to man. Heh, I'll keep that in mind. Now, get ready before Naruto leaves without you. Her eyes suddenly narrowed. And if I receive word that he is dead, you know who will be following him to the grave. Yes, ma'am. He saluted and left. Problematic duo. Naruto, I'm going with you no matter what. Why? So you can show off your moves just because you're the Hokage. Hey, I hear that's your dream. Who told you? Minato only laughed. At least he hadn't gone into that same frenzy as the other day. That was harsh. Thank Kami that Jiraiya was there to stop him. Why? Why what? Minato kept a straight face while walking, but inside, he cringed in fear knowing what Naruto was going to ask him. But Naruto never answered back. He walked ahead a bit so his back was turned to Minato. He wasn't open for discussion and he definitely didn't want to even see the older blonde. Naruto had invisible tears leaking from the corners of his eyes. He couldn't show any emotion but hatred to this Hokage because of what he made his life into, a living hell. But also, he couldn't go haywire on him at the same time because his freedom was at stake. He didn't want to spend the rest of his life in confinement. His life was already a hell without the fourth. Now that he's back, his life would be restricted in his actions. Who wouldn't go after the one who sealed a frickin' bijou in them? He wouldn't be able to turn a corner without the villagers saying that if the Kyuubi's seal breaks, the Hokage will be able to reseal him. He'd have to make sure not to use Kyuubi's chakra in battles because then the villagers would say that he's turning into Kyuubi himself. Fucking shit. Naruto muttered to himself. Naruto looked at the moon to see it starting to set off in a distance. The stars had started to fade as well. He took his canteen and took a sip of water. How long had he been walking? 5, maybe 6 hours? There was something else he didn't think about. 3 weeks alone with the one he hated the most. He didn't even hate Sasuke that much. Oi, Naruto. Minato called out to him. Naruto didn't as much as acknowledge that he spoke. We're almost there. We should get some rest before going to complete the mission. Shut up. I'm trying to figure out who the flippin' client is. Minato went silent. He didn't as much as ask Tsunade who the client was. He slapped his forehead. Then they would just have to report back and then send a scout bird to whoever the client was. Naruto was grumbling nonsense to himself about how the mission was supposed to exist without a client. Then, we sleep outside tonight. Don't you think I know that? It's a mission after all. Naruto snapped back, not showing any of his liveliness to Minato. So mind your own business and go somewhere else. Do you think I sealed Kyuubi in you so that you would be hated? Naruto didn't answer, only jump up in a tree and leap from branch to branch, avoiding any contact with the blonde Hokage at any cost. We're supposed to rest after a while, not go faster. Urusei, you're not my sensei, only Hokage. I'm supposed to take mission orders from you and nothing else. Mission orders, eh? Then I say get down here. We set up camp. Too bad. Right now I'm the leader. Who put you the leader? That old hag. Then as your senior, I'm telling you to take a break. And you expect me to take orders from my seniors? I only listen to whoever trains me as a senior. And that'd be... Naruto stopped and turned his anger-filled eyes towards Minato. You expect me to tell you? Well, it was worth a try, right? Wrong. Naruto began leaping again. Dusk came. Naruto slowed down, but couldn't let Minato see that he was tired. Hey Naruto, I'm resting here. Fine. I'm going on ahead without you. Naruto only went a few meters ahead before stopping himself. He took the tap off his canteen and tried to drink water, only for a few drops to drain on his tongue. Ah, crap. Need water. Naruto jumped slightly to see the Hokage beside him, almost nose to nose and him with that stupid grin on his face. He was offering him his own canteen. No. I'm fine without it. He replied stubbornly, proceeding to go on. Minato sighed. When would he get his son to finally accept him? They soon passed a river. Naruto jumped down to refill his canteen. He reached into his pouch and pulled out a few chlorine tablets, putting them inside for them to dissolve and so he could drink a little later. Minato bent down near him and refilled his canteen. He reached into his pouch. His pouch. Where the hell was his pouch? Huh. He then smacked his forehead. He had forgotten to bring it. Forgot. How could he forget something as important as that? It was a ninja's basic asset. It was their life on that pouch. Okay, not their life, but all the important equipment in it. He turned to Naruto. Naruto. What? Can I borrow you chlorine pills? This now screamed teamwork. That was his first lesson with Kakashi. Those who don't obey the rules are trash. But those who don't take care of their comrades are even worse than trash. Oh yes, he remembered those words very well. Stupid Kakashi-sensei. He muttered and threw his pills over to Minato, who smiled bleakly. Kakashi is your sensei? Naruto mentally kicked himself for letting information slip for his loose lips. He cursed himself until Minato threw his pills back at him. Naruto caught them and set off again. We've got a day's left of traveling if we run. If we run and happen to come across a rogue ninja, we won't have any strength to fight it. You won't have any strength to fight them. Stay out of my way. You'll only get yourself killed. If you want to run, I know a shortcut. There is no shortcuts, Okusa. The shortest path is a straight line. You still haven't been around the place like I have. I know how to get to places faster. There is no fast way. The two were fighting over Naruto's map. It looked like Naruto had everything planned, for the first time in his life. There was a mark where they were going to stop near a river, which they already had done, and the next stop was near a clearing almost 3 hours away. You forgot your stupid ninja pouch. How would I know if you forgot your so-called shortcut? I only forgot it because I was rushing to catch up with you. Then you should have stayed behind and be a good little Hokage sitting in your office and doing paperwork. Yeah, so that you could get killed on this mission? Shut up and give me my map back. We won't get to the next check mark unless we start moving again. So you do have a brain. Unlike a certain somebody I know. Yeah? Who? Minato smirked, making Naruto fume and only start moving again. And don't forget to keep up pace with me. For Konoha's yellow flash, you're slow. We'll see about that. Naruto began to race on forwards, only to see a yellow flash speed past him. Naruto growled and began to use Kyuubi's chakra to keep up pace with him. Naruto was fuming by now. Suddenly, he smirked. He realized he got the Hokage to do what he wanted, for him to run to the destination point. Naruto suddenly stopped when they reached the clearing. He didn't care that Minato didn't realize. He was hungry and not afraid to admit it. Except to Minato, that is. He took off his backpack and put it on the floor, taking out a bundle of 3 rice balls. He looked around, checking to see if the place was safe. They were too close to Kusa now to start to get messy. Sensing no one, he sat down and started to eat. There were no trees around at all, only grass and dirt. So it would be easy to tell if there were any ninjas. The only way Naruto could have missed any was if they were underground. He suddenly felt a presence approaching him at a fast pace. Guess who? Not too smart to come rushing into a clearing. You'd get spotted by the opponent ninja easily. Why do you think I put this as our last checkpoint? Naruto smirked in triumph. Minato humphed in a gruff voice and sat next to him. He took off his backpack and opened it. Hey, here's my pouch. Loser. Minato took out a bento lunch with rice. You didn't put your pouch on because you forgot, but you have enough time to make a bento lunch. Naruto sighed and turned his back on Minato. Get too full and you're gonna get cramps. You worried? Yeah, worried that you'll slow me down. I'm going on without you anyways. Right? The two ate in silence. Naruto staring into nothingness as he munched contently on his rice ball. He couldn't pack ramen because he had to cook it and it would take too much time, and another reason for Minato to tease him. He started to hear strange noises from the tall grass. He put down his half-eaten rice ball and went to check it out. Where do you think you're going? Naruto didn't answer. He quietly walked over to the grass, not caring what Minato thought. His adrenaline rose, wanting him to run, but he had to find out what it was. There was no way he could live it down if he were hurt, and Minato would have to take care of him. No way in hell. The grass now rustled a bit more and a ninja rose from the ground. Naruto quickly drew 3 shurikens and threw them at his target, smoke enveloping the air before he realized that it was a Kagebushin. Who the hell? Naruto drew a kunai and readied to attack. How did you know he was there? Kyuubi's senses. He replied, trying to be as quiet as he could. Minato readied a kunai as well. That was only a scout. The others shouldn't be too far off. We're walking from here. Naruto put his kunai away and stared at the place where the ninja was. There was a small crater that was possibly infused with some kind of contraption that concealed chakra. Yondaime began to walk away, Naruto keeping his eyes on the crater before turning his head to Yodaime's kanji on his cloak. The day wore on slowly. Naruto felt as if someone were staring at him from afar. His eyes darted from tree to tree ever since they found their way into a forest. They weren't too far from Kusa now, and that meant that they were close to the enemies. It wouldn't be surprising if there were going to be a few scouting shinobi bushins that belonged to the enemy. They'd be in trouble if there was an ambush on the two of them, though. Trouble usually meant that Minato would use some super cool move and kill the shinobis in one fatal blow, leaving Naruto to feel like a piece of shit like usual. But what he couldn't wrap his brain around was how the enemies learned the Kagebushin. It was supposed to be a jutsu known only to Konoha, right? He averted his blue orbs to the Hokage. Would he know? No. Ask the hag after. She'd tell him. He didn't need to know right away. Maybe he could even question a rogue if he ever had the chance. But he didn't know which ninja used the Kagebushin. Stay alert. No shit, what do you think I've been doing? Having a picnic on the go. Minato snorted, then took a kunai and slashed a tree. If we're in trouble and have to split up, we meet back here. Who made you the leader? Myself. Too bad. If we split up, wouldn't it make more sense to meet up in Kusa? There, we could have a safe point then plan there. But what if we don't have time? You run fast, any? Then we meet up in front of the gates. Mintao sighed in defeat. He was giving in to the kid too much. A man sniffed the kunai mark. An hour old. Good. The Hokage is mine.
No, mine.
Then who's gonna get the kid? Who cares about him? The real threat is the Hokage. Right? Suddenly, there was a blood-curdling choke. Hey, Kurama! The female turned around to see a blade closing in on her. The rest of the team readied to attack. No time for fighting. We can't set up camp. We'll rent a hotel at Kusa and I'll send a scout bird. You think I don't know that? Naruto replied coolly, trying to stay calm. It should have been a solo A-class mission. That meant boasting rights in front of Sasuke. But no! That stupid yandere had to come along and ruin everything. Now Sakura would think that he stood back from a distance and watched the fight. Just perfect. Hey! What now? No, never mind. It's nothing. Good. He wouldn't say anything about QB for a while. Naruto took out his map and looked around for any familiar marking identical to his map. We're close. Maybe an hour or two away. Minato nodded, watching the blonde boy in front of him attentively. All he wanted to do was give the idiot a hug and tell him everything. But with the recent happenings, he knew he wouldn't take to it too kindly. A male figure dressed completely in black with a mask on, stood still, wiping his blade clean of blood. There was a Konoha Hideate attached to his arm. His eyes were onyx black and his mask covered his eyes. 7 rogue Kusa ninjas lay in a bloody heap around him as he saw hunter ninjas starting to arrive to rid of the corpses. I trust that you are with Konoha? Yes, of course. He bent down to pick up a Kusa Hideate and pocketed it. What are you going to do with that? One hunter nin asked. He smiled under his mask and replied, Proof that I killed them. Was that part of your mission? No, it's part of my collection. The hunter ninja growled. Do your job, I've done mines. You're not from Konoha, are you? The man laughed. No, I'm not. The hunter ninjas readied senbons, in case he were to attack. In a flash, he was gone and appeared behind the 2 hunter ninjas, his blade drawn. When? Don't forget, you drew your weapon first. Their shoulders sliced open just beneath their main artery in their neck. They fell to the ground, gasping for air. Finally, the duo arrived at the gates. We'll continue tonight when the enemy is drowsy. Naruto growled. He said that he was the leader, not that stupid Hokage. Naruto began walking towards the feudal lord's house. Where do you think you're going? Scout bird, idiot. He turned his back against Minato and continued walking. There was a loud poof of smoke and an ANBU was in their presence. Are you Uzukami Naruto? Yes. Message from the Gondame. Naruto raised an eyebrow and took the message, watching the ninja disappear again. Minato walked up to him and looked at the message. Naruto, good job on riding the rogue shinobis. I didn't know you two could do it so fast. The chief elders say that you can't come back until your 3 weeks are up. That was how much your mission was worth and they want you to do the length you were paid for. For some reason, they seemed mad when you beat the rogue. This is only to tell you that you have 20 days left until you can come back or the chief elders see fit. Tsunade. What? I didn't even start the mission. Minato took the letter and reread it. And now I can't even go back. But it doesn't say I can't. Because you were not even supposed to come on this stupid mission. They don't know you're gone. Naruto breathed heavily through his nostrils. Minato then looked at his son, who was already storming away to find a hotel. Naruto stepped into the hotel room. There was a lot on his mind. Maybe he shouldn't be so mad at the yondaime. He only did what he had to do to save the village. Right? He didn't know what was going to happen to Naruto. But now that Naruto swore he'd become the Hokage, he wouldn't be shunned anymore. But Minato did seal Kyuubi in him, ruining his childhood and its memories. Suddenly, he felt more guilty than mad with the Hokage. Naruto didn't think things through and attacked the older blonde. Naruto sighed when he realized that his room was only for one person. He made his way sluggishly to the front desk and paid for another room for Minato. He didn't leave his name so Minato would know and tease him about it. Minato arrived and walked into the hotel. Naruto didn't say which one he was going to, but giving a description of him and asking around where he went wasn't too hard. He was a blonde with blue eyes and 3 scars on each cheek, but he knew it was an attribute belonging to the kitsune. 1 room. Name: Minato. The woman simply handed him a key and sent him off. How much? It's prepaid. By who? This cute kid dressed in orange, though he looked kinda sad. What room is he in? Oh, room 412. Thanks. But, aren't you supposed to keep that confidential? Oh, he seemed to know you, so I don't think it's too bad. Minato sighed in defeat and went to his room. Maybe it was better to have a separate room from the young boy in case he were to try anything at night. Minato went knocking on Naruto's door at around 11 o'clock at night. Naruto, time to leave. Naruto opened the door and walked right past him without a word. Hey Naruto. What? Thanks. Naruto didn't reply. There was nothing to say but you're welcome, and he defiantly didn't want to say that. Why are we going out anyways? They're dead. We have to investigate. I heard that 2 hunter ninjas went missing. That's not our mission. Then you plan to lounge around for 20 days? Naruto sighed. He should have brought Shikamaru along. He would have enjoyed the silence and boredom. Minato scouted the west and southeast parts of the woods, only supposed to be scrounging each part for a limited 3 hours, and then going opposite direction, meeting up with Naruto at the exact time, knowing there would be nothing wrong. If they didn't meet up with each other after waiting 15 minutes, he'd go after him. That was their plan. They were now in their 2nd hour of searching. Minato had started to head back to the meeting point. He noted a rustle in the treetops, and then saw a man jumping down with what seemed to be an unconscious Naruto. What have you done? Minato growled, his anger rising. He tossed shuriken at him and watched him pop. A clone. Naruto fell to the ground only to pop himself. There was a large bolt of electricity and a swirling vortex of wind. Then silence. Naruto. Minato ran towards Naruto using body flicker. He had to get there as fast as he could to reach his son in time. Naruto stared at the broken kawarimi, a kunai ready in his hand. If the Rasengan hadn't worked, what will? He looked around, swallowing loudly. There was a sudden presence approaching him at a fast speed behind him. He quickly turned around and threw a barrage of shuriken. The presence blocked every shuriken, and then came at Naruto again. Naruto made a Kagebushin and started to form a Rasengan again, going as fast as he could, so the opponent would ram into it. Through the darkness, he saw another swirl of energy. Another Rasengan? What the hell, Minato? He looked up to see electricity sparking. He knew it was the foe this time. Naruto stuck his Rasengan in the air above him, only to see the sparks gone and Minato still running at him. He growled and made an attempt to stop Minato's. There was sparkling behind his ear and then a loud yell, then silence. Oi, Baka Hokage. Where are you? Oh, I. A hand clamped over Naruto's mouth. Naruto tried to pry it off only for the hand to squeeze tighter. It's me. Minato whispered to the blonde. We retreat tonight. Naruto looked at Minato's hand that covered his mouth and saw blood on it. His eyes then darted to his other hand, which seemed to be covering a wound on his torso. Uzumaki Naruto, I've been waiting for you. What do you need Naruto for? Minato yelled back. Naruto moved Minato's hand away from his mouth slowly. He wanted to answer his own questions. I've been paid a large sum for his assassination. You deserve the right to know everything since this night marks the night I kill the Kyuubi. Who sent you? I'm sorry, that goes against my policy. That you don't need to know. Minato growled as he tried to locate the man's voice which seemed to surround them. What's your name? Naruto shouted to him. How silly of me. My name is Ashiwata Toshiro, the best assassin to face the 5 shinobi countries. I work for pay though. We need to get out of here. Minato told Naruto. Naruto closed his eyes and then stepped away from Minato. His chakra aura heightened. If you think that you can try and kill me, then you're wrong. I swear I'll kill you. Naruto, we have to go. Naruto looked at Minato's wound again, seeing that it was worse than he thought. How do you know the Chidori? Only Kakashi-sensei and Sasuke team know it. Chidori? One can only wish. This is a simple form of Chidori I have been trying to copy. Though weak, I can use it as many times as I want. Naruto growled. This was bad. The Chidori was strong. A weaker version wasn't as bad, but multiple times of usage could cause the same damage as the original one. Naruto had almost felt it on top of the hospital roof once. There's no way I'll let him live. Naruto held up his hands.
Tahu kage busin no jutsu.
Over 100 copies popped up and then went into hiding, including Naruto quickly slinging Minato's arm around his neck and bringing him high into a tree, forgetting his grudge for the meantime. He didn't have time to argue now. Naruto. Naruto set him down and jumped off the branch as soon as he heard a few clones pop to the east of him. Why do they want to assassinate me? Why else? You are the Kyuubi brat after all. Naruto started to get mad. Who hired you? Why don't you want to tell me? It goes against my policy like I said before. But, even if I did, you wouldn't be able to touch them. So there's more than one? Hoopsie, did I let that slip? Naruto scrounged around in the bush, only for his bush-ins to pop again, elsewhere. How many are there? Now, why do you want to know so badly? They're out of your reach. I don't care who they are. I'll make sure I kick their ass. You really want to know who hired an S-class rogue ninja like me? Naruto growled again. He wanted answers and he wanted them now. Maybe he did care for Minato's health just a little bit after thinking through what he did, but mostly was because now he was in a fight and had become his comrade. He moved aside a branch to come face to face to what seemed to be a tree. The tree opened his eyes. Looking for me? Naruto backed away as Toshiro swung out a punch at him. Naruto heard more clones pop. How? Toshiro was standing right in front of him. He paled as a cold sweat trickled down his spine. A clone. Naruto immediately rid of the clone easily and looked around. You can't win in the dark, Uzumaki-kun. It is my element. Naruto realized that he was behind a tree and went to attack him, only to find the spot empty. Can't find me? I'm throwing my voice, you know. Naruto growled. He had to find a way to beat him and fast. Who sent you after me? Toshiro then appeared right in front of his face, grinning. The chief elders. Naruto's eyes widened. Why would they want to do that to me? Kyuubi, of course. They never sent an assassination on me before. Look, kid, I have a job to finish. Naruto noticed that he wasn't lying. He threw down a smoke bomb and jumped away from the scene. He knew that if the chief elders had sent an assassination, they would hire that of only a Sannin status, and right now he had a weakness. If the Yondaime went back to Konoha reported as Kia again, and Naruto wasn't dead, they jumped to conclusions. You'd actually kill a kid? Yondaime called out from the treetops. Hey, be quiet. Naruto called back. He growled. Now Toshiro knew where the two of them were. Naruto fumbled with a sound bomb that he brought along. He pulled the pin and pocketed it, throwing the bomb on the ground, now not being able to hear anything. He gulped and looked around the pitch darkness. Now, there were two senses that he was handicapped in. He hoped that Toshiro wouldn't be able to see where he was going all too well, and that what he said earlier that he could see in the dark was nothing but a bluff. At least now, they were safe that he wouldn't be able to hear Yondaime nor him. Naruto took out wire and attached kunais and shurikens to it, wrapping some of them in explosive tags. He tossed them on the trees and then threw down 3 smoke bombs in 3 different areas. He looked around for the explosion, waiting inside a bush. He had 3 senses left: sight, smell, and touch. He clenched his fist under him and then made a few clones, exploding tags attached to them. He sent them into hiding and waited for an explosion, only to see smoke enveloping around a nearby tree, Toshiro moving swiftly and dancing around the wires and traps. Naruto then made a dash to the grenade and plugged the pin back in, looking up at the place where Minato was. He was still there. Naruto knew that if Toshio had nothing to do with Minato, so if he interfered any more than he already has, then Toshiro wouldn't mind to do a little extra for free. Naruto growled and then made himself visible, feeling somewhat safe because of the traps. He made a single hand seal and made more clones and then set them up around Minato. Toshiro was a patient guy. He knew that Naruto was trying to hide but attack at the same time. And all along, he thought that he'd have an outburst and go after him directly. Toshiro raised an eyebrow as Naruto exposed himself in a clearing. What was he thinking? Come out and fight like a man. Toshiro couldn't help but snicker. The chief elders were paying him almost a king's ransom, and all for a kid who came to show himself to an enemy in a clearing? This was almost too easy. He threw a kunai at Naruto's blind spot, only to hear a popping noise. A clone. He has to come out of hiding soon. An evil smirk crossed his face as he jumped up to the treetops and looked around for Yondaime. Naruto, just run for it. Now Minato was screwed. Toshiro sped towards Minato and drew a blade at his hip. He arched his arm backwards and went to slash Minato, who was too occupied telling Naruto to run than to watch himself or sense anything. Blood splattered everywhere as Toshiro's blade came crashing down. Toshiro's eyes widened as he saw Naruto growling, his right forearm sliced open. His features were that of the Kyuubi. Don't touch him. Naruto's wound healed instantly, making Toshiro widen his eyes in surprise. Naruto yelled in anxiety as he grabbed Toshiro's wrist and flung him away from Minato. He hitting a wire and setting off the wires, causing a chain reaction for the explosives to go off and all his clones to pop, making the smoke large enough to create something like a smoke screen. Toshiro looked around like a scared rabbit. He thought he had to just kill a kid with a bijou, not one who knew how to control one. Naruto jumped out of nowhere and lunged at him with claws that surely belonged to Kyuubi. Toshiro didn't have time to react, and felt his shoulder slice open. He disappeared again in the smoke, only for him to reappear in 3 different areas, ready to strike again. Toshiro noted that they were clones and tried to destroy them. The smoke started to lift, revealing the amount of damage around them. But just as quickly as he saw, he felt another snag at his ankle and set off another series of explosions and smoke from clones. That brat had more than one set of traps. Toshiro thought quickly as he tried to use his arms to shield himself from oncoming debris that he couldn't see. What's wrong? I thought you could see. There. Toshiro dashed to his right, only to see smoke again. More clones. Hey, you're good, Uzumaki-kun. You have good stamina. Naruto answered by sending a few kunais and shurikens towards him, all the while his clones attacking from different directions. Naruto then threw down the remainder of his smoke bombs, then made another clone. Rasengan. He thrust his hand towards the ground, causing an erosion with the surrounding broken trees and earth. Toshiro was caught under a tree and pulled under in the massive crater. Naruto looked up at where Minato was, making sure the tree he was in didn't fall at the same time. It was barely standing, more than half its roots were showing, looking very tipsy if any extra weight were to be added to the tree. Naruto then ran around using his demonic speed and planted explosive tags in the underbrush, making sure that they were well hidden. He saw Toshiro struggling to free himself from the tree. Naruto felt a pang of guilt that he wanted to kill him. Toshiro started to form a Chidori and smashed the tree with both his brute strength and simple Chidori. Toshiro stood up with a killing intent and ran towards the boy, now losing his cool demeanor. Naruto was taken back, stepping backwards a bit in surprise. He quickly crossed his arms and readied himself for an attack. Toshiro threw a punch, sending him flying into a tree. Naruto started to go all out now. He lashed out with almost every single kunai and shuriken he had, aiming for his vital areas. Toshiro blocked every single one of them with his sword and forwards, readying himself to attack Naruto. Naruto made a single hand seal and made 3 clones, the real Naruto and 1 clone running away and then leaving Toshiro with the last one. Naruto quickly made a hand seal, setting off the explosive tags and started a Rasengan. This is the end. Naruto's eyes became slits again as the tags went off and he struck Toshiro with his Rasengan. Naruto! Minato called out as he saw the view below him. You said that Naruto will have to wait the rest of the 20 days. What if I need to send him on a mission? Naruto isn't the only shinobi in Konoha. But he is a shinobi that is needed to Konoha. The chief elder sighed. Fine. Send him a scout bird, telling him to come back. Tsunade sighed. After almost 3.5 hours of trying to convince the chief elders, she had finally convinced them for Naruto to come back. Where is Yondaime-sama, anyways? Yes, we haven't seen him in the longest of times. Tsunade tensed and then sweat dropped. Ah, no. He went to patrol around Konoha and ask villagers and shinobis what has been going on through their eyes or something like that. I see. I will go meet up with him. But why you can't? Why not? He didn't say where he would be going. Tsunade sighed as they nodded. That was close. Foreseeing. Minato scrambled down the tree as quickly as he could, trying not to hurt himself more than he already had. The smoke slowly cleared from the entire area, revealing that the surrounding yard around them was totally demolished. There were hardly any trees left standing. Minato looked at the tree he was in. It looked to be over 100 years old, more than able to keep standing because of its enormous root system that traversed the underground. Naruto! There was a shift in the entangled roots and trees. Naruto emerged, holding his left shoulder. Blood seeped through his fingers that tightly encircled his wound, trying to keep it from bleeding too much. Blood poured from his forehead, sliding down his face. He tried to climb over a root using only one hand, only to slip and fall, wincing. There were more movements in the roots. Naruto turned around and readied himself to fight again. Toshiro emerged from the roots, blood pouring from various places, pooling on the ground. He lifted his eyes from the ground and looked at Naruto. His vision was blurry. The two figures breathed heavily, then silenced their breathing and tried to even it in case of another fight. Toshiro yelled and ran forwards, running towards Naruto. Naruto stated running forwards to Toshiro, now letting go of his shoulder. They both arched their arms backwards and flung it towards each other. They both hit each other squarely on the cheek. They both jumped backwards and readied themselves to attack each other again. Toshiro made the first move and used the remaining chakra. He had to enshroud his entire fist with it and making it run up his whole forearm. I may not have much left, but I'll use that much to kill you. Heh, just try it. Naruto readied himself to receive a full force effect of his Chidori. Toshiro drove his hand straight towards Naruto's heart. Naruto saw this killer intent and quickly crossed his arms over it, closing his eyes. There was a large sting of pain coursing through his left forearm. He ground his teeth and opened his eyes. Blood leaked from the corner of Toshiro's mouth. His Chidori completely gone from his hand. He coughed up more blood and fell forwards, Naruto catching him. Gomen nasai, I tried to kill a child. He chuckled before his eyes closed. For money. Toshiro's last breath escaped him before hung limply. Naruto looked down, then up, seeing hunter ninjas arrive. He limped towards Minato and passed him. Let's go. The minute they arrived back into Kusa, they were escorted to the hospital. Naruto thought about what Toshiro said, that he was going to kill him for money. He then realized that Toshiro could have killed him even if he were suffering. That was his job. Naruto. What is it? Minato smiled towards Naruto, who looked extremely tired. He must be near his limits. Minato thought as he reached over to scruff Naruto's hair. Thanks. I really appreciate that you helped. Helped? I did all of the work. Yeah, you're right. Naruto went bug-eyed at this but looked away. He never received praise like this even from Kakashi. He smiled for the slightest of moments but just as easily, it slipped away. You are free to go back home, but you have to rest for the time being until your wounds scar over. You have to go back to the hospital to remove those stitches, Minato-sama. A nurse told us. Minato nodded sheepishly. Naruto's head was nodding up and down, trying to stay up. He quickly stood up to shake off the wooziness and marched out of the ward. Stay here, I'll go buy, lunch I think. They stood outside a small corner store that looked like they sold some sort of foods inside. Naruto nodded, happy to be sitting down again on the bench just outside the store. Minato went in and disappeared. Itai. He finally let out. He couldn't let Minato see that he was hurting badly. He lifted his bandaged arm and winced. This wasn't good. How was he supposed to go back to Konoha like this? He slowly closed his eyes to think. Minato walked out of the store to find a sleeping Naruto. His head was propped up by his hand. Minato smiled kindly. He just wanted to watch the blonde a little more, but decided to go wake him up if possible. After a fight like that, who wouldn't want to sleep? He sounded scared when he told Minato to shut up. Maybe that's what drove him? His fear for what though? Oi, Naruto. Minato shook Naruto's shoulder, who yelped in pain instantly, waking up. Gomen. Oh, time to go. He completely dismissed the pain and stood up. Minato raised an eyebrow but followed him nonetheless. There was a bird that swooped down and landed in front of Naruto, a letter attached to his back. A Konoha scout bird? Naruto took the message and watched the bird fly off. Naruto. The chief elders finally let you back in the village. You owe me one since I took almost 4 hours of gambling time to try and persuade them to let you back in. Tell that idiotic blonde Hokage there that he better get his ass in gear and come back here ASAP. The chief elders are growing wary and want to see him. Tsunade. Naruto pocketed the letter and then turned to Minato. They want me back in the village now. Oh. Now they want you back in after all that happened before. Naruto snorted and opened the door to the hotel. Going to their rooms, Yondaime opened the bag and gave Naruto 2 packages of ramen and kept the rest for himself. Naruto sluggishly opened his door and walked in. We leave as soon as your wound heals. What? Worried about Lil Olmi? Worried that you'll slow me down. He replied instantaneously, closing the door behind him. Minato looked down and sighed, scratching the back of his head. Naruto poured hot water in his ramen cup and waited 3 minutes before opening it. He took apart 2 chopsticks and began to eat slowly. How did Minato know that miso was his all-time favorite flavor? He shrugged it off and continued to eat. He lay down on his freshly made bed and took off his pouch, looking inside. It was completely empty. He took off his shuriken pouch on his leg and found that it too was as clean as a whistle. Not even an exploding note was left. He sighed and closed it, throwing it to one side of the room. He closed his eyes and decided to go to sleep. Dream. Naruto, do you know why I let you live? Naruto's mouth moved, trying to answer to the invisible man, but no sound was made. He recognized the voice and knew that he was indeed speaking. Naruto made a few hand gestures expressing his words. Soon, he doubled over in pain as something struck his stomach. Do you wish to die? Naruto panted for air as he tried to compose himself once again. He moved his mouth and again no sound. The air got thick and hard to breathe in. He looked around then scratched at his throat, his lungs constricting. You do not deserve to live and nor does he. Naruto looked to see Yondaime standing on top of Gamabunta and Tsunade on top of Katsuyu. But the other figure was invisible. He looked around and soon felt his body bleed in various places. No one acknowledges you. Face it. They all think that you're invisible. Naruto mouthed a few more words as he held his stomach, the seal starting to burn. His head swirled as he held it. Now. You won't make it, kid. Why don't you let me take over? Then, I can kill them all for you. Naruto didn't have to take a second guess who that was. Kyuubi. Naruto didn't answer. What will it be, Naruto? Do you want to go back to being hated or come with me and I'll show you what true pain is? His entire body shook. Soon, Jiraiya came into view, looking at another invisible man. What are you two doing working together? Naruto was reaching his limit. The seal was burning too badly for any normal person to withstand its pain. He yelled on the top of his lungs. And
Naruto est alarme cloquant.
he was drenched in a cold sweat. He wiped his forehead and went to take a shower. Naruto looked at the clock, seeing that it was already 7:30. He looked outside to see that it was dark. He shook his hair with the towel, taking off any excess water, and got dressed. He sat on his bed and sighed. There was nothing but silence filling the room. He got up and headed out the door, locking it behind him. He wanted to check the place where he fought Toshiro and at least manage to scrape a few weapons that weren't gone in some way. Minato was worried when he heard the yell belonging to Naruto, and had wondered what it was for some time now. He decided to go check it out. He arrived to his room and knocked. No answer. Naruto. Minato became frantic and locked the door open. It wasn't very hard for a ninja to do. He opened the door to find his pouches thrown everywhere and wet towel on the floor, the window slightly open and curtains messily drawn. Naruto, where are you? You better be hiding or else I'll kill you. Minato looked in the bathroom to see it a little bloody on the floor and on the bottom of the bath. Oh shit! He swore and made a run for it, now worried for the blonde. He ran to the front desk. Hey, have you seen a blonde kid with blue eyes come out of here recently? He has 3 scars on each cheek. He described Naruto's kitsune whiskers differently. No, sorry. The woman who was here changed shifts with me a few minutes ago. Minato cursed again under his breath and began to run again. He should be at the onsen. She added to the running man. She began to blush, realizing that people were staring at her. Maybe I shouldn't have told a guy. She thought to herself, embarrassed. Minato tried at different stores, asking if they've seen him. Looking for your son, eh? Minato became surprised and then gave him a weird stare. Well, you seem so frantic, and he left without a word. So he must be someone important to you. The old man added. Minato smiled, calming a little. Yeah, he's my son. I'm sorry, but I haven't seen anyone fitting that description. I see, thank you. How old is he? He's 12. Then you should try the park. He must be playing with his friends. Yandame's heart tugged. From what it had seemed, Naruto didn't have any friends. Yeah, I'll do that. Thanks. No problem. You should keep a closer eye on him. I will. Minato ran back out. Naruto carefully scrimmaged through the broken trees and branches. He had only found 2 kunais and 3 shurikens. This is gonna be long. He sighed to himself. Maybe not, Naruto. Minato was getting frantic. There were no signs of Naruto anywhere and his side was throbbing. He panted as he went back to the hotel, asking if he arrived. She shook her head. Back to square one. There was no stone left unturned. Naruto picked at every leaf to try and salvage any source of weaponry. So far, he found only 6 kunais and 9 shurikens. Better than nothing. He sighed and looked up at the sky. The moon hung brightly overhead. He started walking back. The way back felt longer than ever. For some reason, Minato seemed like there was someone who would acknowledge his abilities. Kakashi-sensei, Ero-sennin. They never said anything. They only went on to the next stage with a simple good, and went on with their lives. But there was something different with Minato. He couldn't call him Minato. Yandame-sama, Hokage-sama, he didn't know what to call him by, and yet he felt some sort of connection and being just by staying beside him. He stopped and slapped his face with both hands, trying to get himself out of the depressing mood. He peered in front of him to see a blonde and white blur speeding towards him. He scrunched his eyebrows together to try and get a clearer view, only to see black and in a bone-crushing hug. I'm so happy you're okay. You had me worried for no reason. You should have told me that you were going out. C can't be breathe. Naruto muffed out before Minato's sweat dropped and let go of him, Naruto inhaling deeply, trying to get his lungs functional again. Why did you leave without a word? I thought someone kidnapped you. Ha! Me? I'm too strong for that. What gave you that idea? There was blood in your bathroom and you were yelling and your room was a mess. Naruto stared at him for a moment before bursting out in full-fledged laughter. He held his sides and fell to the floor, refusing to stop. It hurts. Naruto tried forcing his cheeks together, only for them to rise again. What happened? The yelling was because of a stupid dream. The mess is my mess I always make and the blood is because I took a shower and didn't clean it up. Minato stared at him dumbfounded before starting to laugh himself. The laughter finally calmed down, Naruto trying to breathe only to come out in small giggles. Why didn't you tell me anything? Minato messed with his hair, Naruto waving his arms to move his hands away. I don't need to. I've never told anyone anything before. But you could have been in trouble. You're hurt and I could have helped you if something were to happen. Naruto squished his cheeks together, trying to soothe them from laughing so hard before. Like with Toshiro? You're the one who used all that crap in the battlefield, making it almost too hard to move around in. And that sound bomb. We couldn't even communicate for a bit. That was the point. Naruto replied. You were gonna give away my position, and if you were to die suddenly and Tsunade no Basan was to have to tell the chief elders what happened to you, who do you think they'll put the blame on? Minato sighed. Naruto warmed up a bit more to him ever since their journey to Kusa. It felt much nicer to know that he could speak freely to him now because he wasn't breathing down his neck for every little thing. Let's go get supper. You're paying. Nanny. Hey, you're back. And you found him. Yeah, by the way, my name is Minato. This is Naruto. That's nice to hear. My name is Tensei. He smiled. Am I going to have the pleasure of having the two of you eat here tonight? The two stopped at the same place where Minato stopped previously, having the small chat with the man. It was a tiny shop that sold ramen. Yep. The two sat down on a stool, Naruto looking up. I bet this isn't like Ichiraku. You know Ichiraku? Yeah. My dream is to cook ramen like he does. It's amazing the ramen they serve. I've gone there a few times and loved it every time. Don't you love it? Naruto nodded swiftly in agreement. I've asked him I don't know how many times for his recipe and every time he has told me. If you can't figure out what's inside but still love it, then I'm doing my job right. Doing his job right is right. I can't believe how good it tastes. Miso ramen is the best over there. Yes, I adore that flavor. Minato smiled weakly. So, to celebrate the finding of a new friend and your son, I'll give you the first bowl on the house. Naruto looked up at Minato. Sweat started to form at his temples. I'll tell you after.
Son.
You see, I had to look for you before and I searched the whole village. If I didn't say that you were my son, then who would tell me where you went? They'd think that I were to try and capture you. Naruto eyed him, still uneasy. Would you rather I say that I was looking for my comrade? They'd only say that you could defend yourself. It's better than being called your son. Minato almost broke down in tears. Well then, 2 miso ramens. We didn't even order. I know what my customers like. He winked and went away. Ita de kamasu. Yeah. Ita de kamasu. Naruto ate away, while what he said previously tore and scarred Minato deeply. Minato collapsed on his bed and covered his eyes with his forearm. Tears slid from under his arm, falling onto the bed. Should I tell you now, Naruto? What would you say? Today's events. Just that test. Can I ever tell you now? You were better off not knowing. Minato clenched his teeth as more tears spilled from his eyes. Naruto sat on his bed, his feet hanging over the side. He took out Tsunade's note and reread it. He would have to leave tomorrow at the crack of dawn to make sure he would be able to save Minato's hide. He went out of his way to save him. Now it was his turn to save him. There was nothing to stop him now. Hey brat, remember that he sealed me in you? Don't you want to kill him? Leave me alone. You've caused enough trouble. How am I the one to cause trouble if he is the one who sealed me in such a weak vessel? You couldn't even beat that man without my help and a few wounds. That's the way I fight. You're the one who wants to rip people into bloody shreds. At least I can. Urusei. Naruto fell backwards and soon fell into a deep sleep. Oi, Hokage Baka, time to leave. What? You're getting me this time. The chief elders are going to throw a fit if you're any later. They're going to throw a fit seeing you alive. Naruto sighed and started to head out, only to be stopped by Minato's voice. If we meet any more enemies, you let me handle them. You haven't any weapons and that makes you vulnerable for their first target. I have ninjutsu and taijutsu. I don't need to be babied. Speaking of ninjutsu, how did you come to learn the Rasengan?
Edo Tensei.
I mastered it faster than you did. Heh, no one can. Oh yeah, here's proof. Naruto took out his necklace from Tsunade. I made a bet with Tsunade no Basan that I'd be able to master the final stage within a week. I won the bet. Minato stared at the necklace that, in the past, never left her neck, not even when she slept. So I guess you're right. Good job. How long did it take you? 3 weeks in total. Minato couldn't help but grin. He extended a hand and messed his hair again. I'll be out in a second. Hi. Tell me more about what's been happening. There's been a sound/leaf war. We lost the third fighting Orkohimaru. So, Erosenin and I went to get Tsunade to be the next Hokage. Other than that, that's it really. Minato nodded as he absorbed the information. Did you enter the Chunin exams? Yeah, I kicked ass. Watch your language. Naruto blinked twice at Minato, not believing that an adult told him to watch his language. What is it? You've been staring at me for the past minute and a half. My bad. Naruto turned his gaze back towards the forest ahead. Minato only smiled. He had finally gotten the kid to stop fighting with him, and all it took was a simple mission to bond. Minato took another look at Naruto and wanted to just hug the small boy. There were so many things he wanted to ask him but couldn't ask him directly. It would be too obvious. And Naruto seemed to notice almost everything about him. You were yelling in your sleep the other day. Naruto growled. He had hoped no one had heard him, but if Minato was worried because of that and for his safety, he must have yelled pretty loudly. Want to tell me what you were dreaming of? Nothing. Come on, kid. Tell him what you were dreaming about. Shut up. Naruto hissed back towards the fox who taunted him about his dream. What? Not you. Then who? No one. He walked faster to go in front of Minato. Finally, we made it. Naruto ran forwards and through the gates. Naruto, where did you go? We had a C-class mission finally and you're gone. Sakura scolded Naruto. A foxy grin covered his face. I had an A-class mission. What? But you're not even Chunin, much less Jounin. I know. Isn't it great? Sakura sighed. Are you wounded? Your clothes look pretty torn up. Ah, it's nothing. Really. Sakura sighed, and then smiled. Report to Tsunade-sama. She's been harping on me asking if I've seen you yet. Naruto smiled, looking directly into Sakura's eyes. So, she's been up your ass the whole time? Watch your language. Naruto spun around to see Yondaime. Hey, I'll talk how I want to. Yondaime-sama, nice to see you. Thank you, Sakura. Is Tsunade in? There was a large sweat drop as Taunton was seen running away from the Hokage Tower, Shizune trying to catch the nimble pig. Ah, Shishunane-chum. Please go see Tsunade-sama now. She's getting worried you didn't get a letter back and is on a rampage because the chief elders are breathing down her neck 24/7 about Yandame-sama and something about killing him if she had to make up one more lie to cover your... She ahemed and continued on to try and catch Taunton. Well, I see it's been hard for all of us. Minato laughed as he walked on towards the tower. Oi, Naruto, you don't seem so mad with him anymore. I'm still mad. I just don't dash.
Oi.
Naruto, come on. Tsunade is gonna take your head off before mine's. Naruto growled but followed him anyways. I've gotta stock up on some more ninja tools. I'm out. Naruto told Sakura. She nodded in amazement. Naruto rarely used ninja tools. This was a first to her. You! Tsunade pointed a finger at Minato. I will never allow you on a mission with Naruto or anyone unless the chief elders know about it. And you! She now pointed a finger towards Naruto, who stiffened like a board. You will never receive an A-class mission as long as I'm Hokage and you're underclassed. She sat down, now smiling. So, how did the mission go? PMS much? Naruto was flying into a wall. We were okay with it. Good. Naruto, I want Shizune to examine you at the hospital. Naruto groaned at this news but left anyways, not wanting to be sent flying into another wall and become paralyzed for the rest of his life. Tell the fucking chief elders I don't want any more assassinations being sent out behind my back for Naruto. What? They were yelling in a whisper towards each other now. We arrived only to find the rogue shinobi dead along with 2 Kusa hunter ninjas. He was given an A-class mission because he doesn't like to refuse those high missions. They sent out an S-class rogue after Naruto. He had to use all his weapons because I couldn't do much. He used a simplified version of the Chidori. Tsunade growled. If you hear anything tonight, don't come as the hero. Minato nodded and left. Minato let the warm water wash away all his sorrow as he started to take a shower. Flashback. It would be better than being called your son. And tears slowly found them emerge from his eyes as the words rang through his head over and over again. His own son had abandoned all hope that he would ever see parents. He abandoned all hope that there would ever be someone that would be there only for him. Naruto's eyes were too sad to belong to a child his age. And yet, he had traveled with him for a few days and had to face the facts. Naruto didn't need a father anymore. Oh. I see. Sorry. Minato kicked a stone and watched it bounce a few times before stopping. He looked up at the crying sky. There was a loud crashing sound coming from the Hokage tower that was soon followed up by large amounts of yelling, and then a figure storming down the stairs. Tsunade. Oi, Daijubu? Peachy. She replied. The sky started to thunder. Rain pelted down harder on the rooftops. What happened? The chief elders denied that there ever was an assassin after Naruto. Minato growled. The rain suited his mood just fine. Where is he anyways? Dunno. Probably off training or something. Minato shrugged. Have you told him yet? A grim look creased his facial features. I'm taking that as a no. The two sat inside a bar, Tsunade drinking sake like it was water. Naruto told me what happened with the third. That's good. Now I save myself the explanation. But I'm still a little mad that you didn't tell him yet that he is your son. You don't understand. I was about to, but chickened out for one reason. And that is? Something stupid happened. I went to look for him, met up with someone, found him and went to the same ramen store that the man that I spoke with earlier. I told him that Naruto was my son. He let it slip in front of Naruto that he was glad that I found my son. Naruto's reaction was not pretty. What? Did he tear up the place? I wish he went and asked why. I told him that if I told them that he was my comrade, they'd say he could protect himself. But then he went to say that it was better than being called my son. Minato eyed the sake and took a long drink until it vanished from the cup. Tsunade didn't comment. The room held tension in the air as the constant ticking of a clock went heard. The room was silent, and only then did he notice that it was empty. The thunder and lightning lit up the room and made the lights go out. The generator soon went up and held up secondary lights. Take a break from the kid. He stopped fighting with you, didn't he? Up to a certain limit, but yes. Did you tell him why you sealed QB in him? The boy is stubborn. If he does care, his ego is way too big for him to admit it. Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry, Hokage-sama, but we have to close. The generator isn't working properly. I'll be done in a minute. Ah, hi. The bartender went back to put up some more chairs. Listen, if you want the brat to listen to you, then you just have to smooth your way into his life. Just interfere little by little. I've got it. She suddenly stood up, veering off to one side because of lightheadedness, but nonetheless, clenched a fist and smiled. Teach him a jutsu. That'll score you at least friend points. Sit down, you're starting to sound like a kid. I'm trying to score fatherly points. You don't have a kid. You don't know what it's like. I had a brother, it was worse I can imagine. He was almost exactly. She trailed off and sat down, taking a rather large swing of sake, not wanting to go into a depression. The bartender placed a bill on the table, Minato noting it and quickly taking his leave, Tsunade growling as she had to take care of the bill. Naruto locked the door behind him, watching the lightning outside. He looked down to see a certain blonde Hokage passing through the empty streets. He felt somewhat bad for him to watch him outside alone. Something kept nagging him in the back of his mind to go and keep him company. I'll follow him for a bit. He thought to himself before concealing his chakra and quietly following him. Minato knew that Naruto was following him. His chakra was faint, but it was still there. He hadn't been taught how to conceal it properly yet, that would mean. But he let Naruto have his fun and let him follow. He took a few turns until he reached a mansion. He pulled out keys and opened the gate. Forgetting to lock it, Naruto snuck inside and then stopped, looking up at the mansion. Like my home. That is not a home. That is a castle dash. Naruto looked beside him to see Minato. His jaw fell to the floor. I hate you, you know that? I love you too, Naruto. Naruto crossed his arms and looked away. What are you doing outside anyways? You're getting wet. So? I'm gonna go nuts if I stay inside any longer. I want a mission. After the last one? Nothing will compare to the last one. A foxy smirk crossed his face as he thought back to the events. There was a sudden burst in a distance. The two spun their heads around to see that a building was ablaze. Naruto's eyes widened as he realized the block where the fire was. He saw the fire quickly spreading to the two buildings beside it. The two blondes looked at each other and nodded, running towards the flame. Naruto clenched his fists, seeing that one of the buildings was his apartment. It was the second one to burst into flame. The building just burst into flames. I don't know how it happened. A man cried out to his friend. Perfect. Great. He turned on his heel and began walking away as fast as he could. One bad thing after another and it wasn't doing him any good. He could start to feel a headache coming on. That was your place? Yeah. He replied gruffly. Why don't you stay at my place tonight? Minato walked backwards in front of Naruto. He stopped and then thought a bit. He could dig up a little dirt on him. Maybe a little info on his background. No, absolutely not. Come on. You want to spend another how many nights at a hotel? Naruto cursed under his breath. Minato thought back to what Tsunade said. How about I teach you a cool jutsu? What are we waiting for? Let's go. Naruto put aside all his anger and marched happily beside Minato, grinning like an idiot. Can't believe that the hag was right for once. Minato ran his hand through his hair, watching Naruto. So, I guess you're staying the night? Only if you teach me that cool jutsu like you said you would. There was a long pause. Okay. Yatta. There was a smile that carefully slipped its way onto Minato's face.
I'm inviting Jiraiya.
I want you to run and get Kakashi for me. Kakashi? Why him? He's too lazy to come on time for a mission. Just get him here. I'm asking you this favor. Naruto couldn't protest. He was far too happy for that. He was going to learn a new jutsu. Nothing could make him mad now, not even Sasuke team. Naruto nodded, smiling broadly. If you're going to teach me that super cool jutsu, then I'll go get Arrow Sennin too. Efficient. Maybe I should teach you one every day. You'll be my personal little slave. Watch it. It doesn't mean that I'll turn into a mindless zombie. Minato laughed, seeing Naruto put on a mad/pouty face on. I'd like that. I'm guessing that your clothes were burned as well. TCH. He growled, nodding. I'll get some out for you. They're old, but they'll fit you, I hope. I don't want to take care of you if you catch a cold. I'm in a good mood, so I'll pretend you didn't say that. Naruto began running off to find the two perverts. Kakashi-sensei. Oh, Naruto, what are you doing outside? And how do you know where I live? I have a surprise for you. Do you know where Arrow Sennin is? Let's see. There are only a few places for people of his caliber. Naruto sighed, smacking his head. Follow me. I need to find him, and then I have to take you somewhere. Oh? And where's that? It's a surprise. Kakashi sighed and closed his book, starting to lazily follow Naruto. Naruto somehow managed to get Jiraiya to follow him after finding him at the bar, and without letting him on in front of Kakashi. It's just around this corner. Naruto, where are we going? I'm getting wet. Kakashi asked him in a monotone voice. Never were patient, were you, Kakashi? Kakashi spun around to see only the brick wall and a gate behind him. Naruto looked up at a window and saw it open. Minato smiling broadly from the window at Naruto, whom couldn't help but smile himself back towards him. Just go inside. Now, why would I want to do that? Just do it, Kakashi. I think you'll like it more than my books. Now that's hard to believe. Naruto laughed, wanting to see his reaction. I'm leaving. Kakashi started to walk away when a hand stopped right in front of his face, stopping him dead in his tracks. I told you that you were never patient. Kakashi blinked twice before registering who was standing right in front of him.
Yonday Masama.
Well now, it seems that you still haven't gotten word about me. You're fake, aren't you? There's no way you can be alive.
I'm hurt.
Kakashi stared in wonder at Naruto, unbelieving what was going on. I'm going. He isn't real. I'm probably under some jutsu and you're all laughing at me. He started to go when a hand stopped on his shoulder, making him jump. I'm real, Kakashi. One blink, twice, three times. Kai. Kakashi brought his fingers into a single hand seal, Minato's smirk only widening. So? Naruto, here's some money. Go buy some chocolate dumplings and keep the change. But I want to learn a cool new jutsu from the Hokage Baka. Do this for me and I'll teach you another one. OSU. Naruto began to run towards the pastry shop, hoping that the previous lightning hadn't forced the shop to close. There was another bolt, forcing Naruto against a building. Ah man, I thought it was over. Maybe I'll go back. And oh, how dare I think like that? I'm going to learn 2 jutsus. Naruto ran until he reached one pastry shop, finding it just about to close. Matt, I need to get something. I'm sorry, but the place is closed. Please, I need to get chocolate dumplings for my sick father. He's on the verge of dying and he requested that a chocolate dumpling should be his last meal. The tiny old woman, who looked to be in her late 70s, peered forwards through her thick spectacles at Naruto. Come closer. I don't know what you look like. I'm almost as blind as a bat. Naruto silently thanked whoever was watching over him from above. So will you help me, lady? I heard that they sell the best dumplings here and I really need some. Of course, you poor thing. I'll give them to you for free. She turned around and fumbled with her keys to unlock the door, going inside. Naruto then thought back to what he said. What came over him to say something like that? Here you go, dearie. Hopefully he will make it past tonight. Thank you, lady. Naruto waved and hurried back towards Minato's place. Naruto came in the house to hear laughing from Kakashi. It wasn't one of those annoying chuckles or one single heh that he usually did, but it was laughing. Who are you and what have you done to my sensei? Naruto dropped the dumplings on the floor with a soft thud, water streaming down from his clothes. Naruto, thank you for getting those. Minato-sensei has told me what happened on your mission. Oh shit. There was nothing in particular that was wrong with the mission. It was because Naruto went with him. You sound like you had fun with Toshiro. Yeah, you can call it that. Naruto here. Minato threw him some dry clothes. You're spending the night here? I don't want you trailing water all over the place. Minato, why don't you send him home? What home? Didn't you see the fire? The ANBU are checking it out and trying to find out how it happened. Minato practically yelled, surprising them all. Here. He scratched his head and sat down. Naruto put the dumplings on the table and went to go change. Naruto wasn't a person who liked charity from people, but he felt like he could accept this. It was a white t-shirt with black shoulders and navy blue pants with 6 pockets on it. Nothing special about it. Until he stuck his hand in one of the pockets and found a picture. Oh. Naruto saw that it was a picture of Minato and another woman. I see. He put the picture on the bathroom counter and stared at it, in almost a trance. It's your wife, Kushina? Staring at the photo, he sensed an odd sensation coming from the other room and strange warmth emanating from the woman. She was sitting on stairs, her eyes staring at the clouds overhead as her head hung back. Her fiery red hair sprawled on the ground and eyes as blue as the ocean. Her complexion was that of an honest woman and hard worker. A Heidi 8 was positioned on her lap, gleaming in the bright sun. Minato had his arm wrapped around her shoulders happily, a large grin on his face. How Naruto knew it was Minato's wife, he had no idea. It just sprung into his mind that he would be the kind to be married to her. Hey Naruto, you coming or what? Minato called from the other room. Yeah, I'm coming. He slipped the picture back in his pocket and picked up his clothes in a bundle in his arms. Got lost in the bathroom? Did the toilet take you to a different dimension? Shut up. He was about to give him the picture back, but there was a strange feeling, an urge, that made him want to keep it just for a while longer. You what? I want to learn a new technique. Really? Well, it's pretty hard. You're gonna have to do everything you want to in life. I know how to summon. Teach me something else. Jiraiya. It's true. Minato sighed, then smiled. Got nothing to teach ya at your level. Maybe some other time. What? I ran all those errands. Got soaked to the bone. Had to talk to a blind lady who was closing her shop for chocolate dumplings. And all because you said you would teach me a new jutsu. Good boy. You're learning how to take orders from your seniors so fast. Naruto growled. He wanted to strangle the blonde idiot for the remark.
I'm gonna go.
Where? Your apartment burned down. Remember? There was a stagnant tension in the air. Naruto spun around on his heel and marched out the door, slamming it shut behind him. The 3 of them sighed in unison. He's too stubborn to admit he needs help. Kakashi reached into his pouch and pulled out a book. A certain orange book. Since when did you start to read those dirty books? There was another pause. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Did you say something? Kakashi asked, looking up at Minato. Jiraiya only laughed. Naruto sat under the protection of the academy roof that hung over the building. Surprisingly, never did it crumble. Naruto stared at the picture for a few minutes before turning it over, finding a single name. Kushina. Naruto, what are you doing outside? Irika-sensei? Do you live at school? Irika opened the door behind him, looking at the blonde.
No, Naruto.
He sighed, saw the picture. Hey, what's that? Nothing. He quickly pocketed it and smiled. He looked up at the sky to see another bolt of lightning. You know, On rainy days like this, I usually like to sit at home and close all the lights off and open the window. Why would you do something like that? Iruka sat down next to Naruto, looking straight ahead at the same swing that Naruto sat on every day when he was at the academy. It's calming. Sauka. Iruka closed his eyes. The two of them went quiet. Naruto saw what Iruka was doing and copied his actions, closing his eyes as well. He was right. It was calming. There were no passing villagers to make any noise. There were no birds, no crickets. Nothing but the silent patter of rain striking the roof and their surroundings. Everyone is usually so busy. They forget the little things in life that make them happy. Take this, for instance, a regular shinobi on a mission to a different land would be too preoccupied to keep themselves safe from enemies hiding their scent or aura, that they would concentrate on that. Naruto nodded and opened his eyes, followed by Iruka, who then did himself. Do you know why I'm telling you this? Naruto shook his head, unconsciously touching the picture in his pocket, as if it were giving him some kind of warmth. A bolt struck a nearby pole. There are troubling times for all of us, and we have to find some sort of way to calm ourselves. This is one of the many ways. How did Iruka know that he was troubled? Naruto nodded slightly, then looked towards Iruka. So, why are you at the school if you don't live there? Naruto, I have to finish paperwork. So you don't live here? Iruka sighed heavily. Naruto woke up to find himself against the wall of the school. Iruka was beside him, still fast asleep. Naruto shivered as the cold, morning air bit into him. He rubbed his toes to at least get some warmth back into them, failing miserably. Iruka-sensei, oi, wake up. Iruka opened his eyes as he placed a hand on Naruto's head. Winter is coming. How do you know? It's been getting near the past few days. So? Iruka sighed as stood up, cricking his back. Better get back to work. I have tests to correct by tomorrow morning and a quiz to write up. Naruto sighed. Who would he go to now because of his home burning down? The fine mist in the air was setting down thickly like fog. Better get inside. The forecast said that it was going to rain for the next few days. What? Then how can I train if I can't go outside? You're inventive, you'll think of a way. Iruka smiled and went back inside the academy. Naruto stood up inside, beginning to walk towards his home, hoping that yesterday was only some freak dream and that he had a warm, cozy bed to sleep in. He kept walking until he saw Lee in a distance, running his morning jog.
Naruto-kun.
Have you found a place to stay? I saw your apartment burned. I'm sorry for your loss. Naruto sighed heavily. Guess it wasn't a dream. You can spend the rest of your time at my place until you find a new apartment. We shall train every morning and dash. Naruto was out of there before Lee could say any more. Deciding to go eat a healthy breakfast at Ichiraku's, Naruto found his way passing Kakashi. Oi, sensei, do we have a mission yet? I won't be giving any out for the next few days. Better go see Yandame-sama. He was worried that you had nowhere to stay last night. Naruto scoffed but nodded anyways, not wanting his sensei to think that he was worthless. Though Kakashi did seem a little lighter today. He didn't sound as lazy as usual and his book wasn't out for the first time. Nah, Kakashi-sensei, do you know who this is? Naruto pulled out the picture from his pocket, thinking that maybe he could tell him a little bit about Minato before heading back to see him. Kakashi took the picture from his hand and observed it. He blinked once, heavily. You better return this to him. Why? What's wrong? Kakashi gave it back to Naruto. Her name is Kushina. That was who Yandame-sama was married to. Was? She died giving birth. Naruto took the picture back and stared at it, imagining her dead on a table. He shuddered as little as possible. Naruto, do you know anything about Yandame-sama? Nothing about his past except that he's the Hokage. I see. He'll be happy to have that back. That woman there was vicious. How do you know? I've met her. Believe me, she could even put a smile on Sasuke's face or turn Jiraiya into, well, a normal person. You mean he wouldn't be a pervert anymore? Exactly. Naruto tried to imagine Jiraiya wearing a tux, sitting at a fancy restaurant with a girl that actually liked him for who he was. Scary. Kakashi smiled under his mask. Naruto pocketed the picture once more before looking up at his sensei for any more information. Though she was a fine kunoichi, her strength was in kinjutsus and a high stamina. She could use self-sacrificing kinjutsus and still be walking 10 minutes later. Naruto's eyes widened. Is that possible, sensei?
Normally, no.
But she took special training and taught herself most of her jutsus. She would leave for more than 2 years at a time and come back and still be the fun-loving Kushina. Though she would never say when she would be returning, she always managed to come back within 3 years. Naruto nodded, absorbing all the information that he was getting. I'll go give him the picture back. Thanks. He bounced off, wanting to get to Minato's house before the rain ruined the picture in his pocket. Well, look who came back. I only did because Kakashi-sensei said that I had to. And you're missing something. Naruto searched his pocket and pulled out the photo, handing it to Minato, not looking at him. Minato took the photo and smiled. Where did you get this? I've been looking for it all night. Naruto looked up and indeed, there were black bags under his eyes. Sorry, I should have brought it back when I found it. Naruto turned around and was going to walk back towards the streets when he felt a hand on his shoulder. Why don't you stay for breakfast? My thanks to you. Besides, I don't want you running off to eat at a ramen stand or go to a breakfast house and have bad service. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He would prefer ramen over anything and he never went to a breakfast house. It was always home-cooked food, no matter how much he sucked at cooking rice or making crepes. He sighed in defeat. He didn't feel like starting a fight today. It was too troublesome and would take too much energy. Also, there was the factor of staying with him or Bushibrows. No competition, right? Fine. Naruto grumbled, trying to make it seem like he was putting up a fight. Minato's grin only widened with his words. Good. I want you to give me your clothes, too. They look pretty torn up, so I'll stitch them back up for you. Naruto snorted loudly. You know how to sew? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say shall be thrashed upon you like 1,000 stabbing kunais. Minato joked. Anyways, there's a training room in the back. It's the only room that cuts off from the house. There are some stored weapons there, so I want you to stock up for our training. Naruto's eyes widened. Really? Yep. You can keep some. I know they're expensive and that you can only receive a limited amount after every mission that requires them. Naruto's mind was too preoccupied thinking about what a Hokage could teach him. Special training from a Hokage, every shinobi's dream, especially coming from the Yondaime. Naruto nodded and went in the back room.
Oi.
Not yet. Breakfast first. Naruto groaned. Who had time for that when there was training to be done?
Didimu.
Now, Naruto. Groaning, he set off for the table, smacking his head on the table when arriving. That's gotta hurt. Minato sighed, speaking at the same time. Minato placed rice and a plate of pancakes in front of him. Naruto stared at them as if they were crazy. What are these? He lifted one up with a foreign utensil. It had 4 sharp blades with some sort of handle on it. What are these? Naruto grew angry, trying to find out how to hold them. That's a fork. Naruto cursed the fork and set it down. I don't need the name. I need to know how to use it. He stabbed at the pancake until it got stuck at an angle. Minato laughed. You, how dare you give me these? And just what the hell are these? He pointed to the pancakes. Naruto. What? Just eat it. Naruto sighed and tried to eat the sticky hotcakes. Why don't you show me your best ninjutsu? Right. He placed his fingers together and made a clone. He started to form a Rasengan in his hands. Not too shabby. Need more practice, though. You need a clone to do your work. Naruto scowled. At least I can do it, right? Wrong. Naruto flinched back. If there comes a time when your opponent will dispel your clone before he makes your Rasengan, You're on your own. That's why I never use it right away. You did with Toshiro. That was different. No different from the next time or the time after that. Minato tried to shove the thought into his minuscule head that he would die if he failed. I want you to try to do it alone without a clone. Naruto dispelled the Rasengan and the clone. I'll stay here if you need help, but I prefer to let you do things on your own. It looked like he had said the right thing because Naruto turned around and, from a side view, Minato could see that he was grinning immensely. Start. OSU. Minato watched Naruto the whole time. Naruto seemed to start hurting by the 20th time he tried to form it by himself. His arms throbbed and racked with pain. Take a break now. What? But we only started. I know, but it's time to take a break. Naruto silently thanked him in the back of his head, but he still wanted to train some more. Anyways, your arms will fall off if you don't stop soon. What? Ero Sennin told me to go through the whole day doing nothing but training. Minato laughed. He was the same with me, but I took a break anyways. You're just crazy to listen to anything that old fart says. I don't listen to everything, just when training. You think I'd let him boss me around and say nothing about it? Naruto sat down next to Minato. Minato put the picture away and turned his attention to Naruto. Kakashi-sensei told me that she died. Hi. Minato turned his gaze downwards but said nothing. He only raised a water bottle to Naruto. Drink and rehydrate yourself. Naruto hesitantly took the water bottle and took a long draught. Kakashi-sensei said that she died giving birth. Interested in her? What's this all of a sudden? Ah, it's nothing. I'm just bored. Minato laughed. Anyways, yeah, she did. Naruto stood up and walked towards the center of the room, starting to practice again. Maybe Minato was getting a little closer to Naruto, just a little. He wiped away some tears threatening to fall. He was finally helping his son. Happiness. Naruto stared at the cloudy skies. It was again supposed to rain. Was it ever going to stop? His arms were practically falling off from the tremors of the Rasengan. Yondaime teaching him the right way was harder than learning Jiraiya's way. He had only recently taken a break and Minato went off to Lala Land for God knows what. At least he was here for a bit. And oh, what the hell am I thinking? I don't need help. Come to think of it, why am I training under him? He sighed. Minato had shown no grudge towards him. He hadn't told him to go somewhere else. Coming down to the hard facts, he has shown more kindness to him in one day than one person has over the number of years. Why was that? Pity? No. He looked like he wasn't someone who would pity someone. Naruto tore his gaze from the vast window and started training again. There was a swirl coming from his hands. It started forming into a whirl until Naruto fell on his butt from exhaustion. There was still light outside, and that meant that it wasn't time to quit. He had to get it. No matter how many times he hated Minato for his harsh words previously about dying because he couldn't perform the Rasengan properly in the amount of time needed, he knew, deep down, that he was right. Deep, deep, deep down. A sudden idea popped into his head. Minato was gone from the house. Minato gone. From the house, he really was a stupid idiot. He slapped his head and ran towards the main branch of the house. There were several large doors in the house. Of all of them he wished to inspect. He made a beeline to Minato's room to find it open. He had a sudden wave of guilt. Why did he leave it unlocked? Did he trust Naruto that much? Even after knowing that he was a prankster? Wait, did he even know? He sighed and closed the door, knowing better than to barge in, even if he didn't trust him. Naruto sat down on the floor and thought back to when Jiraiya had shown him for the first time. It was a simple swirl. Maybe if he tried again but this time with a clone, he could concentrate on the feel of the actual Rasengan and not have to worry if someone were to attack him. He made a clone with whatever chakra he had left and concentrated on how the swirl was rotating and how fast. He closed his eyes like Irika had told him earlier and on how he used to listen to the rain. He listened to the swirl of energy and focused on the movement. The pattern was irregular but rapid. Was it supposed to sound that way? He sighed and dispelled the clone and Rasengan. Sitting down, he thought carefully. Jiraiya never really told him how to create a Rasengan. Only the basics and the molding, but never really told Naruto directly if it was good enough or had to be improved. Nothing was ever told to him. He fell onto his back and looked out the window to his right. It was raining again. He just wished that there would be at least a few rays of sunshine. He sighed and tried it again. He forced chakra out of his hand and kept pressuring it into the spherical shape. His hand started to tremble. Chakra flew in every direction as he tried to maintain control so it wouldn't flare out into every direction. He grabbed his forearm with his left hand, trying to stop the trembling while concentrating on keeping the Rasengan in a sphere shape. He ground his teeth to try to overcome the pain. The Rasengan soon went out of control and sent a burst of energy out, the wooden slates under his feet cracking and breaking from the irregular impact. Naruto yelled as he flew in the air towards a wall. He let out a small oof as he felt himself stop suddenly. "You okay?" "Yeah." He looked behind him to see Minato. He beamed down towards Naruto with a smile that seemed to crack his face in half. "You're breaking everything in sight. It's not my fault. You want me to perform the Rasengan? I'll perform it. It's done like this." He set Naruto down and held out a hand, a perfect Rasengan forming in it. There was no funny sound coming from the whirl, no irregular pattern, but it was rapid. Naruto looked at his hand and started to perform it, sweat dribbling down from his temples. His hands shook violently, but he knew he couldn't stop. He tried to compare it and match his with Minato's, but it was almost impossible. It looked even better than Jiraiya's. Minato saw Naruto's hand shaking. "Stop now. I think it's time to call it quits today. I'm almost there." He suddenly lost control of it as it exploded. The whole wing being caught in a vortex of a whirlwind became structurally unstable. Naruto stopped and looked around at the shaking room. There were sudden cracks being heard from the ceiling. Minato's eyes widened as the room began to cave in. He ran over to Naruto and pushed him on the floor, covering his son with his own body. There were louder cracks as debris fell onto his back. Finally, it stopped. There was a light pattering of rain as it hit the battered wood that used to serve as a roof. Minato turned around to survey the remodeling. He was shocked. He turned to Naruto and began laughing like a lunatic. Naruto eyed him and soon started laughing himself. Naruto didn't know why, but he felt almost calm near him now. He didn't want to fight or scream. Nothing. He didn't know why, but he felt as if he knew another side of Minato. A fun, caring person. He even kept him safe twice in a day. Naruto started to feel ill. Of all the times he did the bad things to him, chased him, called him bad names, he still showed kindness towards him. The first person to never get mad at him in a record's time. He never scolded him except for telling him about swearing and why he should learn the proper way of learning the Rasengan. But that was only because he deserved it in some kind of way. This felt a little weird to him that he was being treated the same way Irika does, and maybe even a little better if that was even possible. He frowned and stopped laughing. Minato stopped abruptly and gave him a confused look.
I'm sorry.
"HM? About what? I nearly destroyed half the forest because I was trying so hard."
No.
"Not about that. About everything." Minato only smiled kindly and bent down next to him. Twin pairs of blue orbs connected. Suddenly, Minato ruffled his hair and laughed again. "You're hung up over that? I've forgotten all about it." But in truth, he was relieved that he said that. There was so much guilt that, with only those 2 words he had said, had risen greatly off his chest. "So, wanna go get some ramen for supper?" Naruto held out his hand so that the droplets would fall into his palms. "It's still raining." "So?" Naruto smiled broadly and followed him towards Ichiraku, staring at the kanji on his back that said, Yandame. He couldn't wipe the smile from his face. No matter how much his arms were throbbing with pain, something kept him from feeling the pain that surrounded him for so many years. Could it be Yandame? No one had the power to relieve that much from someone's past. Could they? So many questions, but none could be answered until he asked them. He wanted to, but what would the others say? Maybe Sakura-chan will know. He thought happily. Even though he loved to lead people, he didn't mind that Minato lead this time. Heck, he wouldn't mind if Sasuke lead him. He felt at peace and loved it. He would trade his position as a future Hokage to keep the peace in his heart that kept him so happy. Naruto, how's my #1 customer doing? Awesome. 2 miso ramens. You know you should eat one at a time. I am told him, nonetheless starting to prepare 2. One's for him. He pointed happily towards Minato, who pushed aside the hanging overhead paper and took a seat next to Naruto. Tucci and Ayam were shocked.
Hokage-sama.
Please, on the house. Don't worry about it. I'll pay. He smiled and rested his arm on Naruto's shoulder, whom didn't seem to mind at the moment. Tucci placed the ramen in front of them. Ita de Kamasu. The two of them said at the same time. Naruto grabbed his chopsticks, which soon fell out of his grasp. His eyes widened.
No.
He picked them up and tried to hold them, only for pain to sear through his hands. Nu. What is it this time? I can't eat my ramen. He dropped his head on the table. Chibi tears flowed down his face. This is torture. It's right in front of me. The 3 of them laughed. Naruto forced his hands to pick the chopsticks up and began to eat. His belly was full. He was happy. He knew the day was almost over. Everything was perfect. He stuck his hands in his pockets and smiled. We're home. Home. Something that he always had but never liked going back to. It was always quiet and dark. There would be no one waiting inside for him. No one to keep the lights open but himself. His cooking was poison and milk was even worse. What did that leave? A bed and a wardrobe. Hope to flip and do. Nothing exciting. But when he came here, he didn't know. He felt like he was special. Like Minato was always welcoming him inside his home. I want you to go to bed right away. Kakashi told me that you have a mission tomorrow. Nothing big, just a C rank. Escort some old lady to Hidden Cloud. Boring. I want some action. You're not ready. Your arms must be throbbing.
No.
I want another A-class mission. Listen to me then, your mission should take a few days, right? Yeah. The 2 inched closer to each other, as if telling a secret. If you come back and you've mastered the Rasengan, or at least a little bit more, I'll teach you another jutsu. Yatta. Okay. Naruto smiled happily. They entered the mansion and Minato pointed to his left. Pick out your own room. Don't care which one. There's about 10 in here. Eh? Why 10? I'm the Hokage. If, let's say, the Kazekage or Mizukage were to come and need a place to stay, they'd need a room, right? What better place than the Hokage's? Oh, I see. Right? A house full of Kages and who'd attack us? Besides, there's always ANBU on the lookout with a few hunter ninjas hidden. Cool. Now I really want to be the Hokage. Not till you're older and the 2 Gondame and I die. Now go and sleep. Can I have my old clothes back? They're gonna be on top of the counter tomorrow morning. I've gotta wash it. They don't need to be washed. Come on, they stink. What will the girls say? Naruto thought about Sakura and how she would react if they were washed. Fine. In exchange, I want you to give this letter to Kakashi. I'll give it to you tomorrow morning. I trust that you won't read it. What's it about? Nothing you'd be interested in. I just need you to deliver it to him. Sure, but I still want to know what it is. When you're older. Right now, you'd only think it's gross. Yeah, right. You really want to know? Yeah. Okay, I'm asking him if he has any more copies of his Ica Paradise. That's gross. Right? Now I want you to deliver him that. Naruto scrunched up his nose but nodded. Now, time to find your room, Bara the Insane. Minato went to look for Naruto and which room he had chosen. He started to look in the upper part of the house. He looked past the first 3 doors to see nothing. He then looked inside another room. The sight warmed his heart. Naruto was fast asleep on the bed, sprawled out in every direction. He smiled and went inside, sitting on the bed. Reaching a hand out towards him, he silently stroked his hair, pushing it away from his face. A frown erupted on his face when his hand slipped and touched his whisker marks. Minato was about to leave when he heard Naruto sleep-talking.
So-e.
The single word that left his lips made the blonde Hokage feel a wave of guilt sweep over him. He looked down and then back to him.
No imsuri.
He stood up and left the room. Hot tears pricked behind his eyes. Naruto held out the letter in front of him with 2 fingers, as if it had a disease. He was still curious to know what was inside, no matter what Minato had told him. He carefully unfolded the letter and read. Kakashi, I need you to tell me everything about Naruto. I need to know where to pick up from his training so that he isn't too far behind. Can you please send me a letter back telling me his jutsus and level? If I were to ask him, well, you know how he is. Your sensei. What? This isn't about dirty books. Naruto reread the letter and folded it again and pocketed it. The mission was so stupid, but at least it was a C-class. There was nothing he would have liked more than to get the blonde Hokage out of his head. Ohayou gozaimasu, Sakura-chan. Sakura sighed heavily as she turned to her teammate. Naruto,
Yo.
You're not late? The trio blinked thrice. Yes, even Sasuke was shocked. Our client is waiting for us at the gate. We shouldn't keep her waiting. Right? They started for the gates until Naruto remembered the note in his pocket. Nay, Kakashi-sensei, Yandere Baka wanted me to give you this. Naruto sighed. He's treating me like a messenger. And what a valuable one you are. I'm a ninja, not some delivery man. Kakashi smiled. Well then, let's see what this says. His eyes moved from side to side as he read. He hummed, and then smiled again. Minato-sensei seems to be very worried about you. Eh? What? It only says that he wants you to tell him about my jutsus and level. So you read the letter then? Well, what use is a letter if it's not personal? Wait. No, I didn't read it. It's all right. I know why he wrote like that. He knew that you would read it. So much for trust. Sasuke snorted as Sakura was caught between laughing with her precious Sasuke and knowing when to respect. Even if it was Naruto. Dayrlings. An annoying, sing-song, high-pitched, over-exuberant loud voice boomed to the fore from a distance of a few feet. Sasuke knew that he was not going to like the trip at all. This woman was a little on the hefty side, wore bright pink and lilac colors with the face that could overrule that of a clown's. She looked to be in her late 50s and trying to hide it by dyeing her hair a blinding color of rouge and letting it fall past her shoulders. The team, excluding Kakashi, cringed at her voice. Oh, Kakashi-san, you should have told me that you were bringing your children. I would have baked cookies. The remark offended the Genins to no end. Sakura was ready to go AWOL on her, but kept herself restrained like a ninja she was. Sasuke glared daggers at her and now hated her with every fiber in his body. Naruto was going to burst out yelling at her, but not before Kakashi could cup his hand over his mouth. Ahihi, these are not my children. This is my team of Genins. Oh, the little sweets. It is hard to believe that the little angels will grow up and kill. Look at them. The one with black hair looks like such a gentleman. Why, he looks like he would pull out a chair for an old lady like me and make me feel young again. The young lady over there looks beautiful enough to charm an entire audience with the lift of a finger and still have a man for the rest of the night. And look at that sweet little boy in orange. So precious. He is one for the family, alright? That is what I need. Children like these. Naruto backed away with Sasuke and Sakura. Please kill me now. Naruto begged. Sasuke raised an eyebrow as if saying, that could be done. While Sakura only rolled her eyes, Kakashi chuckled. They're hardly precious when they're fighting. Kakashi stressed fighting and turned to them, sending them a piercing look. They instantly got the message. Sakura-chan, please go out on a date with me after this mission. Sakura smirked inwardly and smacked him upside the head.
Dobe.
Who'd go out with you? Urusai. Their fighting was like music to the copycat's ears. Now, stop this bickering this instant. She scurried over to them and wrapped her arms around the three of them at once, hugging them closely to her. There now. No more fighting. Sasuke's eyes widened as he tried to struggle free from her chubby arms. Naruto was choking on her heavily applied perfume that started to smell old, and Sakura simply slid herself out of her arms. Being as skinny as she was and the boys struggling, she escaped easy as pie. Kakashi's eyes widened. There's no stopping this fiend. Too bad Guy's team didn't get this mission. They would have loved it. For the most part anyways. Kakashi thought to himself, having no choice but to pull his students away from her vice grip. From now until we finish this mission, Sasuke team, we're not going to fight, and I will not ask Sakura on a date. Until the mission is over. Naruto muttered to the three. They made a silent pact that they would do nothing wrong nor right to make this woman squeal, giggle, fluster, or swoon over them in any way whatsoever. My name is Bara. Don't you love it? What are your names? I already know the handsome young Kakashi-san. Haruno Sakura. Uzumaki Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke. I was right. They are little gentlemen. They let the young lady Sakura-chan go first. Kawaii. She squealed like some rabid fangirl. You children still have a lot to learn until I get back home. Then, unfortunately, I shall have to depart and leave you. She trailed off, her thoughts turning gray. She shook her head suddenly and smiled. So, ladies first. Sakura-chan, shall we go ahead and lead? Iano, wouldn't it be wise to let Kakashi-sensei lead, seeing as in if we have an attack, he would be able to defend you easier? Then we make a circular formation so that you are protected. Her face seemed to swell up in pride. Oh, you little smarty. You are absolutely right. I never thought of that. You are very smart indeed. She latched her arms around Sakura in a suffocating hug, Sakura mouthing the words to her teammates, "Help me." The three genins were traumatized after the first impression of Bara. Sasuke was forced to walk straight, meaning that he wasn't allowed to slouch nor stick his hands in his pockets. Naruto was dancing on a fine line of getting criticized by Bara and behaving. So, to keep it up, he never uttered a word the whole time, sending nervous glares throughout his entire team. Sakura had to walk with poise and grace. She forced her to always keep her hands in front of her and never glance towards the boys. She sang, "The boys will look at you if they are interested, so keep them staring, and that they would soon be dying just to go on a date with you." Sakura smiled the whole way, staring at the scenery in front of her and occasionally pointing out a butterfly here and a bird there, just to rid of some tension. Kakashi was his usual lazy self, not caring whether Bara would criticize him for his mask or she would tell him to put away his little orange book. He needed to escape Bara as much as the genins, and his way was through reading his book. His students, though, were not as fortunate. Night came. The trip would have taken a few more hours, but it was better to set up during the little bit of daylight they had left than to stumble in the darkness and not be able to find anything. Sakura, you stay here with Bara-san. We'll go look for some supplies for tonight. Please set up camp.
Hakai, Kakashi-sensei.
Nu, why? Don't leave me alone with her. Please. I'll go out with Lee. I'll go out with Naruto. I'll lick the streets and give Sasuke-kun to Ino Pig. Just please don't leave me alone with her. Sakura thought wildly. Naruto gave a pitted look at her and frowned deeply. Sasuke sighed out of relief, it coming out louder than he meant it to be. The three of them left. So, let's talk about ourselves. Please do. I'll just listen and answer sometimes. I have to make camp. Oh, of course. I plan to. Sakura's sweat dropped and tried to tune everything out like Kakashi. Is there any special boy you're after? Oh, I bet he's handsome. Yes, he is. What's his name? His name is Rock Lee. Rock Lee, that does sound like a strong name. Sakura almost killed herself when she said that, but it was better than saying it was Sasuke and then she blabbing her mouth all the way about how she could win him. She finished tying the tent for Bara. There, that's where you sleep tonight. We'll sleep outside and keep watch. Sakura looked up at the sky. They should be back now. Please wait here. I don't want to go back. Naruto, is this any way you treat an old woman? By woman, do you mean a rabies-infested clown? Naruto and Kakashi snorted at Sasuke's comment. the corner of his lip curving upwards. I guess Sakura is better than anyone else to keep her busy. I suddenly have stronger feelings for Sakura. I respect her. I'll never want to be her. Sasuke put in at the end. The three of them flopped down under a tree and waited before going to their funerals. Sakura saw the boys come into the camp from different directions. She sighed. Now, dear, remember to shampoo twice a day and condition. You look so lovely with little pigtails. Ahihi. Thank you.
Mama Sakura-tian. Everything okay?
Perfect. She sent Naruto a death glare as if it were his problem. Are you children hungry? Bara asked, already pulling out a large box from her bag, along with a small container of what seemed to be murky liquid. Bara-san, I have to say, you came prepared. Of course. I never go anywhere without cod liver oil. I think I need to refill my canteen. Oh, I have tea. There's no need for water, Sakura dear. Sakura's eyebrow twitched as she sat down again. Do any of you know how to sing? She shoveled a rather large onigiri in Sasuke's hand. Bara-san, why don't you keep those for yourself? We have plenty of fresh rabbit and fish. Kakashi lifted 3 dead rabbits and showed her the bag of fish. Yeah, you can eat that. Oh, you poor dears. I knew I should have packed more food. Reduced to hunting like some wild man. Fine. I will eat this on my own, but you must stay at my place for a few days until you receive the proper nutritions. Oh God, kill me now. Sakura muttered, inaudibly. Sakura-chan, why is your hair like that? It looks funny. Naruto, mind your manners. I happen to think that it is very feminine. And please keep your back straight. Naruto stiffened his back. Better. Now I shall finish for tonight and go to bed. The 3 of them nodded eagerly. Demo, Bara-san, these genins have another mission lined up for them. It is a very high B-ranked mission that must be finished right away. Such a high rank for genins. I swear the people these days. Naruto knew it was a lie, so didn't react too much. Naruto was surprised that Bara never caught laryngitis when she was younger nor in her entire life. He went behind a tree at one point in time and began cursing and stabbing a tree with a kunai, feeling much less stressed. He was now asleep. It was Kakashi's turn to keep an eye on the camp. A pair of blood-red eyes swirled viciously as they peered from the darkness. Weasel in the bushes. Oi, Naruto. Wake up. Your turn to keep watch. Naruto tossed the blankets off him and sat up, quickly yet sluggishly. Bara's snoring is keeping me up. He complained, though Kakashi knew it was true. Sasuke had buried his head inside the covers and had the pillow tightly pulled over the covers. Sakura was the unfortunate one who had to sleep inside with Bara. Oi! Sakura-chan, you awake? Save me. She pleaded from the tent, sticking her head out. Sakura, I promise that I'll treat you after the mission for your unfortunate luck of being a female. Tell me about it. She asked me who I liked and I had to say Rock Lee because I didn't want her harping on me along the way about him. Okay, settle down. Kakashi coaxed, Naruto trying not to laugh and they also noticing Sasuke squirming a little more than usual. From afar, 2 watched the trio of genins and the jounin always quiet, always watching. Naruto's head nodded off his palm as he was lost in a daze, gazing into the dying fire. He poked it with a stick and threw in another log. The solution to Bara's snoring was a nice traumatizing received by Kakashi, whom began reading out loud from him book accidentally during the end of his shift. Naruto let out a long sigh as he turned his head upwards and looked at the clear sky that started to turn a brilliant shade of blue. There was no rain the previous day. Perhaps there wouldn't be today? His mind unconsciously wandered to the blonde Hokage back in Konoha. He was there for him when he was being mean to him, when he did the most outrageous things. Now that he thought about it, a simple sorry wasn't enough. He looked hurt too many times because of him, but he said sorry. Right? Don't be fooling yourself, kid. Aren't you mad that he sealed me in you? Aren't you mad that all the villagers inflicted pain upon you? Don't you want to kill him? Feel his flesh under your fingernails. Since when did Kyuubi decide to talk to him without Naruto having to pay a visit? Shut up. Who asked for your opinion? Shut up. Don't talk to me. You can't deny it, Gaki. You hate him. You want to see him suffer for sealing me inside you. You want to see him fall. I can help you get revenge on him. Why would I ask you? I don't want to hurt him. Naruto thought a bit to what he said. He didn't want to hurt him? But only a few days ago, he was ready for total annihilation. Getting soft, kid? Figures. You couldn't even kill that Haku kid on your first C-class mission. Talk about pathetic. Urusei. Haku understood my pain. Haku understood my pain. Kyubi mimicked Naruto's voice and laughed. You're pathetic. You're such a weak vessel. I sometimes wonder why people fear you when they should fear me. I am the one who has to lend you strength and I have a say so if you can use it or not. Naruto scowled. He was right. If you're such a great ninja, you should have noticed a group of ingrates following your every move since you left Konoha. Nanny! He turned around, only for a hand to clamp over his mouth and drag him into the bushes, noiselessly. Sakura woke up to find Kakashi and Sasuke searching the premises. Hey, wasn't it supposed to be my shift a while ago? It's already morning. Naruto's missing, were the first words that escaped Kakashi's mouth. Instantly, her knees became jelly. She hated him, rejected him, and never liked him for hating Sasuke. But Naruto going missing? He would make a ruckus. That would mean that he was the primary target because nothing was disturbed. Not a leaf on the ground that shouldn't have been there. It was almost like he up and walked away. That or a high-class shinobi. That's what Sakura feared. A high-class shinobi after her. Yes, she was with a Jounin and Sasuke, but the thought still scared her. Good morning. I slept well. Sakura? Why do you look so pale? Did you not take the cod liver fish oil that I gave you last night? Naruto, he's missing. She told her quickly. Sasuke looked closely at a bush and moved a bit of branches aside. There's no signs. We have to bring Barasan to safety before finding Naruto. He's a ninja. He can handle himself for the most part. Barasan must be escorted home quickly. Kakashi told his remaining genins. Didemo Kakashi-san.
En Naruto.
Bara burst out in thick, pearly tears as she tried speaking. He's G-gone B because of me. I should never have G-gone back. She sobbed loudly in her hands as her makeup from the previous day leaked from various places in her face. Mama. Don't worry about him. He'll be fine. We'll look for him as soon as you're safely escorted back home and we'll ask to borrow a messenger bird to send back to the Hokage asking for backup. It's my fault. She kept on crying. Kakashi sighed as Sasuke couldn't help but roll his eyes. Come now, wash your face. We'll be arriving soon and you have to look your best. Or else it'll make me look bad. Kakashi thought to himself. Rasengan. Naruto tried to blast a hole through his prison cell. His arms throbbed as he tried another time. He was in a cell contained within a cell and was inside a steel room, bolted shut to the iron floor. It's no use. There's no way you're getting out. He heard someone talk from the corner of the room. Heh, experimenting is something we haven't done in a long time. It was getting boring around here. Experimenting? Who are you? Experimentation. Should be fun using a Jinchuriki this time. Last time it was only a Kunoichi who was labeled as Kia a few years back. Where am I? Oh, you'll find out soon enough. The bars on the cell door seemed to have some kind of electricity jump about on them, Naruto trying to back away. The corner man laughed as the electricity passed right under his nose, lighting up his face, and he was able to see how scared he was. There, here's a tissue. Sakura took out a large pack of tissues. Bara happily took them and blew her nose noisily. Sakura crinkled her nose at the sound. Poor Sakura. She may start to become a tomboy after this. Kakashi thought. We're here. Follow me. She instructed them. They had no choice but to follow her through the gates, heading towards a cozy home with a tacky landscape. Komein. She fumbled with some keys and opened her house. It was so clean that it made a hospital look like a junkyard. She scurried off to some room. You guys stay here. I'm off to get a messenger bird. Sensei, let me come this time. I'm sorry, Sakura, but you're the only one who seems to be able to stand Bara-san, and I don't need Sasuke to badmouth her. After all, he's a little gentleman. Say that again and I'll burn your book. Now, why would you want to do that? Meet me at the gates. He disappeared in a poof and left the genins alone. Oh, Kakashi-san left so soon? Hi. He had to send a messenger bird. Sakura replied hastily. Bara Bubble was about to burst before Sakura started to cry. Better thank me for this, she thought. Sasuke could tell that her sobs were completely fake and thanked God. Oh, you poor dear. Would you like to stay for a cup of tea? No tea, thank you. I have to find Naruto. She made her voice grow faint before sobbing louder and more hysterical. Bara put a hand on her shoulder and held out her other hand. Here. It's a B bottle of cod liver fish oil. Take it twice a day. She started to break down in sobs. Arigato, Bara-san. I will send you a message if we find him. Please do. They left as Sakura grabbed onto Sasuke's arm, as if he were there to give her comfort. She kept on crying until they reached the end of the street and then wiped her eyes, Sasuke jerking his arm away from her. What was that all about? I made sure she didn't ask you any questions, Sasuke-kun. Plus, she thought I was like her. So, that was the best plan that I came up with. She savored having touched Sasuke for so long. Faye! Sakura frowned. They reached the gates, seeing Kakashi already waiting for them. Let's go. Right? They nodded and ran off. Naruto didn't give up trying to break free. Beaten and bloodied, he tried another Rasengan to try and blast through the bars, only for it to scratch. You can't keep doing that. You'll hurt yourself. Another surge of electricity flowed through the bars and attacked Naruto. He backed away and hit the bars behind him, the electricity creating a flesh wound on his forearm. Let me now introduce myself. I am Deidara, part of Akatsuki. Naruto's eyes widened. He knew he was in for it now. There was no way he could win. Not even Jiraiya, a Sannin, could beat them. Let me out. Deidara laughed and revealed himself, this time making Naruto laugh. You look like a girl. Why you? He stuck his arm through the cell bars and punched Naruto. Deidara laughed and walked away. The temperature was cold and dank inside the hollow room. The electricity had stopped flowing, but Naruto knew that they had more in store for him. He didn't even know where he was. He shook his head and reached inside his shoe, pulling out a file. He took the liberty seeing that Deidara was gone and electricity stopped flowing to try and file his way through the bars, even though he knew it wouldn't work, seeing that the Rasengan didn't. But it was worth a try. They need help? It was only a C-class mission. What could have gone wrong besides them being hugged to death? Tsunade ranted on. She kept reading the message and frowned deeply. Shizune, send me hunter ninjas and ANBU. But that's only for A-class missions or higher. Naruto's been kidnapped, and what happens if we find? She swallowed the lump in her throat. Hi, I understand. She raced out to scrape whatever ANBU and hunter ninjas she could find. This is not good. She held her forehead. She would have to tell Minato sooner or later. And personally, she didn't want to have to do either and him rush off to be the overprotective father. She stood up and went to round up some more ninjas. Kakashi had explained that it must have been Akatsuki, figuring that the way that he was taken was so silently that they even got past him. Irika would be worried too. Now she'd have to tell Mother Hen, Irika, and Father Duck, Minato. Could things get even worse for her? At least, by what Kakashi wrote, their client had made it safely. Oh, Tsunade. Minato's smooth voice called to her. She didn't even realize that she was already making her way down the muddy road. She groaned. Not now. Minato, I have to tell you something, but I don't want you to freak out on me. Huh? What is it? She nodded. We're not sure yet, but I think that Naruto has been taken by Akatsuki. His eyes widened. Nanny? How? It was early in the morning. They even got past Kakashi. Sweat started to form at his temples. Tsunade just then realized what she said. Seemed to fake in her head. So, unreal. Rage, fury, worry, oh yes. This only scratched the surface of what she was feeling at the moment. I'm going to look for him. We don't even know his location. If he's with Akatsuki, he could already be. She shut her eyes as tightly as she could, hoping tears wouldn't fall. I've had a few information collecting ninjas on the road, just looking for Akatsuki's hideout. One of my ninjas came back, severely wounded, and told me that just before he could get away, he overheard them talking about moving their base location. 2 hours later, he became delirious, and later that night, went into a coma. He died at exactly 4:13 in the morning, 2 weeks later. He had woken up earlier on and committed suicide. His suicide note read, "He's haunting me even in my dreams." It was Uchiha Itachi. No way out PT1. Why did his Rasengan seem to fail him? It was strong enough to puncture a solid tree and through a building. Why not metal? How was it possible? Edo came to mind. Damn it. It's because I'm starting over. My arms still hurt. He thought of making a clone to form the usual Rasengan, but he knew that even being weak now, a clone wouldn't help. There was a sound of a heavy lock opening and then a gate. The total darkness couldn't let him see who it was, but he knew it wasn't good. Guess who's back? Naruto backed away. He knew it was the same person. Anbu examined every inch of the campsite, searching for clues. Hunter ninjas were on standby. Tsunade, Minato, and Kakashi were talking, while the genins waited for instructions. How could he slip past you, Kakashi? Minato asked him in a worried tone. Kakashi said nothing. He was being penalized for the first time since the incident with Rin and Obito. Sakura looked at her sensei weirdly, seeing his new reaction. Minato, not now. We all have to work together to dash. Gandame-sama, we found this. A man hiding his face behind an owl mask held up a piece of orange fabric, belonging to Naruto. It was covered in animal blood. Find where the blood came from, she ordered in a stern voice. We already have. There's a small fox that was found dead near a waterfall by Rai. Tsunade was shocked. There was too much of a coincidence for it not to be Itachi. Are there any trails to follow?
No.
All traces, scents, auras, even the tiniest of mishaps were covered. Then they purposely left those behind. Yes. I want you to send scouts to patrol the parameters. I want another to patrol every 5 miles after until the border. Hokage-sama, why go that far for him? Minato picked him up by the scruff of his shirt and stared at him through his eye holes. I want you to find him, and I want you to find him now. He hissed through clenched teeth, throwing the mail to the dirt like a rag doll. His action surprised them all. Minato wasn't going to stand still and let itself take its course. He took the piece of clothing and examined it closely. It looks like it was torn off by hand. You take care of the scene. I'm going on ahead to search for him. But dash. Now. All that was left of him was a dust trail that headed north. Naruto was suspended by shackles encircling his ankles, chained to a wall. He was hanging upside down. Now, what shall I do with you? You're out of steam because of your struggling, and I'm your first torturer. I don't know what I should do with you. Deidara shrugged, talking in a playful manner. Say, do you know what I like doing the best? Other than my perfect ninjutsu skills, of course. Naruto felt the blood settling at the top of his head. His breathing came out in funny breaths from fear and gravity. How did you know where I was? My dear Naruto, we know the location of every Jinchuriki. You are no exception. He pulled out a kunai and drew it against the metal shackles that held his wrists. Should I make sure I get all the fun? I only have 15 minutes with you before Zetsu's turn. Naruto shuddered as the thought him being tortured came into mind. He didn't think that they were serious. First the assassination on him by Toshiro, and now Akatsuki. Let's start now. Make sure to scream real loud. There was a sudden sting of pain as he felt something enter his back, nearly missing his spine and lungs. Sasori, what are you doing here? Itachi sent me to have my fun too. He said that he'd exceed the time to 30 minutes now. Heh, I feel sorry for Zetsu. He won't be getting his turn so soon then. Deidara laughed. Sasuke-kun, what should we do? Nothing. Let them do what they have to. We're not ANBU or hunter ninjas. We can do nothing. But... She trailed off, sighing. Tsunade looked down at the genins. You two, I want Rai to bring you back to Konoha. This is no place for a genin. I want you to tell Irika what happened, but don't tell him where we are. Why Irika-sensei? Tsunade-sama? Sakura asked her. Sasuke sighed. For a brain, she really was stupid. We can get back on our own. No. If Akatsuki were the ones who took Naruto, and you caught them along the way and tried to do something, you'd be dead before you would blink. This is no laughing matter and not for genins or even jonins. I should be sending Kakashi back, but I know he has worked with ANBU previously, so I will allow him to stay. She motioned to Rai, who scrambled to get beside her. He looked rather timid because he did not want to anger Tsunade when she needed to make a point. Bring them back. I want you to then stay there and be on guard in case Naruto were to go back to Konoha. And if he arrives, I want you to take him to Ibiki for mental interrogation. This is a matter that cannot go unnoticed. If they were to set Kyuubi free. What does Kyuubi have to do with Naruto? Sakura asked, slightly alarmed. Tsunade forgot that she was talking in front of them. Akatsuki may have Kyuubi in their hands, and if they unleash him on Naruto. Sasuke scowled. He knew that wasn't the truth, and he wanted to know what was. Please let us help Dash. What is there for you to do here? You cannot do anything. Go back or I will make sure that you are to be severely punished for your imprudence. Tsunade snapped. Kakashi turned towards his genins. Please do as she says. She does what is best for all of us. Demo, you said that those who don't dash. I know what I said, but there are people who can kill you without a moment's hesitation. It's still our mission. Tsunade sighed, but was not about to give in. She was 38 years older than them and had more power. Rai! Take them back now. Naruto bit back a yell as Deidara gave the finishing blow to his chest, hearing a loud crack. Hee, my turn. Naruto gasped as he saw Zetsu walk in. Why are you dash? Hurting you? Deidara laughed loudly. It's because we can. Itachi wants to try a new experiment on you to draw out Kyuubi. Thankfully, for us, it includes torture of not only the body but mentally. Naruto gnashed his teeth. There would be no end of his torture until Kyuubi helped and would overpower them, or until someone came to help him. But who would? Now that he thought about it, no one really liked him. Sasuke hated him with a passion. Sakura never worried about him and Kakashi was always playing favorites with Sasuke. Tsunade wouldn't get word of him until they arrived to Konoha. Bara was totally out of the question. If she ever wanted to help, she'd be killed on the spot. Answer me, punk. Naruto received a swift kick to the head, making him feel even dizzier than before. Urusei, baka. Naruto knew the mistake he had done just by saying that. Zetsu smirked and began to draw his sword. If you're not answering my question, then it seems that you are already falling victim to us. Naruto didn't catch the next bit of words. His world darkened as the blood flowed freely from his forehead. Zetsu could only watch and laugh. Dark thoughts are now enshrouding you, Naruto. Keep up the good work. Afraid to free me, kid? I need to stop him. They're going to kill me to get you. So you do care about the simpletons back at that wretched village. Too bad no one's going to save you. They'll come. I know it. Believe what you want. When the time comes, I'll take over your body and make sure these stupid fools will die. Don't lose too much blood, though. I need to control at least a body that is able to function. Who says I'll give up? Kyuubi's laughter rattled the cage that sealed him in. He wasn't helping Naruto's condition at all. Rather, he was making it worse. Minato raced northwards until he reached a waterfall. He examined it closely and used Kai to remove any jutsus surrounding the falls. There was nothing. He growled. Everything he did to help his son was useless. There was nothing he could do to make sure of his son's safety, and now to be captured by Akatsuki? Sure, they weren't as infamous a few years back, they managed to recruit but nothing more. But now, they have Naruto, and that was more than enough to get a father mad. No, mad wasn't the word. Furious didn't even describe his anger. There was one thing to anger a mother, who would go to the ends of the earth to retrieve her child and pound the kidnapper mercilessly to a bloody pulp. But it was another thing to anger a father. He'd hunt you down himself until the day he'd die, and then beat them until they died. There would be no mercy. Damn it! Minato punched a tree and looked down, growling furiously. I'll find you, Naruto. I promise. If anything were to happen, especially with Kyuubi. He didn't even want to think about what would happen with Kyuubi. What were to happen if he were to be unleashed? What would happen if they killed Naruto for a bijou? I'll find you, he yelled to the heavens as he continued to run into the dense flora. What would patrolling be good for if they went into hiding? Kakashi asked, slightly annoyed of the whole situation however important it was. If Naruto were to get away, the ANBU will find him. Though not a high percentage of that, we have to make sure. The ANBU are to also look under every rock for him. Kakashi sighed. He thanked God that he didn't have position of Hokage just yet. There was way too much stress included in the package. Kakashi, I want you to look for Naruto. I have faith that you will do fine with a few ANBU members and report before nightfall. I don't care where you go. I know that you will be fine. You know the procedures that have to be taken. Hi. I'll look westwards then. Good. Kotetsu, Anatsu, I want you to go with Kakashi and listen to him. He will tell you what to do.
Hi, Godam-sama.
Naruto woke up in the dark cell. There was a silent dripping of water in the far corner of his containment cell. He wondered if he was paying a visit to Kyuubi, but he knew that it was highly unlikely. The place he woke up in was much more vile, smelling of mold and death, while Kyuubi was nothing but the thick air of being unwanted and bloodlust. He groaned and tried to stand up, feeling his ankle give way. It was broken. He sat up as best as he could and looked around in the darkness. Maybe, if I summon Boss, he could get me out of here. He felt around his body for fresh blood and rubbed some on his thumb. He made a few seals and muttered a light, Kuchios no Jutsu. None other than the famous Gamakichi popped. What happened to you? His voice squeaked. It wasn't too long before Gamakichi popped, leaving only smoke entrails. Naruto groaned again and fell to his side. He wasn't strong enough to keep a steady jutsu going. This was too much for Naruto to stand. Suddenly, something clicked. How could there be water dripping from the ceiling if it was strong enough to resist a Rasengan? He grabbed the bars and pulled himself up, wincing slightly. He placed his uninjured foot on a metal support of the bar and pushed himself upwards. He felt the roof for an opening. His fingers latched onto a screw. He began trying to unscrew it. He smiled widely as he felt it start to loosen under his fingernails. But now, where could he put the screw? It's not like he could use it, it being blunt. But still, there was a way out for him now. I'm getting out of this hellhole. One way or another. The screw dropped to the ground with a light tingling sound. The sheet of metal covering the ceiling was at least 30 centimeters in a perfect square. He'd have to remove at least 3 or 4 to pass through to wherever he was going. But there was no doubt about it. Someone would get him first if he didn't move fast enough to remove the remaining 15. There was no way that could happen. At least if he did about half now, he would be able to finish it later. In a way out PT2. Naruto made it to the 10th screw before he heard keys opening the door. He tried to scramble back down, only to slip and fall on his side. He quickly hid the screws in the corner of the room under a dish that was maggot-infested. If there were maggots, then there would have to be some way they got in. One way was for a fly to miraculously fly in. The other way was the way he was trying to uncover. Oi, brat. Ready for me? Fishface? Is that you? Naruto chuckled painfully. Why you? He threw him up against the side of the cell. Do you think that you'll be saved? Kisame, don't touch him anymore. I didn't say kill him, only want him tortured. If you do anything more, he'll die alongside with the Kyuubi. If that happens, you'll follow. Understand? No fair. Just a bit.
No.
It's decided. We leave him there for a bit, then start the extraction. Hee. That'll be the fun part. He gave Naruto a final kick before leaving the dank cell, Naruto cringing as he held his stomach, coughing up blood. Kyuubi loved every bit of the torture that was being distributed to Naruto freely. Naruto closed his eyes, almost giving into sleep before remembering what he had to do. He made sure that the footsteps left before bringing himself up again to unscrew the last 5 screws. Freedom was only a few minutes away, but weariness was calling out wistfully. Naruto began to climb the rails again and began to unscrew the rest of the screws, now knowing that he would be safe for a bit longer. Minato stopped for a bit to catch his breath. He'd tear up the forest in search of his son, but tearing up the forest would only leave a barren wasteland. Those who chase after 2 rabbits at once will catch neither. Minato humfed at the metaphor. It was kind of like the situation he was in at the moment. He wanted to find Naruto and kill Akatsuki, but if he were to think like that, it would only anger him and risk his chance of saving Naruto. The irony in his situation was not funny in the least bit. He went over to a stream of water and looked at his reflection. Thoughts of Naruto and he passed through his mind. How he forgot his pouch. It was only a few days ago, but it felt like an eternity to him. But the same thing still ran through his mind. Will Naruto ever be able to accept him as his father? That was the main question that kept popping up. Everything else didn't matter. Nothing else did. He just wanted Naruto to know who he was. But would there come a time when he ever would? Naruto, I swear I will tell you someday. He clenched a fist in front of him and let himself become focused once more. There wasn't time for him to be selfish. Naruto let out a cry of triumph as he finally released the last screw. Happiness swelled in his chest as he used his free hand to push away the ceiling tiles. It didn't budge. He wondered why. He remembered what Minato said about his Rasengan. One day he would have to make one in a tight spot and making a clone would take too much time. He just needed a gust of wind to push the tiles. He closed his eyes and concentrated on forming a perfectly shaped Rasengan forming in his right palm. It swirled and slowly grew as it spun in different directions, his arms beginning to hurt again. If he ever needed the Rasengan the most, now was the time. He hurled it towards the ceiling and watched water gush out like a bleeding wound. It slowed, but ceased to stop. A putrid smell entered the room. He managed to climb another set of rails and then into the gap. He pinched his nose to find that it was a sewer. A sewer. That would lead him into safety if he found a ladder. Kakashi-san, we have to get back. It's getting dark outside. We are not going back until we receive word that Naruto has returned or until we are summoned. The female ANBU sighed. She knew she was acting childish, but her specialty was daytime, and that was why she was valuable as an ANBU. Sure, anyone could do it, but she was one who could go undetected and unnoticed until it was too late. Sachi, stop acting like a baby. Shut up. She called back to her male companion. Kakashi only sighed. It wasn't too long until he saw an ANBU up ahead with a Konoha Heidi 8 and went over to talk to him. Any signs of him?
No.
There are 5 more ANBU who are stationed after me patrolling a 10-kilometer radius at a 360-degree until their next checkpoint. Please resume your search 10 kilometers from me. There has yet to be any signs of any life there, and I'm afraid I cannot go and see for myself. I see. Thank you. Kakashi couldn't help but growl. Naruto was somewhere with Akatsuki and he couldn't find him. Feeling the deadened sensation of that of a failure, the only thing he could do was continue with his pursuit. Minato was out of breath. There were no signs of life for miles around. No signs of life at all? How could that be? There should have been at least a bird laughing in the air at his stupidity or an insect reminding him of his own insignificance. But there was not even the slightest of noises but his own heavy breathing. He only wished now that he had brought a Hyuga with him. At least they could see things much easier. There were drag marks that were directing towards a large mountainside. He closely examined it, tracing his hand over one side. He noted that the drag marks either lead into the mountain, or someone climbed the mountain dragging the whatever it is they were. Minato hoped that it wasn't Naruto. There was a light clicking noise as he walked forwards a bit, his foot sinking about 1/4 of an inch. Stepping back, he realized that there was a small opening in front of the drag marks. He stepped inside and just as quickly, the door behind him closed. He gulped and pressed on forwards. He resisted the urge to call out for his son. There were small sounds coming from the end of the dark tunnel. It sounded like crying or sobbing. Naruto. There was no reply. The sobbing seemed to belong to a child. Minato dashed over to the sound. There indeed was a small child crying between his knees. He had blonde hair. And the same clothes as Naruto? Naruto. He breathed loudly, grabbing the boy's shoulders and bringing him to his feet, wanting to look at him. Naruto, look at me. Naruto only kept on crying. Minato couldn't help but pull the boy into a strong embrace. A deadened sensation hit him like a ton of bricks. He quickly backed away from him, just in time to avoid a sword from plunging into his heart. Naruto lifted his head, and soon Minato was looking into the face of a puppet that looked exactly like Naruto.
No.
Don't worry, he's made of wood, though I would love to have Naruto in my collection after the extraction. He would not be as valuable as my other puppets, but I love a challenge to change him from a worthless piece of trash into a killer. Don't worry, I'll keep him alive for a bit. I'll try and feed him once I've placed the wires through his bones and attached some weapons. But I don't think he'll be able to eat after a while. You see, they preserve for longer if the corpse is still alive after the transformation. I know he will feel pain, but it would be over in a few days, I promise. Minato's eyes widened. Bake Mono? Sasori almost laughed. Me? A monster? There is no one more of a monster than Naruto. He is the Kyuubi, the strongest Bijou. Who can surpass that power? Naruto is not Kyuubi. Minato readied a kunai. Sasori chuckled, mildly amused. I guess you really do think like that. How sad. Sasori made the puppet Naruto stand up. But let's see if you're coming in or not. We didn't send out any invitations to any Kage. I came here to find Naruto and take him home. If you hurt him, I swear I'll make you pay tenfold. I didn't do anything to him. Sasori smirked, knowing that it was true. He wasn't the one who tortured Naruto, nor did he capture him. Let's see if you live up to your title as Yondaime. Naruto gagged as the fumes entered his lungs. How was there a sewer in the middle of nowhere if they didn't lead out to anywhere? Was he close to Konoha? Where was he in this damned place? There was a small draft to his left as he came to a fork in the road. Where are you going, Naruto? The cool voice sent shivers down his spine. He knew who it was. Itachi. Sweat fell in beads down his forehead. Trying to run? I'm afraid that you are 25 miles from any village. These tunnels go on for miles and miles, connecting 2 villages. It's a maze in here, and if you're not careful, you could get lost. Itachi didn't move from his place. Naruto turned around and stared into a Magenkyu Sharingan, instantly becoming paralyzed with fear and slumping to the wet floor. Better luck next time. I fear that we may have to extract Kyuubi right away before we can finish our experiment. Kisame. Kisame nodded as he walked over to Naruto and picked him up from the back of his shirt, hauling him like some kind of luggage. He's the first to run away like this. Break his legs. Itachi ordered. Kisame chuckled. Hear that, kid? I hope you're still awake to feel the pain. Naruto was grasping onto the last bit of light that was left, grinding his teeth and growling. Kisame laughed. Too bad for you. You could have avoided that if you only stayed put. Loud cries ricocheted off the walls as Kisame smiled in pleasure of dislocating one of Naruto's legs. No matter how much Naruto wanted to keep quiet, the pain was overwhelming. How about your other leg? And no. Kisame laughed. You're begging. The Kyuubi brat begging. He walked away, hardly able to contain his laughter. Naruto was only thankful that he forgot. He felt tears prick at his eyes as he tried to nurse his leg, pain pulsating throughout his entire body. Minato's head jerked to the empty tunnel as he heard a yell. What are you doing to him? They haven't begun the extraction yet? Oh well, we're experimenting is all. Sasori moved his fingers until Puppet Naruto was close enough to Minato. His fingers replaced with kunais as they shot towards the blonde Hokage at a rapid speed. Minato knew he had to break the puppet, but it looked so much like Naruto. It would be like killing his son murder. Minato tried to push those thoughts away as he tried to quickly come up with a plan. He made hand seals, creating bush-ins. Half of them ran towards Sasori and the other half towards Puppet Naruto. He started to form a Rasengan. Sasori only had to flick his fingers and Puppet Naruto's torso opened. Projectiles of shurikens were sent hailing towards Minato and his clones. He used body flicker to move himself from the barrage and appear behind Puppet Naruto. It seems that this puppet isn't well equipped. You'd be surprised. Puppet Naruto's clothes ripped off, becoming weapons themselves as if they were senbons. Minato used body flicker again to hide behind a rock. Sasori moved his hands and fingers as the marionette danced about. Sasori added a little amusement as he made him skip as a child would, angering Minato. He made a few more hand seals. More bush-ins erupted from smoke. He used body flicker right away and appeared behind the puppet, a Rasengan already formed in his hand. You play with dolls too much. He thrust his hand into the puppet and watched it blast and tear apart. In an instant, another Rasengan was formed again. This time he jumped up and blasted the ceiling, creating a cave-in. That was too easy, even me being Hokage. He didn't look back to see a finger twitching under the pile of rubble. No way out PT3. There was a sudden jab that was felt in Minato's elbow. He let out a frustrated cry and looked at it. There was a hook lodged deeply under his skin. He looked behind him and saw Puppet Naruto with his mouth open, an invisible wire coming from his mouth and making contact with the hook. Minato saw Sasori standing up slowly, looking at the Hokage. You think you can kill me with only a little dirt? He asked nonchalantly. Minato carefully tried to take out the hook, only for several more to come his way and pierce his skin. Sasori moved his fingers and the hooks began to tug. At first, Minato didn't think of it. Then it started to hurt. It was ripping his skin open from the inside out. He took out a kunai and began to cut the wires as fast as he could, only managing to get himself into deeper trouble. Sasori took control of the loose wire and began twisting it around his legs. Minato had to destroy the puppet and he had to destroy it fast. Naruto woke up. His insides felt as if they were on fire. There was a sudden sting of intense cold that splashed against his body. He gasped in surprise as the water chilled him to the bone. He looked down? How was he looking down? You're finally up, just in time for your extraction of Kyuubi. Hopefully, we'll get to hear you scream your lungs out. Deidara smirked. He turned around to see Kisame walking towards him. Looks like you have everything under control here. I'll go help out Sasori, but I expect you to perform the ritual with Itachi-sama and Zetsu. Why help Sasori? He can handle the blonde runt, no problem. Naruto's head jerked up. Hokage Baka is here? Deidara only smirked and pushed on the nails that held his feet on the wall, making him gasp in pain. Shackles encircled his wrists and ankles. Though this pain was new, felt like it wasn't real. Maybe because he knew he'd be safe? How embarrassing. He had hoped that Jiraiya or Kakashi would help him, but not Minato. He'd make fun of him. Why? Because he allowed himself to be caught off guard on such an easy mission. Then again, it was Akatsuki they were dealing with. Shut it. No one can get past Sasori. Even if they did, there's still us and the new recruits. Naruto hung his head and smirked himself. If you think that you can beat a Kage, especially that Baka, you're digging your own graves. If he's found out where I am, then backup will come after all. If he dies, I'll die by the hands of the villagers and ninjas, closely followed by you. Deidara grabbed a few clay models, but Kisame stopped him. You want to kill the kid? More than you know. Itachi will do the same thing that he's doing to the boy. You want to die. Deidara growled and put away his models. You're lucky my playtime is over. I want to see this battle. Hee. Abandoning me? Weren't you listening? There's Itachi and Zetsu coming to perform the extraction. Naruto laughed. He felt stronger than before. There was hope. Minato took a moment to think. Sasori needed strings to move a puppet, and Puppet Naruto was mainly based on throwing weapons and a sword. If he could somehow cut the strings without being noticed and without using bushins that die as soon as they're created, he could pound Sasori. He growled. He was so frustrated. How could he kill two birds with one stone and hope to save his son? He needed help to get past them, and he knew it. Sasori waited patiently. His hands held up as blue strings of chakra shimmered. The water on the floor caught the sun's rays that somehow found itself in the cavern. He knew that he couldn't summon Gamabunta. There just wasn't enough space for him and would make everything collapse. That would risk his chance of rescuing Naruto. Come on, Hokage. I'm waiting. Minato suddenly disappeared and appeared beside Sasori. He gasped and turned around, only to feel the press of a blade to his neck from 3 different directions. He hesitated a moment before he realized what was going on. He drew back Puppet Naruto, only for a wooden arm to fall to the ground with a dull thud. Sasori moved his marionette quickly, trying to dodge the blonde Hokage from destroying his latest toy. There was a shrill yelling coming from the end of the tunnel again. What's the hold up? He's supposed to be dead by now. Deidara is getting messy. Minato finally knew Naruto's torturer, and now he was going to pay. There was a slight breeze behind him. He didn't turn around, only tilt his head to see a kunai being thrown. He dodged and saw it lodge in Puppet Naruto's chest. Minato turned around to see Kakashi and a squad of ANBU. Minato-sensei, where's Naruto? Up ahead. Sasori pulled out a few scrolls and more puppets emerged from smoke. They all resembled people in a sort of deformed way. One had a hand on his thigh, the other had 3 heads. What are they? Minato asked, obviously shocked. Meet Rado and Shiro, the helpless shinobis who found their way into our lair. We had to dispose of them somehow. These men are still alive, you know? They can hear everything I'm saying. All of the Konoha ninjas' eyes widened. You were going to turn Naruto into one of those? Sasori grinned like the devil. Why not? Minato yelled and disappeared, only to reappear with more clones to help him and a Rasengan in his hand. He didn't hesitate to plunge it straight into his heart. Sasori coughed up blood and slumped over his hand. Minato took him and threw his against the wall vigorously. He walked over to him again and readied a Rasengan in both of his hands. Sasori looked at him with hateful eyes. Minato was about to use the ultimate trump card before he saw Sasori's eyes flicker with fear. He was, after all, still a child. He slammed it beside him, making rocks around him crumble. If Naruto is dead when I get to him, you're finished. Kakashi didn't move. He knew that Minato was too soft to kill kids, even if they were part of Akatsuki. But he knew that there would be no mercy if he were to find his son dead. Naruto clenched his teeth in pain as the extraction started. Itachi had braziers lit around Naruto as the seal on his stomach burned with the intensity of hell itself. There were sealing markings under him that was created in blood, his blood. He squinted his eyes and wished the pain away. He opened his eyes to look at his necklace that Tsunade gave him. Tsunade, the Hokage. Would his dream ever come true? Was this the end for him? He just needed some power to break the binds that held him. There was hope, but would that hope ever come? Another wave of pain washed over him as he felt Kyuubi starting to be forced out of him. He could feel Kyuubi resisting, but his resistance was what was hurting him. He ground his teeth. He couldn't give up. Not now. It was too easy and he was letting Akatsuki win without a fight. His fingernails grew and whisker markings deepened. His eyes began to turn a crimson color. He's struggling. Zetsu reported casually, not worried at all.
Itachi-sama.
He won't get dash. The binds completely shattered as Naruto fell to the floor. He let out a feral growl as he got down on all fours. Itachi watched him stagger forwards and drop. He's too exhausted to do anything, Itachi said. Naruto growled as he felt Kyuubi being forced out of his body. He can't move, let alone let of any more yells. The fun is over now. This is time for business now. Kisame made some hand seals, making Naruto grow heavy and keep flat to the icy floor. He let out some more growls until he yelped. His eyes began to grow heavy. All tension in his hands began to lessen. Was this the extraction? The beginning was painful, but now it didn't hurt at all. Maybe it was because his body was numb? He let loose a few struggled groans until there just wasn't any strength left in him to fight. Mentally, physically, emotionally, there was nothing left. His eyes began to close unconsciously, letting the feeling of numbness and dread wash over him like a wave against a beach, the water always taking away sand and pebbles from the shore. Zetsu suddenly fell to the ground in plain view of Naruto, surprising him. Naruto! He groaned and tried to move his body to see who it was, though he could tell that the deep, smooth voice belonged to Minato. It was filled with worry. He cringed when he felt a sting of pain course through his abdomen. Hey, talk to me. Are you all right? Why am I asking that? Oh God, Naruto. Stay with me. Okay? Stay awake. Naruto smiled painfully. I knew that someone would come. Minato-sensei, we have to leave. I can only hold on to the jutsu for a limited amount of time. Kakashi shouted in urgency. Sweat already formed at his brow from the high level of jutsu that he was using. Get Naruto out of here. We'll stall them. Sachi bowed to Minato. His eyebrows deepened as he nodded. Come back alive. Hurry and go.
Kakashi-sama.
You too. She took hold of his collar of his flak jacket and shook it, making him become unsteady on his feet. He turned to her as she nodded, a smile on her face. Yandeme-sama is worried, and Naruto-kun isn't getting better. Please get out of here. Kakashi hesitated, then nodded. Let's go. Minato picked up his son and began to run out. Sachi made a few hand seals, the male Anbu making a few as well.
Fireworks explosión no jutsu.
They shouted together. Their bodies seemed to glow until a burst of energy erupted from them. The entire tunnel seemed to shake and start to crumble.
Oi.
I want you two back. You hear me? Not a word. Sachi's voice was heard before that entire section cut off from the tunnel they were heading out of. Minato's was about to go and stop them before Minato held his shoulder, shaking his head. I'll die for my Hokage. Sachi thought as her body evaporated with the male Anbu. Naruto's head was against Minato's chest. That was how close he was holding the boy. His nails extended and retracted from time to time as they ran towards Konoha. A few growls escaped Naruto's lips as he groaned after each one. The seal is loosened. I'll fix that later when we get to Konoha. Wouldn't the villagers find out? Minato thought for a moment before setting Naruto down.
Sorry.
He lifted whatever shirt was left and saw his seal was clearly visible and causing him pain. We have to get this done right away. You should know that. I know. He gnashed his teeth and made a few hand seals. He pressed a hand to his seal and made a few more one-handed seals. Chakra poured through his hand to the seal. Naruto squinted his eyes and let out a demonic yell, belonging to Kyuubi. Minato almost jumped. Almost. He waited until the yelling stopped, then made a new set of seals and pressed it to Naruto's forehead. Everything went silent. Minato went into a trance-like state. He then removed his hand. Kyuubi's contained, for now. Hopefully the new tie will be stronger this time. He picked him up once again. Are you going to be all right? Fuinjutsus take up a lot of chakra. I've not earned the Hokage title for being a little girl. He replied hastily. Konoha finally came into plain view. Minato looked at his village and then to Naruto. He readjusted him and looked at his strained face. He remembered how people said that some were at most peace when asleep, but it was not the same with Naruto. A pinch of jealousy. Naruto heard the steady beep of a machine beside him. He was too tired to open his eyes. How come is it that you feel sort of fine out of a hospital, but as soon as you step foot in one, it's like you gave in to that weakness and suddenly can't move? Come back. We need to put them as Kia. Right? Naruto heard two voices. One belonged to Minato for sure, but other one belonged to a stranger, or at least the voice was unrecognizable at the moment. Where did you find him? A low voice asked, Their mouth seemed to stick together from thick saliva that was the result of crying. There was no answer. Tell me. He's my teammate. Sakura, please leave if you are going to cry. The damage is done and Naruto needs his rest. Sensei, not you too. Sakura, do me a favor then and send a letter to Bara telling her that Naruto is fine. But he's not. Do you want to escort her here again? Sakura's shoulders trembled as she tried to catch her breath. Akatsuki? Can do this much damage? I'll tell you someday. Right now, you're too young and I have to receive permission from Naruto. What is it? Sakura, let's go.
Es Sasuke-kun?
Naruto opened his eyes, immediately regretting it, and groaned. His entire body throbbed with pain. Ah, Naruto, you kata. Naruto didn't speak at first. He's weak. Please come another time. Naruto saw that the mystery voice belonged to a nurse. Minato leaned over the bed rails, rubbing his hands anxiously. Naruto, I'm so sorry. He closed his eyes. Naruto finally felt hot tears prick at his eyes. He couldn't cry, not in front of his team, though it felt so right to do so in front of Minato. Come on. Kakashi escorted his team out of the room. Did you tell Irika yet about? Kakashi's voice faded out as they went further and further away from the room. Minato stared at the door and waited until they were gone. He got up and closed the door, resuming his seat beside Naruto's bed. Naruto closed his eyes for a few seconds before opening them again, sleep weighing heavy on his eyes. All he wanted to do was sleep. He averted his gaze to Minato, who seemed to be looking outside. The wounded blonde turned his head to see what he was looking at. He had a clear view of the Hokage monument. The noticeable crack in the third's face seemed to stand out. Something wet fell on Naruto's face. Turning his head to Minato, he saw tears flowing freely from his eyes. Hokage Baka. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I should have gotten to you earlier. I should have never wasted time. Oh God. He reached over without thinking and pulled Naruto into a fatherly embrace, dampening his borrowed pajama. Naruto was stunned at first, but then he realized, when had anyone ever hugged him? Tsunade gave him a kiss on the forehead, and that made him so happy. He knew that someone really cared, even if she was a gambling addict who hid her age under a jutsu. He felt happy knowing that there was someone who he could depend on without being turned against. But hugs, something that was more physical, something that was as rare as that kiss on the forehead. He was confused but comforted at the same time. He had hated the Yondaime so much in the beginning, up to the point that he could murder him with the thing that he sealed inside him. He relished the feeling, but didn't have the strength to react or to push away, pretending that he didn't like the feeling.
I'm sorry.
I'm not dead. You can stop apologizing. Naruto tried to joke around, finding it harder than he had imagined. Minato pulled away and examined Naruto. Go to sleep. I bet you're tired. Minato wiped his eyes. Naruto didn't wait for him to insist, for sleep decided to put his brain to sleep. The machine beeped at a constant rate, the four-stand dripping steadily. Wires with fluid attached to his arm and blood transfusion bag seemed to be working overtime, seemed to be the only things that kept him alive. But Naruto thought otherwise. His precious people were what kept him alive, and the knowledge that they would save him in time. Naruto, you didn't give up, did you? Minato asked silently. He massaged his eyes and then held his forehead, smiling down at his son. Hinata paid for a rose at the Yamakna flower shop. She bit her lip and remembered Naruto, and his condition as he was being brought back to Konoha. She didn't even realize that he was missing. She turned around and saw her academy teacher, Yumino Irika, running towards the hospital. Irika-sensei. She called out to him. He stopped for a moment and made his way over to the young woman, knowing that she'd feel rejected if he weren't to answer. What is it? Naruto-kun is back. I know. I'm going to see him right now. She nodded and began to follow him. I'm going too. What do you mean I can't go see him? Irika shouted loudly. Shoo, please, this is a hospital. Uzumaki Naruto is in critical condition and only special people are allowed to visit. I know him. He is my former pupil. Former. Please step away before I call security. This is a hospital, not a classroom. Irika ground his teeth, about to yell, but a hand was felt on his shoulder. Doc, let them through, please.
Y Yondaime-sama.
Of course. He nodded and stood aside, letting the two pass. I say yes for now, but you cannot stay for long. That much I have control over. I understand. Hinata sped walked beside Minato, clutching the flower close to her body. Is Naruto-kun awake? She asked, trying not to stutter or lower her voice. Minato shook his head. He woke up before, but he's too exhausted to move too much. Hinata bit her lip. Did she even want to see him in that state? Yumino Irika, right?
Hi, Hoget-sama.
Minato nodded. He didn't really want to speak with him. Just know that he was called Yumino Irika and not some other name, embarrassing himself in front of him. Minato only exited the room because he hadn't drunk anything since the night before, and the nurse urged him to do so before they would force him. Upon entering Naruto's room, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Naruto was asleep, the windows were shut. Everything was normal for once. Hinata paled to the color of a sheet. Minato was sure that she would faint, but that didn't happen. She walked over to Naruto's side, scarcely able to breathe in case that would poison the air that surrounded him. She took a vase and placed her flower inside with lukewarm water. That way the plant wouldn't die as quickly. Minato closed his eyes and thought. He thought about what's been happening, the recent events. How did they all link together if they even did at all? Orochimaru bringing him back to life, Toshiro, Akatsuki. Did the elders have something to do about it all? No, desperate as they were, they wouldn't risk neck and limb to go see Akatsuki or Orochimaru. They were trying to protect their necks and limbs. It just made no sense. Akatsuki would go after Naruto because of Kyuubi. Toshiro was because he was hired by the elders and was killed in the end anyways. Orochimaru still left him puzzled. He looked towards Irika and saw him push Naruto's bangs away from his forehead. Somehow, he felt a twinge of jealousy starting to form. Why did it bother him so much that he was beside Naruto like that? Irika, you're Chunin, right? Yes. How long have you known Naruto? I was his academy teacher. He replied, looking towards him. Hyuga Hinata is your name, right?
Hi, Hoget-sama.
She gulped and walked over to Naruto, looking at his marred face that was covered by bandages. She felt herself start to blush when she thought about him waking up, and the first thing that he would see is her looking down at him. Irika and Yondaime seemed to stare at each other before they turned their attention back towards the sleeping boy. The tension in the air was thick. Even a hot knife couldn't seem to cut it. Irika shifted from foot to foot uneasily. Hinata went from the color extremes of pale to crimson, and Minato seemed like he was the one putting pressure on Irika, though it wasn't purposely done. The only sound in the room was the constant noises of the machines, and even that seemed to drone out by their thoughts of who was holding the kunai to whose throat. Visiting hours are over. I must ask you to leave so that I can change Naruto's sheets. Hinata jumped, seeing the nurse open the door. Hi. They nodded. Hokage-sama, I would have to ask you to leave for that duration, but you may come back later. Thank you. Minato felt like he had won some kind of unannounced war between Irika and him. He waited outside. Ayano Hokage-sama, why did Akatsuki capture Naruto-kun? She played timidly with her fingers. Hinata, one day you'll know. Hakai. She wanted to know right away, but she knew that wasn't going to happen, whether she wanted to or not. I have to go home. My father wants me to train a bit before I go to bed. I have a mission tomorrow. Hinata bowed and walked off, trying not to cry, no matter how hard it seemed to be. Minato nodded her off as she turned her back. He then saw Irika walking away. He wanted to talk to him about Naruto, but he knew that Irika had no knowledge of Minato being Naruto's father, and it would crush him to know that he was. He wanted to tell Irika, but couldn't. If he couldn't summon up the courage to tell Irika, how could he ever tell Naruto? Good evening, Hokage-sama. Good evening. He replied to Iruka, who pressed the elevator button and descended down towards the lobby. He made his way towards a vending machine and placed in a few coins. Green tea in a can hit the bottom of the bin and seemed to be the loudest noise going on around the whole floor, save for a few coughs and sneezes from sick patients coming in with the package of screaming from young infants, not wanting injections, and the groaning of an elderly, in pain that was most likely to be caused by something terminal. The whole idea of being on the ICU floor made his skin crawl. There was nothing wrong, really. It was just the thought of people dying. The people were like Naruto. They all needed help, but were left to die until they find a cure, as they would like to call it. He knew that most of these people had family or relatives, not all, but most. He tried to imagine Naruto alone in a place like this, but his imagination seemed to be shut off. He couldn't imagine his son ever crying for his parents or because of being alone. From what Tsunade said, he craved attention worse than a lone dog who was abandoned on the streets. They gave up attention if they never received any after a while and strived on instincts. But humans can't. They can't start to distrust the people you live with every day for the rest of your life. There comes a turning point when one reverts back and tries to force attention on him. That was the only way for someone to exist. The feeling of not being needed was the worst kind. No one should feel like that. Yandame-sama, he's awake. The nurse's soft voice called out to him from the counter. He quickly drained the contents in the can and threw it away, trying not to run to Naruto's room, but not trying to Tari either. Why, hello there. Minato smiled as he saw Naruto blink a few times, trying to get his eyes adjusted to the light in the white room. He attempted to sit up, only to fall back down. Now, do you really think you should be doing that? Naruto growled and cursed under his breath. How long have I been here? About 2 days. Naruto's eyes widened. What? But I have to train. Not like that. It's my duty as Hokage to see to it that shinobi get the rest they need. But I'm fine. You couldn't even sit up. Minato replied blankly. Naruto sighed. How you feeling? I just told you I'm fine. Are you hungry? Naruto nodded quickly, feeling hunger pangs that were there for quite some time now. I'll get the nurse to help you up. Naruto blushed. He felt so embarrassed to have to be helped. I'll do it on my own. Minato sighed. You're too stubborn for your own good. Ero-sennin already told me that. Minato laughed and headed out, feeling a wave of relief that Naruto could finally manage to have the strength to talk again. It relieved him of a lot of stress.
Ne, Okage-baka.
Naruto called out to him, currently pushing himself up using the side rails. What is it? Naruto smiled. Thanks. I knew that someone would come. He added in his thoughts. He was already being sappy as it was, he didn't need to add to it. Minato's face softened. No problem. I was happy to help you, my son. He thought to himself. He left the room, feeling a rush of excitement run through his veins. Naruto tried to eat as much as he could, but he was still too weak to do so. He lost track of time when in that damned cell, so he had no clue for how long he had gone without food, even if the hunger pangs were crying loudly. Naruto, what did they do to you? I know it's my responsibility to ask as a Hokage, but I want to also know as your FA friend. He quickly hid the pronunciation of father, though he wanted to tell him so badly. Was he just being a coward to hide behind the useless emotions called emotions or feelings? Or was it just because he was waiting for the right time? He couldn't exactly say, Hey Naruto, I'm your father. Come give me a hug. Nor could he say, Naruto, I've been hiding it for some time now, but I am your father. I'm sorry for sealing Kyuubi in you. There were problems in both sentences. 1. Would Naruto really accept the fact that was given so plainly out towards him? It's not like he was the type to outstretch his arms like some fool wanting love at first sight. 2. It was too bland. There sounded like there was no feeling inside, and anyways, hiding a secret like that from Naruto, would he really want him as a father now? Naruto didn't speak. His eyes stared down at the cast that was around his leg. Sadness enveloped him as he bit his lip. It's okay. I don't need to know now. I just want to know now how they captured you. Naruto was about to speak, but decided to press the button at his side. Instantly, a nurse came running in the room. He hid the button under his covers. What is it? Her hair spilled in every direction. Ah, my bad. I was reaching over and pressed the button by accident. The nurse puffed her cheeks. Please don't have any more accidents, Uzumaki-kun. Naruto sheepishly scratched the back of his head. The nurse signaled to the rest of the faculty that nothing really happened. The blonde Hokage bit his bottom lip, casting a downwards glance. Naruto pretended that he didn't notice. Ano, you were right about the Rasengan. It did save me. Naruto admitted, trying to keep his eyes from moving towards Minato. I escaped using it, but Itachi got me when I made it into the sewers. Minato swelled up in pride. He felt like bursting into laughter at the thought of Naruto escaping and using the Rasengan. How did you manage to get into the sewers? He questioned with a hint of joy in his voice. Naruto pouted. I knew you were going to laugh at me. I'm not laughing, Naruto.
I'm proud.
Naruto felt heat rise in his cheeks. Proud? He scratched his cheek and smiled, trying to hide it as best as he could, but it was still there. Get some sleep. I'm going back to the tower to speak with Tsunade. Eh? Why speak with the hag? Why do you have to go? He thought, clenching the bed sheets unconsciously. I have to attend a boring meeting. She'll be updating me on the latest news while I was asleep, shall we say? Naruto nodded. He didn't say anything. There was nothing to say. See you soon, kid. He ruffled his hair and stood up. Naruto watched him leave, hypnotized by the dancing flames at the hem of his robe as it were the first time he really noticed it. He shook his head, snapping out of the trance. Why? He finally asked himself, confused why he wanted Minato beside him. Tsunade. You're here. Good. Jiraiya. She turned her head to Jiraiya. Naruto's been less edgy these days. What did you do to him? Not that it's a bad thing. Minato shrugged. I don't know. Must be something his senseis taught him. He leaned over and gave them the cheesiest smile known to man. Tsunade melted instantly. She knew that she was vulnerable to this since he was a kid. He had used it on her once when he wanted spare change from her and she didn't give in. Until the smile. That wretched smile. It made her pinch his cheeks and give him some money when he was younger, but that wouldn't work when he was older. Minato, you're butt ugly now. You were cute when you were a kid. Minato and Jiraiya laughed. That was one thing that the two senins missed when Minato was dead. His smiles and laughter. It was that of a happy person. I'm serious, kid. Naruto seems to grow on everyone like mold on bread after it's been left out for a week. But you seem to grow on him this time. I've got a knack for that, thank you very much. Anyways, I'm his father. He's not exactly supposed to give me the cold shoulder. True, but did you tell him yet? Minato went silent. There were no snappy comebacks or snide remarks. There was nothing but the sound of rain. I guess that's a no. I swear, Minato, you tell him or I will. I will tell him, sooner or later. Better be soon or else it just might slipdash. No. Minato boomed, his voice coming out harsher than expected. Jiraiya crossed his arms and smirked. Then you will tell him. Are you chickening out like some coward? Is he your son? The question caught the two cronies off guard. Then I'll do what I want for the time being. Minato got up quickly and walked out of the room. Tsunade and Jiraiya burst into laughter. He's still cute when he's mad. Oi, Tsunade, you shouldn't say things like that. Look who's talking. They laughed. Naruto craved attention in the past. He yearned to be acknowledged. But Yondaime was the one that was doing more than his part and it was making him feel kind of funny. He wanted to get out of the hospital room as fast as he could, but his body still felt sore. As if hell froze over and he tried for 48 hours to break through the ice. No, it wasn't a long time, but it was time enough for him to feel like hell. There was nothing to do there but think of ways to escape, and trying to escape through that damned sewer to little avail other than knowing that there was a way out. Naruto, you know you don't look like the type to think too deeply into problems. He snapped his head towards the door to see Minato, his eyebrows furrowed as if he were mad. Talk about me? You look like the one who was thinking. Were you actually using what little brains you have? Minato laughed. What are you doing here anyways? Don't you have something better to do other than bother me? Naruto tried to hide the fact that he was actually happy to see him. So you want me to leave? I will. He headed towards the door before Naruto let out a shocked gasp, making him turn his head. I see. He pulled out a chair and sat down. I bet you wish you could leave, don't you? He stretched his legs and inhaled deeply through his nose. Bet you wish you could do this. Hell yeah. I was tied up in chains and then put in a stupid cell. Now I'm stuck in a hospital bed? I'm sure as hell that I want to get out. Minato flinched slightly. Now Naruto let some information slip about his experience with Akatsuki. It was his duty to know the whole truth. Too bad, kid. Minato smirked. If I let you out, it's my head that'll be chopped off by Tsunade, not yours. Well, maybe yours. But who cares about you, right? He tried to joke, letting an arm rest on Naruto's shoulder. He winced and quickly moved his arm away. You think you're so special, right? Yep. Minato nodded, closing his eyes. Do you think that it's only because I'm the Hokage? Naruto nodded his head up and down as quickly as his muscles would let him. Wrong. That's one way you can be, but the most honorable Hokages have all done something so great that it makes people respect them for more than just a title. Take Jiraiya, for example. He's an old fart who watches nude women and write about them, but he's a Sannin, making him able to become a Hokage whenever there is one in need. But no one respects him that much, unless you're a pervert. Naruto laughed. He never thought of it that way. Orochimaru is a Sannin, but no one respects him because of his history with Kinjitsus. No one would want him as a leader, or should I say, no one in their right mind would let him rule the land of fire. There would be some kind of riot, right? Naruto replied with a light aha, and continued to stare at the Kaki Hokage. Well, it would be the same with the other Kages. Tsunade is in her position because of her superior healing jutsus, just as I was for something else. Naruto knew what he meant and silently thanked him for not saying it out loud. For some reason, it hurt him knowing that Minato could speak so freely of his strength but holding his tongue when he should. Naruto respected him for that and understood what he was trying to say to him. Understand? Yeah. Minato laughed. Do you really, or did you just want me to stop talking? I understand, Hokage Baka. What's with the Baka all the time? I've put up with it for this long. Can you at least call me by my first name then? No. You are an idiot. Why should I change that? Minato laughed again, opening his eyes. So you really understand, huh? Then let me tell you something else. What? Minato raised an eyebrow and scrunched up his face a bit in thought, trying to find the right words. Remember when you showed me that picture of my wife? Yeah. Kushina, right? Yeah, well, she met your mom before she gave birth to you. Really? What are you getting so excited about? And nothing. Keep going. Kushina was going into the birthing room as well, but before that, she told me that your mom was very beautiful and kind. Naruto began to get excited. It would be the first time that anyone would tell him information about his parents, and he wanted to know very much. She also told her that if she were to die, to name you Naruto. So, my mom gave Kushina-san my name, and she named me? Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sort of. Your mom died, but Kushina was holding you in her arms, and you were silent. I'm sorry what I did next. He added quickly. Naruto was beaming now. It's okay. Minato's face lifted as a smile made a crater in his face. Naruto looked at his hands and tried to imagine himself as a baby being held by the beautiful woman in the picture. Are you sure you forgive me? Why yeah. I mean, you told me something no one ever has. Of course I forgive you. Minato knew that Naruto wasn't lying. He sounded too happy and desperate to know more. Information about his mom, his parents. Forgiveness was worth that knowledge. having Kyubi sealed in him and forgiving the person who did that was never going to happen before. But now was a whole different story. He had told him about his mom, even if it was only little information. He could cling on to that knowing that his mom was a trusting person. She'd have to be to tell Kushina to do that for her, right? Minato, I want to speak to Naruto. Minato turned around to see Tsunade with the chief elders. In what do I have the honor to meet with the chief elders under these conditions? We wish to speak to Naruto. Speak away. Please leave the room, Yondaime. You know we wish to speak to him alone. Like hell that'll happen. You do not trust us, Yondaime? Nope, not really.
Fine, Godaime.
Minato, leave the room. I've got everything under control. I'm not leaving. Minato! Tsunade yelled loudly. She looked as if she were on the verge of tears. Minato heard a small crack in her voice. You really expect me to leave this goddamned room? What do you think? Why should I? Naruto's head was bouncing back and forth, from Tsunade to Minato and sometimes to the elders. Why do you have to talk to me? Naruto asked, a quizzical look on his face. Naruto, you have been captured by Akatsuki. ANBU will come and interrogate you into the happenings. If Kyubi was in any way disturbed, then, depending on the damage, we will have to relocate you until we can find a cure. You make it sound like I'm sick. I'm not sick. There is no cure for Kyubi. You don't understand, Naruto. The male elder now spoke. His face was firm with his mind already made up. We may have to relocate you if, however, there is nothing wrong with Kyubi and no chance of his escape. Then there will be no consequences, shall we say? I haven't done anything wrong. I didn't exactly walk up to them and say, "Hi, can you take Kyubi away from me while I die an agonizing death?" I didn't even know which one was my captor. Watch your tongue.
No.
I am not sick and I haven't done anything wrong. There is nothing to cure and I don't deserve to be punished for something I didn't do. Naruto knew with whom he was fighting with and quite frankly he didn't care. You have been captured and will be interrogated about what happened. If Kyubi manages to beat the seal, we can't endanger the whole village. You claim to want to become the Hokage? Then start thinking what would be best. You or the village? Naruto knew he was going to lose, but what were the odds of him winning in the first place? These were the chief elders and anything they say goes. You speak of the village so freely, but it is the people who make up the village. You don't take care of the village. You take care of the people in the village. Does that not include Naruto or is there some sort of memo that I missed? Minato spoke now, seeing that his son was getting into trouble. I'm not saying that he shouldn't be interrogated, but surely there is another way. If Akatsuki did something to erase his memories, who will interrogate him? Then? I know what the ANBU then use. Shock treatment. You want Naruto to suffer because of Akatsuki? Has he not suffered enough? Minato's voice rose from a silent, threatening voice to his yells that penetrated the closed door and had doctors and nurses looking through the small window, checking to see if everything was all right. If he doesn't have the memories, will you create physical pain to make him remember? Yes. Minato was about to overturn a desk but decided to slam his fist on it. He has every right in the village as anyone else. This is inhumane and inappropriate. I will speak with him myself and I will make sure that he remembers. Having him involved with ANBU is good experience, but weighing him down with what you just told him could cause the ANBU to grow impatient and try different methods on him. I have a Kage title, don't I? Yes, of course. Then I will probe his memories. You will not touch him and fill him with any more doubt. I know he remembers and I know that if anyone else other than myself so much as tries to get information out of him, I will make sure they answer to me. Minato brought his voice down again, making sure it was full of anger and malice. Are you threatening us, Yondaime-sama? No. I am promising you. I will come tell you whatever he has to say immediately. I do not wish for the ANBU to question him. Before you said that it was all right. Screw what I said before. I actually saw the hell he was found in and the ANBU have no reason whatsoever to interrogate him in any manner. What he wants to keep secret, he can keep secret. If they cut him open while he was still awake, do you think that he wants to talk about that? Especially to strangers?
No.
Minato calmed down somewhat. Uzumaki Naruto, get well soon. They said before leaving. You had better thank Yandame-sama for what he has just done. For his job could be on the line. They left with those words, Tsunade lingering and mouthing the words, thank you, to Minato before shutting the door with a soft thud. The blonde Hokage sank into a chair, holding the bridge of his nose and closing his eyes. I'm going to hear a shitload of crap tomorrow. Oh boy.
Sorry.
Minato opened his eyes and ruffled Naruto's hair. Don't worry about it, kiddo. Naruto looked down. Someone actually stood up for him. Stood up to the chief elders nonetheless. That and the fact that he told him about his mother. Thanks. Minato smiled a fatherly smile and closed his eyes again. No problem. Besides, I wanted to let some steam off on them for some time now. He chuckled. I'm gonna get some aspirin. I feel a headache coming on. Naruto smiled a bittersweet smile. He couldn't laugh, yet he couldn't say anything. The Hokage stood up for him. Naruto watched him leave for a minute and come back. So, you're gonna have to tell me now. There's no way in hell you're going to the ANBU. They get too impatient too fast. He sighed and took a second glance towards his son. You know, you're pretty stubborn. I think that the chief elders were expecting only you to fight. He laughed. What a laugh. They're too stupid for their own good. I can't wait till they croak. Naruto covered his mouth and snorted. He then turned his attention to the Hokage monument. To think that your ugly face will be up there someday. You think you're easy on the eyes? They both laughed. The room that was once filled with shouts of an angry, protective father was now filled with his laughter mixed with his son's snowfall. Steady bits of snow drifted downwards as they neared the middle of November. The air took a chill and wind picked up a bit. The frost from the night before froze entirely a pond in a garden that was in view from the hospital window. A thin layer of snow accented the frozen landscape. The Japanese maple had begun to wilt and froze in place. The life around Konoha seemed to be a little busier. Western-style trees had been set up in front of Hokage Tower, Genin's cussing and ranting about the lights that could never be applied on. Naruto inwardly snickered at their misfortune. Had it been him up there, he'd probably turn the tree upside down and string the lights on the edge of the branches. If anyone were to walk under it by chance, would either get tangled from the falling lights or have bits of glass embedded in their scalp. Naruto gave a feigned smile as he watched an infant try to create a snowman out of loose snow. The dusts of snow blew off the roof of the hospital with the slightest of wind. He didn't ache much now. He stood up and felt a little nauseous. The effect of the medicine was killing him. Nonetheless, he decided to get dressed and leave the hospital. He was wasting time in bed. There were more missions that he had to complete and training to be done if he wanted to ever become Hokage. He thought about Minato and what he would say if he were to see him out of bed. He almost laughed at the thought. Turning towards the dresser, he pulled out his orange jumpsuit. They were surprisingly fixed with the greatest of care. Where do you think you're going? Did the doctor say you could leave? Naruto spun around to see the blonde Hokage leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed. Are you trying to get me in trouble? I can't lie in bed all day. I have to go train. No, it is my duty as Hokage to see that you get your rest. If I don't, I wouldn't be a very good Hokage now, would I? He smirked and squinted an eye. Besides, you're supposed to have a broken leg. It's healed and you told me that it's your duty already. Naruto tried to coax Minato into thinking otherwise. Minato sighed, giving in to the persistent blonde. Fine, just for a bit. I want you to rest later. OSU. He smiled and saluted, grinning like a complete idiot. For someone who just barely managed to escape Akatsuki, he seems pretty cheerful. He thought dimly to himself, letting the words wash over him again and again. He was too tired to deal with his attitude. He had been up all night worrying his head off that Naruto would have gotten a surprise visit during the night. Naruto bounced as he put on his Heidi 8 around his neck, his face still guised in while bandages. He hummed happily to himself as he made sure that everything was perfect in front of the mirror. "Where exactly do you plan on going?" Minato asked him, smiling wryly. There was nothing to do in Konoha except watch the villagers set up Christmas decorations. His eyes trailed down to his broken leg, noticing that the nurse still hadn't removed the cast. He snorted and held his forehead. "So, do you plan on lugging your leg behind you or use a crutch?" "My leg is fine. These damn nurses won't remove it until the 3 weeks are up. I can't wait that long. I dash." Minato held a hand up to silence Naruto. He now holding the bridge of his nose with his other hand. "I'll ask the nurse to remove it after you get an x-ray, meaning you can't go out now." But why?" He stuck out his lower lip and clenched his fists. Minato smirked. He knew that Naruto would rather jump around like the energetic kid he was instead of walking like an old crony with a crutch. Minato decided not to answer his question. There was no question to answer. Was there? "Why, Naruto? Why?" "It's because of Akatsuki. They hurt you and now I have to make sure that you remember how much pain you went through." Naruto sat on the bed and sighed. "Can't I just take it off myself?" He muttered under his breath. Minato hummed and leaned his neck in, wanting to hear what Naruto had to say. "Anyways, Naruto, you have to be supervised from now until you tell me what happened specifically. So put your clothes away, please. If the elders find you roaming the streets as if you had no bounds, it'll be the end of my rank as Hokage and I lose all my rights and privileges. That means that if I weren't Hokage, I wouldn't have been able to save you from Akatsuki. There'd be Anbyu and Hunter ninjas. But who knows how long it would have taken to find you." Naruto suddenly caught interest in his feet and fell backwards on the bed, letting out an exasperated groan. "I want out," he complained. Minato chuckled and took a seat beside him, letting himself fall nest to his son. "You're a real pain in the ass, Naruto, but I love ya anyways." He laughed as Naruto gave him a scrunched-up face in disgust. But deep down, he knew that he appreciated the comment. Also, in a way, it was telling Naruto his feelings without being too sappy. He was taking the coward's way out and he didn't like it. "So, can I go?" Naruto pleaded, Minato's immediate answer being, "No." Naruto groaned and arched his neck back a bit to look outside again. He spotted Hinata making her way through the busy streets with a bag in her hands. He knew that she, too, was busy with her own Christmas shopping. He kept his eyes on her as she weaved her way through the crowd. Something snapped in his brain, telling him that she wasn't heading towards her house. It was opposite the way to where she was going. Must be a mission, he thought to himself. He turned to the yondaime to see him in the same position as he, also looking outside. "You really are a pain in the ass," he repeated himself. His voice sounded tired. What had he gone through this time for Naruto? "What's wrong?" Naruto finally decided to ask him. Minato seemed to snap back to reality and laugh sheepishly to himself. "Nothing. I was just wondering what to do for Christmas." "Christmas already? Come on. What is wrong with you people? It's too early to start to celebrate Christmas." "Naruto, what do you think about Christmas?" "Huh? Lots of presents and stuff. You know?" "Naruto, haven't you read any books at all?" "Books? Those boring things? No. Who does? Did you ever read one called A Christmas Carol?" "Huh? I told you, I never read books." Minato let out a long sigh. "I guess I'm going to have to teach you a lot." "What?" "Wait here. I'll get the book now." He forced himself up without using his arms and stared ahead, letting out heavier sighs. "You sound like I'm trouble." "You are." Naruto scowled. He didn't like being trouble. Only make it. The young blonde forced himself to sit up and look at the blonde Hokage. His eyes seemed different, less cheerful than usual. "Oi, are you sure you're okay?" The Hokage looked down at Naruto and smiled. "Don't worry about me. I just need some time alone." Naruto nodded, understanding perfectly what he meant. It hurt him to see the blonde Hokage leave the room. He didn't even say goodbye or see you later. He wasn't himself, What had happened to him? Minato stuck his hands in his pockets as he walked down the streets. His face was sullen and contorted in contemplation. What had Naruto seen to want to make him get out of the hospital so badly? Maybe it was because he really did want to become Hokage so badly that he'd go out. No, that wasn't it. It was so sudden. Why didn't he go out a day ago or before that? Naruto wasn't the type to lie in bed and be pampered in a hospital. Well, I see that my former pupil has a lot on his mind. Eh? What do you old geezer? Ah, man. Can't I have a friendly talk with my student? Friendly? Yes. What else do you want besides a woman for Christmas? Talking about Christmas? I didn't even bring up the subject. Is that what's on your mind? Oh golly gee. Could it be? He rolled his eyes. Jiraiya laughed loudly, making Minato slouch lower. Man, you really still are a kid. What? Listen, Naruto's never had a real Christmas. Try and dash. Who said I'm thinking about Christmas and Naruto? Who said you weren't? You're always thinking about your kid, Minato. It's natural. Why do you always pop up whenever you're not needed? I never do. Right? You're just a regal bastard then. If you don't my advice, just say so. I don't want your advice then. Jiraiya crossed his arms as one corner of his lip arched upwards. Fine. Just don't come bawling your eyes out to me later. I won't. You'd probably be too drunk to care. Jiraiya laughed and walked away, making Minato fume. I hate you, you know that? He called after him, only to hear him laugh harder. Hinata hesitantly walked up to the hospital and silently prayed that Naruto would be awake to see her. I'm here to see Uzumaki Naruto. She told the nurse in her quiet voice, holding the bag out in front of her as if it would offer her little protection. The nurse smiled kindly and held out a hand, instructing her to follow. Naruto-kun, you have visitors. The nurse knocked on the door and opened it. She found Naruto sprawled on the bed, eyes closed asleep. Oh, he was awake earlier. Yandame-sama should come back later. He always does, she sighed. He's always with him. Never leaves his side for more than an hour at a time, actually. She exclaimed, as if only realizing this only now. Hinata blushed as she took a seat next to him. She soon found herself staring at his sleeping figure until she realized that he was uncovered. Gulping loudly, she took the light cover and began pulling it over his body slightly, not wanting to wake him, yet not wanting the moment to last. Her face was beet red by now. Looking at his hands, she knew that she'd have to lift them up to put them on top of the sheet. She blinked 3 times and began breathing heavily, taking his hand and tugging the sheet under them and laid them down once again. She felt like fainting right there for actually being able to touch him. Taking a seat, she opened her bag to check if her present was still there for Naruto. It was supposed to be a get-well gift, but if he had been moving so soon, he must have already been feeling better. It was rice balls shaped into little hearts. She wanted to tell him she liked him, but was too shy. She also knew he was a little thick, so the hearts wouldn't set him off in any way. Shaking her head at her own shyness, she decided to leave. Standing up, her feet hooked onto the bottom of the bed, making her trip on the floor and have the 4 stand and oxygen mask to fall onto the floor with a loud clatter. Naruto's eyes snapped open instantly. Chen? Hinata? What are you doing here? Ayano, I was just dropping by to see if you were feeling better. She stumbled on her words. Naruto raised an eyebrow in confusion. I have to go. Huh? Why? He asked, puzzled. She blushed harder than before and began playing with her fingers. Ano. I have to go help my parents decorate the Christmas tree. A tree? Why would you do that? She stopped. She didn't fully understand herself. Well, it's supposed to be because of the Christmas spirit. She replied steadily, hoping that she was right. Naruto sat up. Oh. She smiled. Naruto was so cute when he was clueless even though he pretended to understand. I'll talk to you later? Sure. Anytime, Hinata. He replied in his usual cheery voice. Minato closed his eyes as he made his way back to the hospital. It seemed that he misplaced the book. A light sensation tickled his nose. He opened his eyes to see that it was starting to snow again. He thought back to Naruto. Every kid deserved to be outside on the first snowfall. He frowned deeply and walked inside. An idea developed in his mind as Naruto's room materialized in front of him. He went inside to see Naruto staring longingly outside.
Oi!
He called to him. Naruto's head spun around to look at the smiling Hokage, approaching him rather quickly. He had no time to back away when Minato hoisted him onto his back. What are dash? He opened the window and began climbing up the side of the building onto the roof. Naruto's eyes widened as the bitter air passed through the light pajama. Minato set him down on the roof and draped his coat around his son's shoulders. He was grinning like a madman. They didn't even have to exchange words. Minato knew how much it meant to Naruto to experience the first snowfall, or rather the first snowfall that a human would be awake to see. The real first snowfall had occurred at night. Naruto touched the light, cold snow and smiled, looking up at the gray sky. Stop! Naruto walked out of the hospital with dread. He knew what was going to happen and he could do nothing to avoid it. He looked up uneasily at Minato, who seemed too calm to be his usual self. His careful strides as the snow brushed past his naked toes made it seem as if he wasn't affected by the cold at all. His head was held up high and posture was erect and firm as a board. It almost made Naruto scared to see his friend. Friend? When did he become his friend? Naruto stuck his hands in his pockets and looked down, sticking out his lower lip. What was he to tell him? What method was he to use on Naruto? Ne, Hokage Baka Ano? What's going to happen? Naruto asked him. Minato's emotionless face turned downcast towards him and then smiled. Don't worry too much about it. I'm not ANBU, but I will have to use of their methods. It is the most effective. Naruto turned his gaze down towards his feet as if there was something interesting about them. Are you sure? Naruto asked him again. Minato only smiled and ruffled Naruto's hair, offering only a smile in reply. Naruto tried to accept the comfort, but no matter what happened, he was scared shitless because of what Akatsuki had done to him. They toyed with him, tortured him, played games, everything possible to try and make him break. Now he was forced to remember, tell Minato and then stay the same smiling Naruto? How about we stop for ramen first? Minato asked Naruto, whom reluctantly nodded. Believe me, Naruto, I don't like what I'm doing either. He told his son and then decided to frown. I'm sorry about what I'm doing. Naruto didn't reply. He was too preoccupied in thinking about what was going to happen to him. Naruto now sat in the second training hall. The ramen at Ichiraku's seemed to only clear his mind for a few minutes before setting out back towards Minato's house. They both sat cross-legged on the floor, staring at each other for some time before Minato closed his eyes and began to speak into a clear voice, tilting his head downwards a bit. Do you know why you are here? Naruto nodded and watched Minato a bit, suddenly growing a bit sleepy. He then noticed that Minato's hands were folded into a hand seal. He mentally thanked him for not putting him in pain of remembering what had happened. How old are you, Naruto? 12. His lips moved on his own, he in a semi-conscious state. What is your surname? Uzumaki. This won't hurt you, nor will this be able to keep you from telling a lie. Understand? He nodded, muttering a quiet yes. Close your eyes and think back to how you were taken until the time I came. Naruto listened. Are you scared? He nodded, feeling a little embarrassed at his absurd feeling. Don't be. You won't remember what will happen as soon as you wake up from your trance-like state. You're putting me asleep?
No.
If I did, then you wouldn't be able to tell me what happened. He placed a voice recorder on the floor and began to run it. What is that? A voice recorder. Now, relax and everything will be fine. Naruto nodded and felt himself ebb away into his conscious. How were you taken? It was my turn to watch the campsite. Kakashi-sensei was asleep and so was everyone else. I was watching the fire and then pulled into the bushes. Where did you end up? I don't know. Akatsuki's base is all I know where I was. Naruto kept speaking in a monotonous voice. What happened to you? Were you tortured? Yes. They tortured me while I was still conscious. Minato stopped for a minute before going on. Why did they take you? For Kyuubi. They tortured me to get Kyuubi, and as an experiment to draw out Kyuubi mentally and physically. Kyuubi was cheering. His voice quivered somewhat, face scrunching up. Calm down. Did you even try to escape? Yes. How? They put me in a steel cell. There were screws that held the ceiling together, so I began to take them off. Minato smiled. But then I was caught by Itachi. How were you caught? He used his Magenkyu Sharingan and used Genjutsu. Naruto's eyes parted somewhat, regaining some conscience. Did anything happen with Kyuubi? He tried to take control when my seal was breaking, but he didn't because of my broken leg. Naruto's eyes were now open. Minato went over and stopped the tape. Naruto. What happened? That's it for now. That's all the council would want. Now, I'm going to use something on you for your own protection. What is it? Don't worry, just trust me.
Didymu.
Minato was already making hand seals. Naruto's face scrunched up as he felt another presence enter him. He held his forehead and then let his hand drop, falling into his own subconsciousness. Naruto was beside Minato, he looking around. What are you doing in here? He asked him, surprised. Kyuubi has been disturbed. Also, there is some other business I need to do here. You can't just barge in my mind without permission. Minato laughed. I need you to show me where Kyuubi is. I've seen you use his power. I assume that you have already met him then. Naruto shifted his weight from foot to foot before trying to argue the Hokage's position in his mind. What do you need to do that's so important? I strengthened Kyuubi's seal when we were halfway to Konoha. I just want to make sure that it is working. And the other thing? That, my dear Uzumaki Naruto. His name fell easily on his tongue, reassuring him that it really was him, is personal. He crossed his arms. You could dash. They stopped in front of a cage. Here. Naruto showed Kyuubi's containing cell. So, comfortable in there, Kyuubi? Minato spoke cockily, leaning against a wall. Quite. Kyuubi retorted sarcastically. Naruto crossed his arms. Hey brat, you should have given in to me. I could have made it all better. Naruto tried to block out all of his words. You almost did, Enigaki? You almost set me free so you could escape from that so-called hell? You wanted me free. Tell that Hokage Baka that you did. You were being set free, Baka, only to be captured again. Naruto replied. Set me free, Gaki. I know you still hate the man in front of you. I know you do. I live in your mind. I know all your secrets, Gaki. For the demon fox to be speaking to Naruto in such a manner made him feel slightly uncomfortable. Did he really hate Yondaime? I know that you're questioning yourself, Gaki. I know what you want. You want him dead. You want a world to accept you, Gaki. You want to be the same as Teach. You Rusai. Naruto's voice bounded off the walls, making Minato take a few steps backwards. Kyuubi's laughter was the next sound to follow. That's it. Let out all your anger. That will release me. You shall be respected as the most powerful shinobi in all of Konohano, in the entire world. You shall be respected as the one who brought the Kages in all 5 countries. Release me and I'll start with the one standing right beside you now. Shut up. That's not what I want. Naruto shouted back. Is it? No. All you want is someone to treat you as a precious person, Gaki. I can help you get one. I can get you revenge on the chief elders, on Akatsuki, on that overly obnoxious Uchiha Sasuke. I can help you dash. I don't need your help. I can do it on my own. All on my own. Naruto yelled back to him, Kyuubi now in sitting position, obviously enjoying the show. I don't need anyone's help. Then why am I sealed inside you? You wanted me? I never wanted a monster like you to be sealed inside me. It was for the safety of the village. Naruto was cut off by Yondaime, whom put his arm in front of his son. That is enough. Naruto, never use his powers unless you're in a bind. I know that. Is it not you whom calls upon my powers at whim, Gaki? Am I to always listen? You use my powers freely. Allow me to teach you them and set me free. That is enough, Fox. Who are you to talk? Silence. Ignorant fool. I am talking to my kit. Minato fumed. Your kit? Is he not my container and I his aid in battle? We are practically family. Should I let slip why you are so antsy? How would you know? My dear Hokage, I am his eyes. Even when they are closed, I am his ears. Beads of sweat trickled down the side of his face. Nah, Hokage Baka, what is he saying? He might be an idiot, but I am not. I know of all your secrets and of his. He laughed. Fear me as everyone else. Fear your own Minato. Your own? Hokage Baka, you have someone still alive? What does he mean, your own? Stop! Minato yelled at the fox, who was grinning like a madman. Fear me. I have the powers to destroy and conquer. I can destroy his mind when you have your back turned. Minato, I can destroy you with only a few words. I know your weaknesses, and will use them. Both father and son were squirming. They wanted him to stop, but the spirit demon only continued on, threatening to destroy both of them. Let me taste your fear. Kit, show me your hate towards your so-called Hokage. Let him know how much you hate him. Despite whatever has happened, he ruined your life, forced you to grow up and become an assassin. Kill others when you age. Look back to your friend. Haku. He died and you were crying. You were crying, Kit. Minato felt his throat tighten. He was scared of what the fox would say. He knew it was coming. Express your hatred, your anger. It doesn't matter what this man has told you. You hate him for doing this to you. When you were sealed, it was already prepared that you shall become a shinobi to learn how to control me. You have been being controlled and manipulated since the day you were born. You dear Hokage was not alive to hear those words. Minato's knees practically gave way. Couldn't be true. Could it? No, Tsunade would be well informed and tell him. But then again, he didn't have the right to be Naruto having his future set out for him already. But that just couldn't be. Naruto, that is enough. We'll go back now.
Yeah.
Stop crying, Gaki. You're weak. Don't cry. I'm not crying, you bastard. Just you wait. You shall see. You're weak. Brat. Learn to kill lustfully. Let me free. Let me kill him. Let me kill them all. I want to feel their flesh beneath my claws tear apart. Let me rid you of your burden. Minato began to regain his composure. Naruto was crying on the outside. He had to check. Naruto.
Small.
Minato went over to his son and touched his forehead. The world around them darkened and the blonde duo set back into reality. Minato opened his eyes to see Naruto still inside his subconscious. And indeed, he was crying. Thick, pearly tears descended from his eyes and fell onto his lap, camouflaging itself with the rest of his tear-stained pants. Naruto opened his eyes and touched his face, finding it wet. He stared into the eyes of his father and frowned. Silently, he stood up and made his way out of the room, towards the door. Minato let out a short, sad sigh. No words left his lips. There was no one to apologize to, no one to talk to, and defiantly, no one able to understand him. The time to tell his son was soon. He knew that the fox wouldn't keep his muzzle shut for too long. He never did. Minato looked outside and towards the rec training hall on the other side of the field. Sorry, Naruto? He found himself saying, despite that no one was there. He felt as if he just had to say it, to relive some tension from his chest and mind. Damn it. He cursed under his breath as he kicked a pebble. The day was used as Naruto came to realize that it was well past 6. How could they spend so little time in Naruto's mind and come back to reality that many hours have passed? The mind worked in funny ways. Like when someone would have a dream, only a few minutes would pass, but in reality, it was a whole night. Was it all a dream then? No, it couldn't be. His cheeks were chilled where the streaks of tears had once been. The stupid Kyubi knew something, and now he wasn't going to tell him. No, did he even want to know? Why didn't he want to know? Naruto looked up at the Christmas tree that he had come across. The lights shone brightly through the thick black of the night. What did the fox mean? Minato held his chin in thought as he stared through the front window, half expecting Naruto to come walking up the street and half knowing that he wouldn't do that. He needed time to deflate, and he couldn't do that in the Hokage's presence. How many times did Naruto have to get hurt before he could be finally happy? Was he happy before Minato came back to life? A loud crashing sound came from the side of the house, making the blonde Hokage jump. He stood up and went to investigate. Garbage littered the ground as the garbage can was tipped over sideways. His head snapped to the side to see that it was only a family of raccoons. They zipped over to the side of the ditch until they became invisible. Minato sighed, bringing his hand up to his forehead and looked down, beginning to pick up the trash with his bare hands. He didn't mind. All he needed to do later was use soap and water to clean his hands. He never understood why some people made such a big fuss over some things. They were all in bags anyways. Hissing could be heard from the corner of the house. Minato knew his sound and decided that it wasn't worth investigating a snake. Kukuku, I am back for you, my puppet. Minato gasped as his eyes went hollow, the bags of trash hitting the floor. A fox pelt tumbled out from inside the bag, setting itself near his feet. Minato came back to his senses after what seemed like ages. He shook his head and found his hands caked with blood and dirt. He twisted his head in every direction, examining his surroundings. Thick vegetation encircled all around him, the overhead canopy trying to smother out the moon's light. What the? He looked down and saw that the earth beneath him was fresh. Bending down, he quickly began digging at the ground again, finding a tuft of fur. His eyes widened. Quickly, his hands kept scrounging into the ground until he realized what he had buried. A family of raccoons. He came to realize that it was the same raccoons that he had encountered before. A long sigh escaped his mouth as he covered it back up. He couldn't walk back to the village with tainted hands. He wiped them on the dude grass as best as he could and stuck them in his pockets. What happened? The last thing that he saw was a snake. Minato kept walking until he reached a village. If he wasn't near a village, where was he? The village became clearer and clearer until he saw that it had been recently burned. His eyes widened as he ran towards it, people trying to put out the remainder of the fire. What happened? He dash. A shovel came in contact with his back, forcing him to the ground. You monster! You dare come back? What happened? I didn't do anything. The hell you did. The man replaced the shovel with his foot and kicked his side. You burned our village. Which village? Where am I? He yelled back, grinding his teeth in pain. The villager stopped. You really don't know, do you? He let him stand up. Forgive me, but I knew that there was something wrong when you didn't get wounded after my wife drove a knife into your chest and ended up being flung from her hands. He helped Minato stand. My name is Tamesu. Naruto went back to the Hokage's house and found out that it was empty. What the? He looked over to the side of the house to see that the garbage can was neatly standing in the middle of the walkway up to the house. He decided to help the busy Hokage and put it back in the corner. He didn't want to make the fox be right. He looked down and saw that there was a corpse of a snake lying on the floor, its eyes gorged out, and nowhere in sight near the snake. The sight of the fallen fox pelt from before lay in the snake's mouth. Naruto picked it up and threw it in the trash. Why the hell is fox skin here and a snake from the forest? He knew it was no ordinary gardener snake. It did not have the same coloration. He moved on towards the front door and knocked a few times, receiving no reply. It was strange to him. The elder blonde always seemed to be at home or near his side. At home, waiting for Naruto patiently. He never got mad at him for him doing something arrogant. Just always there waiting. Who would want to wait for an obnoxious, loudmouthed, not to mention foul at times, prideful Naruto? Who would teach him anything with his arrogance and lack of respect towards his mentors? Why was the Hokage doing all this for him? One of your own. He thought back to the kitsune's words rang true in his ears. Who exactly did the fox mean? It didn't make any sense to him. Nothing did. Why did the fox try to confuse him with lies? Did QB even lie was a better question to ask. He couldn't be trusted. But what if he wasn't lying this time? What if he was telling the truth? Did Naruto really want Minato dead deep down inside? No, never, but the fox knew how to place doubt in any person's mind, no matter who it was. Be it demon, boy, Hokage, peasant, ninja, it didn't matter. Where is he? Naruto scratched his head and tried to turn the knob, the door swinging open effortlessly.
Oi!
Hokage Baka, are you here? He called out to the lit house. He walked around in every room that he could manage to open.
Oi!
Hokage Baka. He tried calling out once again to hear his echo. A cold sweat formed on his brow. Where did he go? He had to tell, no, he couldn't tell Tsunade. Then she'd have to tell the chief elders and she to the chief elders. They already had a tooth against him and wouldn't hesitate to put him through a few ANBU and Ibiki. They'd just jump to conclusions. He either had to wait for him or try and find out where he went to. Pacing around a bit, he though as hard as he could, his peanut-sized brain working overtime. He came to a decision soon after and began to set out to look for him in the woods, hesitant at first to leave the house unchecked. You're the village of Kunigakure. You're not too far from Kanahegakure. I'd say a nice 2-hour walk.
Toma su pouretea.
You just came in and started to demolish the village using some sort of katan and scared away half the village. Everything began burning. My wife tried to kill you, and then you ran off. There was another man there with you. He had this mean look to him. You know, the kind that would send shivers down your spine. He pulled the corners of his eyes so they slanted to one side. His eyes had a scary look to them like this, and he seemed to be wearing purple makeup, a poisonous color. Orochimaru. Orochi? As in snake? Yeah. When you think about it, he does seem snake-like. He let go of his eyes and stared Minato in his deep into his eyes. You don't seem to be the one to do this of your own free will. Your eyes are too soft for that. Minato laughed heartily. Yeah, well, I think I have to be heading back. I have my son waiting for me. I don't know where, but he's still in the village. Had a fight, I see? I had a daughter about the age of 11, troublesome one. She was, but had the heart of an angel.
I'm sorry.
The blonde Hokage apologized to him, noting quickly that he spoke about his daughter in the past tense. He placed a fist on the floor and dipped his head in a bit, showing his sympathy. She was killed by bandits. She had only a silver ring around her neck, and they took it. He stopped momentarily before laughing, wiping droplets of tears that started to form in the corners of his eyes.
Ah, forgive-me.
I got carried away. Anyways, that man, Orochimaru, seemed to be controlling you. I would be careful if I were you. Please be careful. I hope to hear from you again. I thank you for your understanding. I will ask for a few favors and send shinobi to help and repair the village. Thank you. Minato stood up and bowed. What is your name? HM?
Mine?
It's Minato. Namake's Minato. Tamesu nodded and waved, seeing Minato off. Daylight began kissing the lower scenery, Naruto now beginning to get frantic. Where the hell was he? He was going to get blamed for killing the Hokage. He was going to go through hell with Tsunade and the elders. It wasn't him though. He knew it. What the hell was happening? Why did the stupid Hokage leave? Was he kidnapped? Did he just get rid of the village? Did he Orochimaru somehow find a way to end the jutsu and he turned to dust? He sank against a tree and sighed heavily. Why did he have to disappear? Now that he thought about it, he staying beside the Hokage was some kind of insurance, knowing that wherever he went, the Hokage went, meaning that seeing him without him meant that something was very wrong. Naruto stood up and began to walk back towards the mansion, hoping that the Hokage somehow made it back to the house without any damage done to him. A white and yellow blur sped past him, he having to firmly hold his ground so that he would not be knocked over. A grin spread across his face unconsciously. Hokage Baka! He began to run himself back to the mansion until he saw the Hokage stop abruptly and turn the other way, knocking him down to the ground. He closed his eyes as hit the ground with a hard thud. Searing pain shot through his arm as he felt a cool object come in contact with his skin. Gasping in surprise, his grin quickly faded into a grimace as he held his wound. He stood up to see that the once patient, loving, blonde Hokage towered over him, kunai in hand. His cloak billowed in the chilly wind, hair spraying wildly in every direction as his Hitai-8 seemed to have disappeared. Naruto slowly stood up, locking sky blue orbs into dull gray ones. He made no movement to reach into his pouch to pull out a kunai. He wanted to speak, but felt a large swell in his throat block his words from escaping his tongue.
Enne, Hokage Baka.
His words trembled as he spoke. What's going on? Kukuku. His eyes widened as another surge of pain struck his back. He turned around to find a certain Uchiha, his Sharingan activated. Itachi. Beside him stood another familiar face, a face that brought back the dead through kenjutsus. Anguish. Naruto stared into Itachi's eyes, almost mesmerized. He found himself truly alone in this predicament. Oh oi. What's going on? You do not know Naruto? Minato began to attack Naruto with his kunai, he managing to dodge every strike and backflip on a nearby crate. I'm finally taking my puppet back, Orochimaru stated, watching Naruto's eyes shrink in terror. I am here for my bijou.
En Nani?
You managed to escape me once, Naruto. Not this time. 3 adults against 1 child was not a fair advantage, but there was nothing he could do about it. He clenched his fists. How did they get past the guards? The ANBU and Hunter Shinobis.
Oi, Hokage Baka.
Naruto tried to speak with the manipulated Hokage. A hand rose up to his forehead, trying to snap out of it. Naruto smiled slightly, hoping to at least to have his friend on his side. Snake-like eyes widened as a sword shot out of Orochimaru's mouth, threatening to hit Naruto. The blonde genin felt a force push his back onto the ground, the sword barely missing the boy's face. He looked up to see that Minato was breathing heavily, one eye closed as he smiled. You okay? Naruto couldn't believe what was happening. What was happening? You're working together, aren't you? Kukuku, my, how perceptive. Minato spat on the ground as he remembered giving Naruto a wound. Don't ever, he began, grinding his teeth. Use me to hurt him. A large gust of wind came out from under his cloak as he held it open. It wasn't there only for show after all. The wind held secret shurikens that projected themselves towards Orochimaru, whom easily dodged them with grace. Do you think that mere weapons would hurt me? It all makes sense now. You made an appearance with Naruto, so the 2 of us would meet after you resurrected me. You didn't kill him because you wanted to see how your experiment would work. To see if I could be controlled again to kill Naruto and the village. You paid a visit to Itachi so that he would be in debt to you, knowing that you could use me to capture the Kyuubi and they could extract him while killing off the rest of the village with you. I already know that a few months ago, you killed the Sandaime and infiltrated Konoha with the few shinobi that you had. Having Akatsuki on your side could have made it possible to destroy Konohagakure no Saito. Minato fumed as he added 1 + 1. Naruto couldn't believe it. None of it. Sasori had a puppet of Naruto. They could have used him when Naruto was away from Konoha to make it seem that Naruto was losing control of the Kyuubi, getting the elders to grow wary and so on the edge about Naruto. Naruto was taken when I couldn't go with him. The assassination attempt on him near Kusa was sent because of the elders' worry. If I hadn't been there, they would have succeeded and you only had an opportunity to kill Naruto and Toshiro at the same time, but you didn't expect me to be there. When we were in the field, one of your lackeys was the one who were hiding in that crater. Being a master of kenjutsu, it was easy to conceal his chakra using a spell. When Naruto was finally alone with his team and Kakashi was asleep, they took him and tried to strip him of Kyuubi. You were working together since the beginning. Orochimaru grinned like a madman. Your conclusion is Yondaime? You wanted the village destroyed and Itachi could get Naruto's bijou. Precisely, my dear Hokage. Itachi let a smirk pass over his lips. They don't call you Hokage for nothing. Naruto backed away into a building, hoping that Minato wouldn't turn on him. You could control me at any given moment you wanted, but you didn't expect me to break free. I suppose that you want to be set free, any? Orochimaru asked Minato in a playful manner. Let him go, then. You have no say in this, brat. Orochimaru exclaimed. Naruto grew mad and began to run towards Orochimaru, quickly cloning himself. Naruto went to punch Orochimaru, only to find himself standing beside Air and Orochimaru behind him. Naruto! Minato used his body flicker to stop a punch from Orochimaru. Naruto, get out of here.
No.
I'm not gonna leave you alone here with a snake team and Uchiha Snob. Naruto exclaimed. Go! Minato yelled back to him, Naruto taken back a bit.
No.
A sharp jab entered the back of his skull as he felt the fury of Fundo rattle his head. He regained his composure and shook his head clear. They had forgotten all about Itachi. Naruto stepped away from the three of them, noticing that Minato and Orochimaru pulled away. Orochimaru bit his thumb and began making hand seals, Naruto noticing what it was.
Kuchiyose no Jutsu.
A large snake emerged as Manda took on form. Naruto didn't have to think twice about copying his actions.
Kuchiyose no Jutsu.
A large toad appeared, Naruto on top of his head, surprising Minato to no end. Hokage Baka! Naruto motioned for his father to join him on top of the toad boss's head. Minato! What's up, boss? The blonde Hokage smiled, patting Naruto's head proudly. I got Itachi. Wait.
Naruto, no.
Naruto hopped off of Gamabunta's head and faced Itachi proudly. Why did he summon the toad boss? Was it really for Minato to use? Naruto, you want to go up against me even though what I have done? This is pure stupidity. Can it? You're almost exactly like Sasuke. Itachi showed no emotion, but he was growing angry inside. He was being compared to his ingrate of a brother who cried. Tsunade's eyes snapped open as she heard crashing coming from outside. She quickly stood up and looked out the window to see the toad and snake. Orochimaru. She breathed, quickly getting dressed and out of her nightgown. Gamabunta unsheathed his blade and swung it full force at Manda, he avoiding it entirely. Naruto had to jump away to escape a jagged piece of iron being flung off from a lamp post. Itachi went in closer to him, Naruto having to jump backwards again. No matter how little of a chance he had to defeat Itachi, he didn't want to give in to his pride. The Master Sharingan user disappeared, only for Naruto to be knocked into a building, blood spilling from the corner of his lips. He shut his eyes upon the impact and then felt himself being lifted up by his neck. Do you know why I let you live? Naruto smirked and began speaking. Is that all you have, Itachi team? Naruto moved his hands upwards to try and pry his hands off. The dream he had last month, it was like this, but it didn't follow in sequence. Dreams never did. They'd show you fragments, and even if they seemed to fit together, they were only in that order to confuse you. A sword drove upwards in the young blonde's gut, making him cough up blood. Do you wish to die? Naruto tried to begin speaking, only to be held up once more by his throat. You only lived because I let you. Itachi finished, watching Naruto now scratch at his throat to try and breathe, making Itachi squeeze even tighter. The land began to crumble and break, projecting itself from the earth at spikes, making Itachi drop Naruto to the ground and jump away before a spike could hit him. Naruto, Daijubu? Tsunade walked over to Naruto, placing a hand on his back as he gasped and coughed for air. The 50-year-old Hokage stood up to her full height. Naruto, stick with me. She bit her thumb and began a summoning jutsu. Katsuya emerged. Tsunade grabbed Naruto and placed him on top of Katsuya with her. Itachi can't come up here without problems from Katsuya. You're safe here. Naruto felt more safe now that he was with someone he knew who wouldn't go against him. What's happening? That snake-tongued bastard and Uchiha Snob are working together. They can control the Yandembaka whenever they want and want Kyuubi. Tsunade smirked. Jiraiya is attracted to large crowds. He should be here soon. Erosenin is still in Konoha? Hi. Now be quiet while we deal with Orochimaru. Naruto couldn't just sit like a good little boy. He wanted to help. After all, this was supposed to be his battle, even though he had no chance in hell of winning. Tsunade no Basen. Naruto began, only to have Tsunade join the battle with Minato, whom was barely able to keep up. The snake beats the frog and the slug while the slug beats the snake. That was the continuous cycle of the three, so of course, Minato was on the verge of breaking down. Naruto, when I tell you, I want you to go and distract Orochimaru from his right side. Naruto's face lit up. He was gonna fight Orochimaru? But what the hell was Tsunade thinking? Up against a Sannin meant sure death, and with Itachi below, there was no way that a screw-up would prove any good.
Des mots.
I trust you, Naruto. Who is to your right? He turned his head and saw Minato. You want me to go with Yandembaka? Yeah, that will create a diversion and enough time for me to harm Orochimaru. Believe me, being with Minato is better than being with me. I'm not gonna go lightly on him. Minato is, he'll take care of you for now. It's hard to explain now, Naruto. Just do as I say when I say it. Tsunade didn't know what would happen on the battlefield, but she wanted Naruto to be with his father every moment that he could while he could. Roger, he replied, waiting for his cue. Tsunade distanced herself from Gamabunta, giving a single nod to Minato and motioning with her hand to Naruto, signaling that she was there and Naruto was safe with her for the meantime. Minato gave a nod back. Tsunade, nice to see you here. Orochimaru greeted lightly. Spare me the welcome committee, Orochimaru. Tsunade replied. Another sudden movement forwards and Orochimaru was just about ready to attack the giant summon slug. Now! Naruto jumped across towards Gamabunta, almost about to fall. Minato's legs grew watery for a split second until the toad boss stuck out his tongue and caught the 12-year-old hyperactive blonde. Orochimaru went in to capture Naruto, leaving Manda behind. Tsunade went in to stop him, knocking him to the floor. They skyrocketed and spiraled downwards until they crashed into the ground. They stood up, able to walk away from the scene. Boss, gimme some oil. Gamabunta's throat swelled as oil came spurting out of his mouth towards Manda. Minato blew out a ketan and lit up the oil, letting Manda feel the sting of a blazing fire. Minato let out a cry of triumph only to be stunned to see that Manda had shed his skin. Oi, Minato. Snakes only shed once every few months. A smile replaced his frown. Oi, Hokage Baka, he's behind the building. Naruto pointed to a large moving serpent that slithered between the buildings. Baka Hibi. Gamabunta hopped on top of Manda, demolishing useless buildings. Oil spurted on Manda, closely followed by flames, the large serpent making a loud popping noise and disappearing. Tsunade, I thought that you weren't going to come. This is such a beautiful reunion. Itachi walked behind Tsunade, his Sharingan swirling insanely. Orochimaru laughed. You can't win now. Tsunade growled and then smirked, punching the ground. Debris lifted as miscellaneous craters formed and dug down for more than 20 feet. Tsunade taking refuge in one and began punching her way through the ground until all the craters connected. She jumped out from one and distanced herself. Oi! I need help here. Naruto couldn't wait any longer. He jumped off of Gamabunta and stood beside Tsunade. I need you to use a Rasengan on the ground. Why dash? Just do it. Naruto nodded and closed his eyes, trying to form a one-handed Rasengan without a clone. He smiled in triumph as the swirling mass of chakra hit the ground, causing everything to explode and then fall in, taking the two S-ranked ninjas under. Save some for me. They turned around to see Jiraiya. You're late, Erosenin, Koma. Naruto silently thanked whoever was watching him that help came. It was just too much to bear alone. Naruto, watch out, here they come. Minato said, Gamabunta and Katsuya deciding that their job was over and popping.
Yeah.
Instinct told Naruto to run and leave Orochimaru to the others, but he knew that he couldn't do that. He couldn't forget that they were after Minato as well. He couldn't leave him alone. Not the person who began to tell him about his life. Jiraiya, keep Naruto safe. Tsunade told the pervert. Nodding, Jiraiya walked in front of Naruto, getting ready to fight whatever came him way. Minato, you're on secondary force. WH-. Do as I say. Jiraiya told him. The ground shot upwards, creating specks of debris to be covered by a cloud of dust. They crossed their arms in front of their faces, wanting to block off any bit of rock that would go their way. Tsunade, you should evacuate the village. Can you do this alone? I've got my pupils. I can handle it. We can handle it. He gave the thumbs up sign to her, she nodding and taking off in a blur. Slowly, Orochimaru and Itachi walked up to them. They looked unscathed.
Susugoi.
Naruto stared in amazement. Move! Jiraiya pushed Naruto aside. Orochimaru's arm swiftly rising for snakes to crush the great toad Sannin into the ground.
Ero Sennin.
Itachi did a follow-up, running up to Naruto with his Sharingan eyes staring threateningly into the blue orbs. Naruto's ends fell to his side, trapped in Itachi's Genjutsu.
No.
Minato turned around, forgetting about Snake Sannin, feeling the wrath of his snakes pummel him into the ground. Tsunade took the stand and ran towards Orochimaru, forgetting to warn the village and revving her arm backwards, about to punch out the Sannin. Itachi took a step aside, in front of Tsuanda's way. Her eyes widened as she stared into his eyes unconsciously, feeling the same wrath that Naruto had. Her shoulder began shaking vigorously, her teeth clenched tightly together, the force of her jaw beginning to slightly crack her teeth. Her mouth opened as she let out a long wail of pain. Kukuku. Orochimaru laughed, removing his snakes from Minato and watching him groan in pain as he tried to get up. Naruto's face paled as he fell to the ground, his hands coming up to his head as he began clutching a fistful of hair, almost ripping it out of his head. Jiraiya slowly stood up from his crater, looking around at the pitiful group. They couldn't take out a Sannin and a prodigy. How could that be? They were two Kages and a Sannin on their side with. The kid Naruto was becoming a nuisance whether he liked it or not. They just lost the upper hand in a matter of seconds because they didn't want Naruto to get hurt. He ran towards Naruto and placed him on his back carefully, backing away from the enemies and even his comrades. I need that Jinchuriki, Jiraiya. Don't run away with him. The old hermit was forced to dodge a series of snakes and kunai being hurled towards his direction. Naruto slowly slipping from his grasp. He shifted him upwards a bit, jumping onto a building behind him, placing Naruto gently on the rooftop. He watched the kid for about half a second while he suffered from the mental torture before going to recover his other comrades. He had to get everyone out of harm's way but couldn't do that alone. Damn that Tsunade. She didn't have to retaliate. Minato and Jiraiya were soon to recover from the blow. Damn it all. More blows from Itachi went his way as Orochimaru went in to take his kill from Minato. Hell no, not again. Minato, wake up, damn it. Slight groans came from his lips as he began to open his eyes slightly, widening as he saw who stood over him. Reflexes kicked in as he backed away quickly, hearing all sorts of cricks snapping in his joints doing so. Good boy. Jiraiya smirked as he stood beside him. Where's Naruto? Don't worry about him now. He's safe. That's good. He sighed. We can move easier now. Good. How far is he? Far enough but not so far as we can summon Gamabunta anymore. Right? He knew the summoning radius and how wide it was, but in this case and matter, he was somewhere inside the radius where Jiraiya could still see his comrades but put Naruto far enough away. Nodding to himself, Minato went over to Tsunade and touched her forehead, seeing her wake up to his half-witted smile. She seemed to be drained. Well, hello there. Itachi didn't move. He seemed to begin to grow weary after using his Magenkyu Sharingan twice. Loud shouts and bells went off. People went scurrying out of the village quickly. What was happening? How can this be? Orochimaru looked around. He had planned to take down the village while he was at it. Their eyes wandered around until they came to a single person standing still on a rooftop. Good job, Shizen. Tsunade muttered, smiling towards her. After all the commotion, it was almost hard not to see what was going on with the Saiyans. Shizen looked down and then to the left, jumping down to help more people escape. Itachi is almost worn down from using his Sharingan too much. A little more pressure on him and he'll either leave or die. Jiraiya told Minato. So, all we have to do is wear him down some more? Yeah. I wouldn't do that if I were you. They turned around to see Kisame with his sword at an unconscious Naruto's neck, Kabuto beside him. Kono Yaru. Don't want a slip of the sword dash. He wouldn't kill Naruto, don't worry Minato. Jiraiya told him. Itachi needs him still, and if Naruto dies, so does Kyuubi. Minato smirked and began to relax the tiniest of bit, but the news still didn't take much stress off his chest. There's still Orochimaru and Kabuto. They wouldn't mind killing Naruto, and it wouldn't be the first time to go back on their words. Minato warned. The sun began to rise. Minato took the initiative and flashed beside Kisame, knocking his sword out of his hands using his elbow to knock against his wrist, catching the falling Naruto as he kicked Kabuto away with his foot all at the same time. He stared into the twisted face of his son, shaking him slightly in hopes of waking him. Hey, wake up. Quickly Naruto, it's time to wake up. He kept shaking him until he had to finally move to dodge the swoop of Kisame's sword, Naruto's arms and legs dangling everywhere disgracefully. He just needed to make him wake up. Damn it. Minato, behind you. Jiraiya called out, having to force his eyes shut after Itachi tried to use it on him. Jiraiya smiled, knowing what it meant. Itachi was now a distraction for Orochimaru. He was weak. Using the Magenkyu Sharingan took up a lot of chakra. Apparently, Itachi knew this too and retreated a bit, Kisame stepping up beside him immediately. Great! Minato sighed and looked behind him at Kabuto, knowing his specialties in the medical field after reading a report on him with Tsunade. Itachi, I see that you are weak as ever. Orochimaru chuckled. Itachi merely closed his eyes. Do you want my help or not, Orochimaru? Oh my dear Itachi, do you think that I am that powerless? Itachi turned his back and used the quarrel as an excuse. Itachi-san, let's go. I don't like the smell of snake. Kisame chuckled, looking directly in Orochimaru's face. Jiraiya shivered. Man, he's practically laughing in the face of death. He chuckled to himself at the thought. Jiraiya took the chance to look behind him at Minato, whom was battling Kabuto with only Taijutsu and Naruto in his arms. He was doing everything to save that young boy. Come on now, Naruto, just wake up. Minato began to perform a Rasengan, ramming it into Kabuto. The medical ninja back flipped beside Orochimaru. Jiraiya turned around to the snake Sannin once again to see that Itachi had already taken his leave with Kisame. Coward didn't stand a living chance in hell against us, Uchiha or not. Using up chakra cannot be restored. Orochimaru chuckled at Jiraiya's statement. Oh, you agree with me? Don't take it lightly. We only share one thing in common, maybe two. His eyes trailed towards the panting Minato, setting Naruto down on the snowy ground beside them. We're in luck now. Minato told Jiraiya. He nodded in reply. No thanks to your kid. Leave him out of this. Minato warned Jiraiya. The toad Sannin snorted and then crossed his arms. They were at a standstill. Minato's eyes narrowed as he used the body flicker to get beside Kabuto with just enough time to send him crashing into a building. Jiraiya took his turn and began to run up to Orochimaru to use taijutsu. Orochimaru's arm raised and snakes sent Jiraiya crashing once again into the ground. You're getting old. He licked his lips and then smiled insanely. His tongue shot out of his mouth towards Naruto. Minato's eyes turned into saucers as he could watch only in slow motion. He didn't know what was happening. His body reacted too fast for his brain to comprehend anything. Yet, there he was, now facing his son's still body. A spear-like tongue embedded through his back out his chest, piercing his right lung. No sound of hurt escaped his lips. Only the sweet sound of his little boy's name, Naruto. Blue orbs stared into blue orbs as Naruto was sitting up, his arms poised behind him to keep his body up. Why did you take the blow? Orochimaru jerked his tongue back into his mouth as Minato stood hunched over, bits of blood flying out of his mouth as he held his wound. Because, Naruto, that's what fathers do. He smiled warmly. They protect their son. He fell over in front of Naruto.
Edo Tensei.
Help! Jiraiya was shocked. Orochimaru laughed. My business is finished here. He'll eventually die and disappear like a good little puppet should. Don't you dare touch him. Naruto tried to go after Orochimaru, only to see a blinding white light pass in front of his eyes and searing pain course through his abdomen. His eyes rolled into the back of his head as he fell to the snowy ground, beside his father. He's my dad. Hokage Baka is my dad. He tried to convince himself until the next fleeting moment turned black, ugly, full of despair, empty, cold, lonely. I love you, Na. His voice disappeared as Itachi's Sharingan effects took him under control once again, and the pain in his abdomen was just too much to bear. Orochimaru was seen battling Jiraiya for the last time. Blood pressure normal. Breathing dash. Naruto, wake up, sleepyhead. Come now, I have one last thing to teach you. Naruto opened his eyes to find himself still in the same spot as he fell. Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and most importantly, Minato were missing. There was no one around. However, there were two large pools of blood under and around him. He thought he heard the familiar sounds of the hospital, but it turned out to be only the ending part of his dream. Naruto curled up into a ball and held his knees close to his chest. Dad! He whispered to himself. Can I call you Dad, Hokage Baka? He reached out and touched the swirling blood belonging to Minato. It was still warm.
I'm sorry.
He clenched his teeth, all pain fleeing from his senses. There was nothing left for him there. What happened? Where did they all go? He lay back down on the ground and closed his eyes. He knew he'd have to eventually get up, but now wasn't the time to. Not for him, at least. Naruto! A shrill voice called out for his name. It was no surprise, he knew it belonged to Sakura. No matter how much he liked her, at the moment, she didn't seem to matter. I have a father. He whispered to himself before allowing himself to sink back into the painless abyss of his mind. The many hands that lifted him up in reality belonged to Sasuke and Sakura.